My dear Malcolm, let the unwashed masses know it's Enshohma's Halloween stream. Hit it, meat thing.
Listen to them, the ghoulies of the night, with spooky music those babies make. It's Enshohma's night, Halloween show. Rockin'.
That fly. In time. Groovy.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
And now it's time for Night Halloween with that beastly undead ghoul, Evil Showman.
Well, look.
Welcome, children of the live stream.
Boo! Boo!
Now, Van Helsing, calm down. I invited you to this monster mash, and you said
no.
you
It's an evil ghost with Tourette's syndrome.
Whoa!
Boo!
Sorry about
Fuck her! Boo! Oh no, I ruined her cleanness already.
Yeah, Van Helsing is so pale, it's easy to mistake him for a ghost at a monster mash.
Oh, who is skinnier, me or Peter Cushing?
I
Peter
think,
Cushing has the thinner face.
Yeah, I think. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say Peter Cushing was probably the thinner man. So
yeah, I'm a really skinny guy, but I'm blessed with a big baby face.
Yeah, and also he was fairly short too. So it's like if you met Peter Cushing, I think realistically you could carry him away to the Black Lagoon or something.
Was he fairly short, or because he was always pictured juxtaposed? What's that term? Juxtaposed. That's it.
Yeah.
Or was it because he was always juxtaposed with Christopher Lee that he seemed short?
You know, that's a good question. I think no, I think he was a generally short individual. So, but he was maybe just regular height. Hold on, is there a Wikipedia page on the guy? Okay, hold on. We're already off a great start. Peter Cushing. Actor, of course. Oh, I should have put in Peter Cushing's height. Damn it. Okay, we're screwed. Oh yeah, he was 6 feet even. So how big was?
He's not that short.
Okay, then
that's average.
Yeah, how big was Christopher Lee then? Like 8 feet tall.
12 feet tall, with my rock and roll heavy metal song. I tower above the rest. I am Christopher Lee. You will be laid to rest.
I think I know.
I'm the best.
I think I know what we got to play at the end of the night. So.
Drink.
drink. Okay, so usually I try to do this later in the month, and there are some stuff I want to try to premiere later towards the month for Halloween, especially since I'm kind of running late on them. So I'm going to do that kind of faux 13 nights of Halloween bullshit that a lot of people do.
But this is a very rare, lucky opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was about to get to that, my dear ghoulish friend Brayton. Today is the rare Friday the 13th in October. Hence today's title, The Freaky Friday, the 13th of Halloween.
I call Jamie Lee Curtis.
No.
It means you get to be Lindsay Lohan.
No! Why can't I be Mr. Loomis? Oh no, I've switched bodies with the attractive woman.
No, because you can't do that because you're doubling up on Halloween, crossing over with the Friday the 13th franchise. Then.
Oh yeah, so yeah, I was gonna make an even more complicated title, but Freaky Friday the 13th of Halloween seemed to just roll off the tongue slightly better. And unfortunately, because it is a Halloween stream, we can't do that thing where we decide the title after the fact, which kind of works out when we're like going through our 4-hour motion and seeing what happens.
You ought to just have a live stream called Ooga Booga and just leave it at that.
Oogity boogity. So
That's it.
all right, we're roughly 11 minutes in, so we can start cursing.
So we can go home now?
Oh my goodness. So, and Goji
Friday the
Shay.
13th.
Yes, Goji Shay is in the chat. And Mr. Goji Shay, guess what? I'm going to try to do another one of these towards the end of the month, and I would like you to join in. So, but tonight, it's just me, Brayton, and maybe we'll summon...
Jason Voorhees.
Yes, Jason Voorhees. He's over
Mother
there.
Voorhees.
No, she's dead. It's just Jason. So he's just carrying that.
Killer mommy.
Yeah.
Killer mommy. The rare known fact, Dirty Mary Corruption was the killer in the first Friday the 13th movie.
Okay, so yeah, he just somehow blamed it on the woman.
Yeah, he just sat out at the dock and ate a lot.
Okay.
I'm killing this sandwich.
Yeah, so with that said, yeah, Goji Shay, if you have any questions for us. But yeah, before we go into, because there is sort of a short list of things we can talk about, because you've been watching a lot of horror movies this month, and some of them I've seen, so we can actually kind of share thoughts. But with that says, how are you doing today on what is supposed to be the most unluckiest day of the year, according to idiots? Or you don't...
According to the superstitious.
Yes.
I can't handle regular stitious, let alone that of the super variety. So I've been doing as little as possible.
Okay.
Just not to jinx it. But not that I wouldn't be doing as little as possible any other day of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's getting chilly here in the Midwest. So I haven't been out a lot. It's been raining like cats and dogs living together all day, with very intermittent breaks in between and heavy. Okay, but
I like what you're saying, Mr. Brayton.
Luckily it has died down a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
But very fitting, I guess, for the holidays. Thunder and rain and on the plane in Spain.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm doing good. How about yourself, spooky friend?
I'm doing okay. I had to stay home for some important reasons I will not delve into publicly. Right now, my friend Mark is doing Mark.
Hey, my name's Mark. How's it going?
Yes, he's attending Son of Monsterpalooza down in Burbank, and I was supposed to go, but unfortunately, things earlier this week have forced me to stay home. But yeah, it was kind of a good thing I didn't go because I wouldn't be here talking with you.
And what a delight.
Indeed. So, but yeah, big shout out to Mark and any of our other friends who are over at Monsterpalooza. So, if any. So,
I have no friends.
Yes.
Hunted, despised, sitting at home like a couch potato.
Whatever. Where's your bathroom? It's behind the door that says Kill Octopus. It's just a funny poster, okay?
Bullshit. Where do I piss? Fella, not in the tank.
After I'm done taking a whiz, I'm taking you back to the home country, you son of a bitch. Oh my god, Kill Octopus. Ah.
That's our version.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, get ready for 2 hours of this.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to bring in an extra guest, and usually it's just Laura, so...
So Halloween stuff. What do you want to talk about Halloween related? When was the last time you dressed up not for kinky pleasure or for video projects for like Halloween? Because you went to a party a few years ago, didn't you? Or last year?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 before the world ended, because we're, like I said, we're doing this podcast from beyond the grave.
Yeah.
My brother Miguel had a pretty elaborate Halloween party, and unfortunately the only costume available was the original version of the Crimson Weirdo costume, the one that I also used in our Mystery Science Theater fan films.
Mm-hmm. And of course you forgot to wear pants under the robe.
Oh, I think I was wearing long shorts, so you may be right there. So, but yeah. So yeah, I just went to this party. It was the only costume I have, and unfortunately it was one of those Halloween things where you had to show up in costume. At least that was supposedly the major rule. But yeah, there was always a couple of guys who showed up without costumes. So,
Well, they're scary enough.
yeah. So,
No effort on their part.
yeah, exactly. And it was kind of a mistake too, because there was a lot of like delicious dip, and I almost kind of ruined the costume by eating, chips.
I love cheese.
Yes. So, and by
Guacamole, hummus.
yes, and there's plenty of photos from that event, and I also have some video footage that I won't be making public anytime soon.
You, Raph, whenever you say that, you make yourself sound so damn suspicious. Oh, I've done this thing which none of you need to know about. Let me slide down the pole into my bat cave.
Yeah, but that was like, I think, one of the last times I actually honestly dressed up for Halloween. Although with that says, I think the last time I went trick-or-treating, officially in costume, because unofficially I stole candy from helpless children, and then I murdered their folks in the woods, because according to Brayton, I'm a big scary man.
See, now that part of your history you're all transparent about, but the rest of it's dire secrecy.
You have to steal the golden monkey before you can hear anything from me.
Pay no attention to the man in the crimson underpants.
Ryan Goji says, "What do you got to hide, Raph?" I got
Not
nothing.
much.
Hey.
I've seen it.
Oh my god.
It looks like a thumb with a happy face on it.
Just let's get to a clip, and it's a scene from like a thumb wars.
Obi-Wan Kenobi Galoni Baloney.
What a horrible name. Aunt Expendable and Uncle Dead.
Yeah. My favorite joke in all those, because those thumbwear movies, they're very, like, they're dumb funny, but they're actually kind of intelligently written in parts as just weird, absurdist humor.
You mean smartly silly, or secretly stupid on the outside but smart in the inside?
A happy middle.
Okay.
The center of that Venn diagram.
Okay.
But my favorite gag is just absolute absurdity. Something you or Ernie Kovacs would have come up with is in the Blair Witch Project parody, the Blair Thumb Project. They're like, "What is that outside?" It's that scene where they're all in the tent, and a big rubber shark comes in for no apparent reason and is never spoken again.
Oh my! I've only seen the Star Wars one. That's where I got the Aunt Expendable and Uncle Doomed.
Oh, yeah. I rented all of them from our local library when I was at Chitlin.
Okay, from your local library, because don't rent a half-an-hour video from Blockbuster.
The same library I rented Bible Man from when I was a stupid kid. It was around that same time.
Yeah. So was this when you were living in Canada or when you moved to America? Because either way, that's a dumb library. This
is right before I was committed to the insane asylum for renting Bible Man of my own free will.
Okay.
But no, because I don't know why I did. Anyway, that's not the point. The thumb things. There's Franken Thumb, the Thumb Father, Thumb Wars, the Thumb Witch Project, and Bat Thumb. Right? There's 5 of them. I don't think I'm missing anything.
Yeah, I think there was maybe.
Oh, and Titanic.
Yeah, Titanic one. So.
Yeah.
You know what's. Yeah, I've only seen the one that was based on Star Wars. Are these films readily available on, say, a streaming service such as Tubi?
They were on YouTube for years. You probably, with you could fling a dead cat and find it.
Okay.
Not recommended.
Yes.
Have the cat be alive first.
Indeed.
But no, they were made by Steve Odenkirk, no relation to Bob Odenkirk.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the guy who currently at least is most famous for making Kung Pao enter the
yes
chicken or cow or something. Which is that is currently available on I think free on YouTube. So
I watched that too. Now that was a video store rental at too young of an age, and I found the Matrix cow fight utterly hilarious. Hi, get it? Utterly hilarious.
Hey,
thank you.
Hipsy.
But no, speaking of Bob Odenkirk, that was the last time I dressed up for a Halloween party. Was as Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul. Very easy costume for me to do. I've got many tacky suits and ties. And that was at a college type party where I just sat quietly in the corner while other kids drank, and that was a gay old time. But yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Halloween's fun. Dress up if you can.
Yeah, well, that's the problem too. When you're low on money or you don't have enough time to, or the expertise to do a good costume. Like, I'm a great artist, but when it comes to props and costumes, I suck.
Improvise. You know what you do is you go as a character from generic movie who's just wearing a
Yeah,
t-shirt and jeans.
I
You
don't
happen
want
to
to
have.
go as Needry from Jurassic Park again. But I feel like
Oh, that's perfect.
yeah, that's like the easiest costume to do. But at this point, I want to save my money and not get a Dimetrodol. Actually, I don't know.
You have the narwhal. You could improvise with that.
Narwhal.
Recreate that scene.
Yeah, and I don't want to go as Dirty McCruption because it's such an obscure character, and I can't be Dirty McCruption 24/7. So, alternatively,
He lives inside you. He's your Mr. Hyde.
yeah. Alternatively, though, if I can find like a really good blue blazer, I would go as I would shave, put a little monocle in me, get some orangutan dolls, and then hanging on my back, and I'd become Dr. Mystico from the famous cartoon series Freakazoid. Have the casserole, Brayton. Yes.
It was Halloween. It was bound to happen.
Yeah, but no, getting back to what I was going to say, the last time I went trick-or-treating, though, I think I was roughly 13 or 14, and it was a deliberate final trick-or-treat. Maybe we were 12 or something, but me, my brother, and his friend James at the time, we decided that we were just going to have one last Halloween trick-or-treating with the younger kids, our youngest brother Gabe and some of our other cousins, and I think his younger brother or sister joined in. And for the last Halloween, I actually kind of went a little ambitious, and weirdly enough, I made my own costume. But here's the problem. Once again, Raph chooses an obscure character nobody recognizes. I went as Vase Face, a monster from the second season of Power Rangers, who is basically a vase brought to life into this weird white clothes ninja Yamato warrior thing.
Have you seen that Stephen King joke on Family Guy of it's a spooky lamp? Ooh, is that because Power Rangers to me, and I have to just totally derail your story just for a brief interlude. Is it just make any inanimate object sentient and boom, done? It seems like the cheapest, easiest way to go for them.
Yeah. In the second season, the big gag was that Lord Zed, being an evil sorcerer, brought random objects and animals and turned them into monsters. He brought objects to life and he turned normal animals and sometimes even people into monsters. And that was sort of his recurring thing throughout the whole second season and through the third season. Now that's kind of, in its own stupid fantasy way, kind of an intelligent explanation, because Brayton, I hate to tell you this, the Japanese are insane when it comes to their monsters of the week, because sometimes they'll try to explain why furniture is suddenly brought to life as a monster, but most of the time they don't. It's just, it's tradition, so there you go. The monster just has a furniture for a head for no reason. A perfect example is the series they were adapting from the second season of Power Rangers, Die Ranger, which was sort of a mystical Chinese-inspired martial arts series. And the villains.
I thought it was a Super Sentai snuff film.
Yeah, no. Die, Ranger, die, said many of the Power Ranger actors seeking better employment. So, no, Die. Okay, so in Die Ranger, I'm going to try and make this as simple as possible. The villains of that were the Gorma tribe, which were these ancient Chinese sorcerers who semi-human, but ultimately just bizarre creature sorcerers.
Ancient Chinese sorcerer, huh?
Indeed. Who were trying to take over the world in modern times. And even knowing the Die Ranger villains have very appealing designs, like the kind of monsters that would be easy to cosplay if you gave it a little extra effort, or easy enough to draw, there was no explanation given why these ancient Chinese sorcerers would suddenly just become modern-day objects. It'd be like if you and I went back in time to meet Julius Caesar, and he's pretty cool, but then somehow you or I offend him, and he gets so angry he transforms into a 200-foot-tall cell phone monster. And just as he's about to kill us, we ask, why did you transform into a cell phone monster? And Julius Caesar says, what's a cell phone, before he kills us? That's exactly the kind of thinking that goes on in a lot of Super Sentai shows. Because the first Super Sentai show, Go Ranger, back in like 75, I believe, all the villains were these masked cyborgs, and of course, being a slightly more comical series, these masked cyborgs, their masks would be based on all sorts of objects or concepts. So Yeah, so I guess when they were adapting Die Ranger, the Power Ranger team was like, "What the hell are we gonna do with this footage?" Oh, Lord Zed brings objects to life. Boom, there you go.
Thank you for crafting that web for me. Please return to your original story.
So I went as Vase Face, and it was a relatively easy costume to make. I got like one of those white overalls you wear when you paint. I made the face and cardboard, the face and his chest shield out of cardboard.
Yeah.
And and it's like in just black washer gloves too, since it's a fairly simple creature. So yeah, I had a good time going out with James and Miguel. Unfortunately, because we were so old, and yeah, we got like at least one or two drunken dads who were saying we were too old and were refusing to give candy to any of us, even the young ones we were escorting. So I think that was that was like the first true death of Halloween for us, when we met the drunken adults who, didn't.
I'm sorry. How old were you? Let me.
I think we were 13 or 14.
That's too old.
Yeah. Okay, we're probably 13 or 12 or something.
Well, no, you know what? I take that back, because I keep forgetting. My older nephew is 13 years old, and I still think of him as
tall.
I still think of him as 8 max.
Guy.
So, I guess that's okay.
Yeah,
But that would be a good cutoff, I think. That would be a good last year, regardless.
Yeah. And not only that, but it's like today you have people who are like in their 20s who are not even dressed up at all, and they just steal candy from, anywhere in any place. So, it's like things were a lot more innocent back then. But yeah, it was a little bit of a bittersweet final trick-or-treating Halloween. But then afterwards, you got the newer tradition of, giving out candy to kids and seeing some of the cool and creative weird costumes they get. Unfortunately, my neighborhood is in like a weird plateau, somewhere between one city in Los Angeles and another city in Los Angeles, so we technically don't exist.
I like to think you live on like a little peninsula, like a little plateau island. Sort of just
I
off
come
the
out of
bank.
the woods to attack Dr. Challenger.
No, you're like the only footage of you is like, those pictures you see online of like isolated tribes, and it's helicopter footage with them like pointing spears. That's what I imagine.
Like there's
Footage of the elusive Enshohma.
and there's like 18 of us just waving in like unison, so wearing like, I don't know, look at booby t-shirts. Oh my god!
Or just booby t-shirts, like the fake 6-pack ab shirts.
No, Warrior
King
King
Tammy Anderson's chest.
Yes, Warrior King has joined us. He says, "Hey, sorry I'm late. What I missed? Not much.
Not much.
Yeah, not much.
You missed the thrilling tale of Die Ranger and Vase Face.
Vase Face, yeah. But the cool,
which sounds like a William Castle creation. You in the audience will take home a Vase Face of your own. Watch it. Make sure it doesn't leap off your bedstand.
Indeed.
Nurses standing by.
Yeah, and if I was a thinner man, I would gladly do Vase Face over again. But unfortunately, yeah, he's a somewhat much more thinner character. So unfortunately, if I was to cosplay as a Power Ranger monster in the future, it would have to be one of the heavy set ones.
Yeah, like my grandiose costume days were when I was a little kid. Nowadays, I don't go trick-or-treating obviously anymore, but whenever I'm invited to a function, I try to think simplicity. Saul Goodman was an easy character because it's just a suit and I'm blonde.
Yes.
I can pull off the look well enough, so I kind of have to think of, I don't want to create like a whole mask for a one-night situation and I'm never going to wear it again, like I'm not going to have any further use for it.
To be fair, Brayton, if they ever did the adventures of Saul Goodman as a teenager, you'd probably be like too good casting, because not only do you look just like, a young Bob Odenkirk. What's the name of it?
There you go. Yeah.
I probably got the name wrong. You're just playing with me.
They already did an Adventures of Young Saul Goodman, though.
Yeah, one of the worst animated series of the year, according to many YouTube reviewers. But yeah, because
I like the crossover with the Black Dynamite cartoon that they did.
Did they really do a crossover with Black Dynamite?
No, but wouldn't that be grand?
Yeah, to be honest, I could totally see Saul Goodman like accidentally teleporting to the Black Dynamite universe.
And he has to defend Black Dynamite for ripping off limbs and throwing shit before he came in the room and all that.
I bet the evil Dr. Lee was in charge of that. So, oh god.
And he looked up at me with his little just crying Chinese eyes and said, "Why, Black Dynamite? Why?"
I like the Black Dynamite animated series, although it did go a little overboard.
But you know what? I do too. But you know what I mean when I say, Halloween kind of lost its luster for me, because like I have costumes now for the MST3K stuff. Like I got the jumpsuits and the Dr. Forrester gear and all that stuff. But like I can put those to further use. Like if I'm gonna make a big one night, dress up thing, it just seems like overkill for me to go all out with it when first off nobody else does.
Yeah,
and two, I'm gonna junk it later.
Yeah, that's how I feel about a lot of cosplaying as monsters. It's like, try to create an original monster so you can reuse it later on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but no, the thing was, for a while I had a lot of fun giving out candy to kids, but unfortunately we live so far off at the edge of Manhattan Beach and in an area that isn't even considered Manhattan Beach. We're like literally between two cities. That not many kids came all the way down here. But yeah, one of the best memories I had, because sometimes you see some of the kids would come in and with like very creative costumes, but the one that sticks out most to me in my mind was there was this little girl with her mother. They came up and she was like wearing like this huge see-through umbrella with a whole bunch of like masking tape things hanging from it and all that. And she had a hard time trying to fit on the doorstep because it's such a huge costume, right? And it's like, oh, it's a very elaborate costume there. And it's like I gave candy. And it's like they were very sweet and they left. But as she walked away, on the back of her costume was a big Post-it note saying, "I'm a jellyfish." And I just thought that was like one of the most...
And I thought that was brilliant.
It was. It's like...
Marry me. You called out as she ran off into the night.
No, she was a little kid, you sicko.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah, you dumb. I said kid and his mother. Darn it.
Oh, I thought you had said the mother walked away with a thing on. Okay. I got the roles mixed up.
I'm going to end this conversation early.
I thought you said the mother had the thing on her back.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, but no. I thought that was a pretty cute and funny costume. It was hilarious because I had no idea what the heck the little girl was dressed up as. And when it turned around, there was like the Post note saying, "I'm a jellyfish." It's like slapped my forehead, and it's like, oh, now it makes sense. So
and you didn't marry the mother.
No, I didn't marry the mother. Like I get the funny feeling though that
that's how I met your jellyfish.
Yes. I get the funny feeling that the costume was kind of made at the last minute, but they gave it the old college try. So, but yeah, even that is no longer like at the end in the last couple of years nobody comes down here anymore because I don't know, because there's probably better neighborhoods to go trick or treating. The kids usually stop trick or treating much earlier than usual, even if it's a weekend. So yeah, Halloween has lost a lot of its luster. But what was like the last major trick-or-treating thing for you, Brayton?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. I think I've told a story on here in our past streams about like when I dressed up as a mummy and stuff, and my dad would always help me out with costumes. It's all kind of a blur. Like the very last time I went trick-or-treating earnestly. Oh, okay, I remember. It was the last year of middle school. So I guess, yeah, that's not too far off from 13, 14. But no, I was the very generic vampire. And I dyed my hair with that crappy, like, black stuff you get from the store. And tried to do a Christopher Lee thing. Like, I didn't get, like, one of those cheap fabric-y capes or anything. It was, like, a whole ordeal. Right. I got a pretty nifty cape. I got the medallion and all that, separate props, not just the one suits all thing that I wore in one of our past things when I was a vampire. I got vampire pajamas now. Very cool. But no, that wasn't too bad of a thing. Like we didn't get a lot of bad looks from anybody for being too old, but I've definitely noticed you get less candy the more advanced you get in age. And I was never a candy guy to begin with. Like I love Starburst. I can't eat chocolate, so that takes a lot off the table, right? I like Starburst. I like Laffy Taffy. I like Twizzlers. But I just don't have a big sweet tooth. So really the big events were just, having a night on the town and, interacting with some of the other kids from school who I would see, trick-or-treating and whatnot. And it was just more of a fun sort of going out event for me rather than an excuse to rob the neighborhood of all their goodies. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
I remember too. I have fond memories of the school functions as well. Back when I don't know if they've gone away with the religious satanic panic that we were all in for a little while, or if they still have that, where public schools aren't allowed to have Halloween functions.
That's interesting because here in California, yeah, you could still see like on after school on a Halloween early afternoon, you still see a lot of kids and teenagers in their costumes. But you're right, there is this unfortunate movement happening around America where Halloween is now becoming even more hated and despised by, I don't know if it's the far right or the religious wackies at all. But yeah, it's Halloween's in trouble.
The same people who want prayer in school won't let me wear my Dracula cape for one day of the year. No, I remember kindergarten.
You think you got it tough? I have a whole costume made of dead baby puppets. I'm the dead baby pile man. I have like
that's all game, but my jellyfish comment wasn't. I'm got a costume made of dead babies. So
sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, if you have any like Halloween costumes you're very much proud of, let us know. AKA Warrior Keen and Goji Shay. So,
but anyway, a vivid memory I was trying to say was of kindergarten. I had a Batman Begins costume that I was a weird kid, and I'll prep this by saying I wore that Batman Begins costume quite a few times during the year out in public as a child. I wouldn't wear the full-on mask, but I'd wear like the little bodysuit, and it had the little very cheaply made red fabric under the arms, because he has that thing where the glider deal. And I wore that to my first Halloween school function that I can cognizantly remember. And
how young were you, by the way? Like 8 or even younger?
No, this was kindergarten, so I would have been 5.
Okay.
There are younger pictures of me, every baby's a fucking pumpkin at some point. There's a picture of me as a pumpkin, and there's another picture of me with my dad holding me as Woody from Toy Story. Yeah, I'll try. I can actually get that to you by the end of the night if you want that. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I do miss the good. Like I said, I just miss the atmosphere and the festivity of it. That's why I like going to Halloween parties now that I'm invited to, minus the drinking because I don't do that.
Yeah.
But socializing on the day where everything is spooky, that's nice. Having little cutout ghost cookies, that's cool.
Yeah. So now I just have to ask you: when you had little Batman costume, would you wear it on days that weren't Halloween?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I wore it a little too much.
Okay, so I'll just let you know this. One of the costumes I wore, I think I was like maybe 5 or 6 years old. That was the Halloween of double costumes. Because for trick-or-treating, Mom had us, it was her wish, had me, my brothers, and our cousin Becky dress as the cast of The Wizard of Oz. But as a sort of, in retrospect, I would have accepted it, but, back then it was like, I want to dress as what I want to dress. So as compromise for the school thing, they made a second pair of costumes. For the school function, Miguel went as Super Mario, which was a very easy costume. I, however, was my first Godzilla costume. Again, Dad got one. I don't know how we got one of those paint overalls, the expendable ones. We got one of those, made a little tail, even made like a whole head. But it was kind of the inaccurate version of Godzilla, so I looked more like a crocodile man.
Killer Croc!
Yeah, in like bright green or something. But needless to say, that costume lasted a while, and I just had fun walking around the backyard in a Godzilla costume. Just, I think, like, not torturing the dog, but chasing the dog or something. Or like, Godzilla.
Yeah, I would do that because I wasn't like I wouldn't say I was a freak, even in retrospect, but the Batman Beyond...
You're amongst like-minded people, don't worry. Hey,
no, the top... The top was definitely a regularly cycled through piece of my wardrobe. And I had friends in the neighborhood who had a Barbie car that I would drive around with. Yes. That's a story for another day. But I would chase them like up and down the sidewalk with my wings flapping like I was a Rodin or something in the Batman costume. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This is why I was committed.
Yes. No, when you're that young, go ahead and play the wacky costumes and whatnot.
I'm Batman. It was that scene.
I'm Batman, yeah. So yeah, our friend Wynn is in the chat. She says, funny you mentioned Power Rangers earlier. I got to be the Pink Ranger in Halloween in the 4th grade. And also, hey. So yeah, so hey Wynn, how you doing? And oh, by the way, Wynn, we will be doing another Halloween stream later in this month, and I would like you to come aboard if possible. But that'll be at nighttime, so or early evening. We'll see what happens. And then Warrior King says, believe it or not, in my youth and at my request, my mom made me a Plexton costume, one of the Megavirus monsters from Superhuman Cyber Squad, aka the show that Kilocon showed up from. His powered-up cyborg self, no less. Steam cannons and all. Warrior King, that's even crazier and more amazing than my Vase Face costume. I gotta see that if any photos survived. So, yeah, so Brayton... So Warrior King just admitted that he was Plexton, one of the coolest fire monsters in Japanese movie history. I went as Vase Face. Did you ever dress up as like a really elaborately obscure character not known by the mainstream folks?
No. Gosh, I don't know. Let me think. Like, because the big things that I remember right off the bat. Mm-hmm. I've mentioned before I was a wrestling fan when I was a kid, so I went as the Undertaker one year. I guess wrestling is niche, that could count. I went as very ill-advised. I went as Barack Obama when he was running for president.
Please tell me. No,
I wore a mask.
Okay,
I was wearing those those gag president's masks they have at Spirit Halloween stores.
Okay.
And I kept my hands in my pockets most of the time. What else? Oh, okay, yeah. I went as Pai Mei one year from the Hong Kong Kung Fu movies and Kill Bill Volume 2.
Hey, that's a good one.
Yeah, well, that was during my early adolescent Tarantino phase.
And then there's some there's some race bending we can get behind, Brayton.
God, yeah, I was like Peter Sellers, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Or what's his face from Tony Randall?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tony Rand. Oh yeah, that's right. Seven Faces of Dr. Lau. Yeah. I defend that movie. It's like there's worse examples of Yellowface, and his character is so endearing that even when he goes into the weird, Chineseism, so to speak, it's not that bad. It's like there's.
And then I was Mr. Yoshi the next year from Breakfast at Tiffany's, and that got a lot of odd looks.
Give me candy. What I know means you'll go rightly. Oh.
Oh God, we're not being racist. We're making fun of racists by being racist. What?
It's transformative.
Yes. Oh God, there was a lot of really messed up stuff back in Hollywood. It's like thank goodness, thank goodness they were starting to kind of appreciate real Asian actors. So we actually saw Asian actors play Asian characters in TV and movies. Do you think Breakfast at Tiffany's was the turning point when people were like, oh, we can't keep this up anymore?
Yes, that was the straw that broke the Ricochet's back.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. A quick comment from Goji Shea says, one of my favorite costumes when I was a kid was a green alien with bled green blood in the mask from a little fake heart I had hidden in my costume that I would pump the blood. Hey. And
that's horrifying.
Yes. And I thought
I would tell you that I had like a weird fear because I would that would always be like a very exciting time for me when the Spirit Halloween stores would open up. Mm-hmm. And I would like go through the aisles. But I will confess, I had this weird like fear of the adult costumes that were always hung up on the top shelf, like your pinheads and stuff. And like the leather gimp masks and everything.
Now,
I always didn't
venture
talking
about
towards
like the horror based costumes for the adults, or like the
no, that's what I mean.
Popeye costumes.
Not those ones. Those ones I didn't really pick up on until later. I thought they were just dumb inflatable goof suits. Mm-hmm. But the horror based, like, your elaborate pinhead and I don't know, Chucky type of stuff. Mm-hmm. I always got freaked out by that. I was a little wuss. And like the stores were always dimly lit, so it was already a spooky atmosphere to begin with. It was like stepping into a Spencer's Gifts.
Mm-hmm.
Thing and going into the back corner.
Oh my God, I remember Spencer's Gift. Oh my God, we are old.
Well, it's just called Spencer's now, where I'm at.
Okay.
And they're still in little strip areas in the mall here.
Right. It's impossible to find them in the yellow pages because you'll just get a guy named Spencer who happens to have a glowing magic ball.
You know who you could find in the yellow pages?
Ooh.
Mickey Rooney.
knew you were going to do something like that. All right. And Wynn says, I like Peter Sellers as Sidney Wang from Death at a Funeral. The lampoons the famous detectives as was done so well. And Warrior King says, definitely the Plexen costume he means. Definitely one of the best costumes I ever wore as a kid. Not sure if I have any pics of it, but I will check with my folks. I do remember having fun making the head with my mom out of cardboard. I'm like, maybe I should just go as like, since I can make like a really crappy, if I'm asked to go to another Halloween party with my, since my sister-in-law, Krista, her birthday lands near Halloween. So their Halloween party is also a birthday party. But yeah, I just realized I could take some cardboard and do like a really crappy version of Woodman from Mega Man 2, since I look kind of like the character.
Something to strive for.
Yes. Yeah, I'll just have to, unfortunately, the only thing is I'll have to cut a bunch of fake leaves and just throw them at everybody when I'm at the parties. Eat leaves, I'm Woodman. So, and then, yeah. So, Brayton, I've decided to move our conversation to Castle Night Alo, our secret castle in the middle of Romania. Isn't it interesting?
Are you doing a visual gag?
Yeah, visual gag on the screen.
Oh wow, look at that. It's so dank.
Yeah, so yeah,
we're dingy and
we're seeing it from
there
one
are
of the
bats.
guest rooms, yes. So,
oh boy.
Yeah.
The shivers down my spine.
Indeed. So, and then Wynn says they sell a lot of anime and music merch like Hot Topic, but they sell quite a bit of not safe for work memorabilia. Oh yeah. Like sexy Popeye costumes. So Brayton.
So Raph.
Is it okay? So you asked me to have a repeat of this conversation before we get into the movie talks, which is something we usually do with these just you and me Halloween shows.
Oh yes, I'd like you to make your public address here if you could.
Okay. Okay,
I'll keep quiet.
Okay, let me correct the nickel. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. All right. So I have a bit of a public apology to make because I think I may have on the record, or at least amongst friends, made very extreme kind of hateful rhetoric towards this particular branch of fiction in the past. But I think I kind of owe the Scooby Doo franchise an apology. Okay, so with that said, the Scooby Doo franchise isn't that good, but I do have to kind of give it a little bit of respect because recently I went down a kind of Scooby Doo rabbit hole trying to research actual giant monsters in the franchise because, you know, I'm crazy like that. And it's like, and it took me down like a YouTube channel that dedicates itself to like Scooby Doo lore and behind the scenes information. And I also think, I don't know if I saw it on the same channel or elsewhere, but suddenly a lot of the things were clicking on why Scooby-Doo is the way it is. Because growing up as a kid, I always thought, like, this was, like, really stupid little baby Enshohma logic going on. I always watched Scooby-Doo expecting, at least in one episode, they were going to come across a real monster. Not realizing that's the episodic conceit of the show. And you got to remember, back then, Scooby-Doo in, like, the early 90s or late 80s, used to air all the time on television, so it wasn't a thing where I wasn't waiting a week to see what the next episode was. It's like there was at least like I think 2 Scooby-Doo episodes playing back to back on like TBS in the afternoon or something, or our local Channel 9, because I used to play a lot of cartoon shows after school. And like a little kid, I was pretty dumb, thinking it's like, oh, when are they gonna fight a real monster? Come on! So. And of course, there was also like Fox 11 would often play the Scooby-Doo made-for-TV movies from the 80s and 90s that Hanna-Barbera made, which they would constantly air in, you know, all the time. I think, you know, wait a month, there was like Jetsons versus the Flintstones or Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School. And it's like, yeah, that had real monsters, but it was so kind of overly comical and silly, it didn't really help matters. But then it's like doing the weird research on Scooby-Doo, I realized that it was a deliberate choice, at least in the original couple of shows, to have the monsters be fake, to be criminals, for 2 major reasons. One, it kind of ties back to the old tradition, which back then was still kind of relatively fresh in baby boomers' minds, of gothic horror revealing that
Senator Cruz, this is not the proper use of a filibuster. Will the senator yield?
Damn it! Okay, let's bring in Senator Scrappy Doo. He wants to kick me out.
Chamber, if I may. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
A word from Senator Speedbucky. Well, where are you going to get into me being in charge of the Congress? I didn't give blowjobs at the Beetlejuice concert. Muttley's here too.
Like zoinks, I did not inhale.
I doubt it.
That's an old school political reference for you kids.
Okay. So back in the 20s, 30s, and whatnot, a lot of movies dealing with the gothic or, were mostly just mystery films that happened to have a bit of a supernatural bent, but there was no real supernatural stuff to it because, it turned out the monster was just a criminal with an elaborate plan. In fact, when you think about it, the Phantom of the Opera is very much in that same tradition, but he's more of a deformed supervillain who just happens to be pretending to be a ghost. And a lot of his magic are just, sleight of hands. But again, he's still a murderous super genius.
But he's a fake son of a bitch, and everybody should call him out for his foolishness.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
His chicanery.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done a skit where he's attending a monster mash, and all the other monsters are like, "Yeah, what? You got nothing special behind you." He just pulls out a gun and shoots.
But watch my thumb.
And then Frankenstein's like, "Oh my god, thumb bad!" He just jumps out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mad Monster Party 2? Question mark.
Indeed, Electric Boogaloo. There was no Phantom of the Opera in that movie. Wow. Okay, but yeah,
Couldn't afford him.
Yeah, so I think that was largely. On one hand, you can kind of see that as a massive cop-out. Nobody wanted to deal with straight supernatural elements because they thought it may have been too scary for the religious folks in the audience, which is one of the reasons why Bela Lugosi's Dracula was such a big deal in the day, because, he was an actual freaking vampire. But not only was Scooby-Doo originally inspired by that kind of old mystery, spooky mystery conceit, for lack of a better term, the creators of Scooby-Doo, I don't know if it was Hanna-Barbera or the Ruby Spears duo who worked closely with Hanna-Barbera, or just the whole team in general, they wanted to teach the kids a valuable lesson by showing that, don't be superstitious, don't be, constantly afraid of the supernatural. Sometimes there's a logical explanation behind otherwise illogical things. Granted, it was an episodic show made in the 70s, and it was very formulaic, with, it's just another criminal with a monster. Sometimes they would alter the formula a little bit in the first couple of seasons. Like, the monster is actually an old lady who's trying to save her barn. Or, the monster is actually an intelligent robot who was pretending to be a monster. So, yeah. But, of course, as a kid, I didn't even realize that. I was like, I want them to fight a plesiosaur that shoots lasers from its butt. That was basically a little Enshohma.
That's basically the big Enshohma until 2 months ago when you realized you were wrong.
Yeah. So in a sense, explaining the supernatural is sort of a good lesson for kids back then. Unfortunately, Scooby-Doo has kind of weirdly altered or shifted back and forth between them actually dealing with real supernatural elements and not dealing with supernatural elements. And I think currently it's kind of a scary time because when Scooby-Doo does meet supernatural elements, it's not like a neat little exception to the rule or like a kind of a major event. It's done mostly because it's a corporate decision. Because it's interesting how Warner Brothers wanted to go back to classic Scooby-Doo to sell more of the movies and television series to, parents growing up and kids who are more familiar with the classic formula. So experimentation where, there would be a bunch of fake villains, but every once in a while you got a real monster or a weird supervillain in the mix. The shows and movies would constantly go back to, it's all fake. It was all easily explained, to a point that Warner Brothers would almost insultingly insist on retroactively making sequels that made the real supernatural entries in the Scooby-Doo franchise completely fake. Like Mystery of Zombie Island. That's often considered one of the best pieces of Scooby-Doo media ever made. But then there was a really crappy sequel a couple years ago called Return to Zombie Island, where they just completely retcon everything and saying, oh yeah, the zombies, the cat people, the ghosts, all those were fake. It's like, really? It's okay, that's like that's even more insulting than everyone forgetting about the Ghostbusters in less than 5 years in New York. Even though, we know New Yorkers are pretty forgetful. But when they do meet supernatural elements today, it's usually crossover media where it's like, oh, yeah, of course, these Batman villains who are technically spooky monsters, they have to be 100% real because we can't ruin the Batman brand. Or it's like, oh yeah, of course Scooby Doo is going to go meet a Cartoon Network character who is supernatural. It's like, kind of goes against the weird thinking. So yeah, there is a bit of that corporate mind speak that, I really don't like about a lot of modern day filmmaking and storytelling. But with that says, I'm going to stop because me rambling on for like a good 10 to 15 minutes.
No, keep going.
You son of a bitch. Actually, I've never met your mom. She's probably a nice person. You bastard.
And here's how I never met your mother.
Guess what, everybody? I'm a freaking nerd. But yeah, like now.
He's only a quarter of the way through, folks.
Yeah. Don't worry, we'll be answering questions pretty soon and reading comments. But yeah, I had to basically put that out on the line. Like, the Scooby Doo thing, like, I can see the major appeal with the characters, and it is sort of comfort food, and sort of like a kid's introduction to, like, gothic and monsters and scariness, because without Scooby Doo, I wouldn't really have come to appreciate a lot of the weird monster movies that would air on AMC and TNT's Monster Vision and TBS when I finally got into that genre proper. But yeah, it's currently, though, it's a little bit of a scary mixed bag. Like, granted, there's some series like Guess Who Scooby Doo that takes the silly idea of like Scooby Doo meeting a special guest star character and actually kind of playing around with the concepts, while still being like tongue in cheek and not being too overly insulting about it. Like, there was a really good episode where they visited Malcolm McDowell and, the actor from Clockwork Orange, and he's trying to open his own time travel amusement park, and it's a pretty funny episode, all things considering. But yeah, with that says, though, I really don't like how current Scooby-Doo doesn't really play with the formula that much, unless, of course, it's from, orders from up high. And are you starting to laugh?
It's Scooby-Doo! I don't like how the corporate mind speak and the formula has been it's so tripe now. No, Raph, I want to congratulate you. I'm glad you took this time. It took a lot of courage to walk that back. And I will hold your hand and, say, to hell with the rest. To hell with the haters. You said your piece. Now you want to convince us why you think that Ultra Q is a better program than the X-Files? Do you want to disclose that information for all of us?
I have to revisit the X-Files and Ultra Q to create that argument. But to be perfectly honest, I respect both shows for what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But one has more monsters than others.
Oh, it's better because the plesiosaur with laser butts, so...
Actually, there was a plesiosaur episode in X-Files, so...
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay. So, let's see what the heck people are saying in the comments. Goji Shea says, does racist yellowface stuff affect your enjoyment of the talons of Wang Cheyenne, Raph? Yes and no, but that's a whole other argument for the Wang Cheyenne apology that I plan on doing. Does
racist Asian stuff affect your Wang?
No, but it affects my wrong. Wong. God, I ruined that one. Hey, Wrath, if you're... Hey, Wrath. Somebody called me Wrath. Warrior King says, hey, Wrath, if you're rich enough to buy a castle in Romania, can I borrow $1,000? I promise to pay you back. And I probably give you, like, not $1,000. I'll give you, like, half $1,000.
You can borrow 12 buccarinos, bozo.
And I give you... Yeah, and then he follows up saying, I'd give you hell for hating Scooby-Doo, but we live in a world where Velma show exists. Oh, yeah, okay, we won't talk about the Velma show. I've not seen it, but I've seen enough clips and arguments towards and for it and against it to know that it's a pretty bad show and is another example of corporate nonsense.
I've heard it's abysmal. But having said all of this, No one's forcing you to watch the Velma show.
No, I'm not watching the Velma show.
No, I'm speaking towards outrage, because I know that it's probably absolutely atrocious, but you can just not watch and not care about it. I mean, that is an option.
I think
it's not a matter of grand importance.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I think the majority of people who started pooping on the Velma show were people who didn't even bother watching it. They were just angry that Velma was now a Hindi lesbian.
Yeah. And I'm not like yelling at the commenter or whatever. I'm just saying the absolute abundance, because that was such a huge like internet hate movement a year ago. Was thousands and thousands of video essays and Ben Shapiro whining at his desk about the new Velma stuff. I mean, don't watch the thing. I'm sure it sucks, but it's Scooby Doo and it's not for you.
Yeah. That should be the name of the next series. Scooby Dooby Doo, not for you.
Not for you.
Just censor bars everywhere.
Scooby Dooby Doo, too hot for TV.
Yes. Too hot for you. Anyways, but it has to rhyme, Brayton. So Scooby Doo taking a poo.
Nana nana boo boo.
We got a lot of censor bars.
Did you say Scooby Dooby Doo taking a poo?
Yes.
And the intro is just them like waiting patiently as Scooby squats in the bushes. And Fred goes over there with a little pooper scooper.
Oh my. Like that weird animation where he's just like, grooving towards the poo-poo. But there's
no weird walk cycles.
Yes, exactly. So Scooby's
you have like those weird unsettling close-ups of the monsters looking at him taking a poo from the other bushes.
Yeah, except for Harry the hypnotist, he's actually enjoying it.
Oh,
he's the clown who flies. So
yeah, stinker.
Anyway, but no, the thing, I really can't take most people seriously anymore because they just hate things for superficial reasons.
Yeah.
And even knowing Velma did turn out to be a pretty venomous show, a very hateful modern comedy show, like, they were clearly trying to chase the Rick and Morty crowd with it. I can't. You're right. It's like if you don't like it, don't watch it. And
I hate that. And by the way, too, I'll side in saying that I hate that brand of animation where it's just crude shock humor.
Yes.
And it's funny because they happen to be cartoon characters. So yeah, I'm not saying the hate isn't totally unwarranted in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
It's just it almost seemed like mob mentality was the thing that was upsetting.
Mob mentality with a bunch of fanatics who don't even bother watching the thing. But with that says, again, the Velma show was another case of corporate mind speak, where clearly Warner Brothers was getting a lot of success from its Adult Swim lineup, most notably Rick and Morty, a show that I've honestly come to despise in a couple of years. I tried giving it a chance. It's too mean-spirited for my likings. But yeah, I get the feeling it's like, hey, Family Guy is getting more and more extreme. Rick and Morty is making a lot of money. We're still doing good with those Super Jail reruns. Let's put, an adult version of Scooby Doo, that kind of crap.
Yep.
But yeah, no, with that says, that I had to think about the Scooby Doo genre because it's all about context, Brayton. And with that says, I will get off the Scooby.
Get off your little Scooby Doo Scooby Snacks soapbox.
Yes, but yeah, let me read some of these comments. So, Warrior King says you'd probably like Scooby Doo on Zombie Island and The Witch's Ghost Raft. Yeah, those movies were the ones that really got me to think about Scooby Doo when I was in my early adult years. And then Wynn's like, oh my God, laughs at all the Scooby Doo talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just you said another thing that made me giggle on the inside. I just can't take people seriously, and us over here in our clown suits sitting talking about Scooby Doo. But no, I my little history with it. I was a big Scooby Doo kid. And I used to have my dad buy me all of the DVDs, the direct to DVD. Well, I guess it was What's New Scooby Doo era, like early 2000s.
Oh yeah, that's when they started leaning back into everything is fake, minus a couple of oddball exceptions.
I remember vividly the Vampire Rock Band one and the Monster of Mexico and the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh, that one, the Loch Ness Monster one is actually pretty good. I'm not saying that because there's like multiple robot dinosaurs and a real Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah. And I would watch Cyber Chase repeatedly and play the video game, so I have that little history too.
What you played the video game? Okay, now I'm impressed.
No, I had a kid friend who had I guess that was PlayStation 1 back then. I can't remember. PlayStation 2, I don't know. But I would go over to their house and they would fail to teach me how to play co-op stuff. I remember vividly Spyro, which is a little purple dragon. We played that a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I have history, just not good history or memorable history. But that's my Scooby Doo experience. And you know what happened? Eventually I stopped watching Scooby Doo because my balls dropped. And then I went on with my life.
And then you started watching Jabberjaw like a real man.
I know. I'm a total turncoat. Jabberjaw. Me and the what was this band's name? I can't remember what.
Audience, help us out. What was the name of the band in Jabberjaw?
What was his little band of geeks called?
Yeah, hold on. We got the internet. It's like you're probably gonna find out on the phone before I do. So,
is it like the Sonars or something? I don't remember.
No, hold on. We'll find out. Not Jabberwocky, Jabberjaw. Hold on. That's the one thing I hate. The microphone always gets in the way when I'm trying to type.
That's the one thing you hate?
There's a lot of things I don't like. Well, yeah, I know Jabberjaw is a great white shark computer. We're trying to find out the band. The Neptunes.
That's it.
It's such a simple name. So, okay, let me see if somebody in the audience actually no, they didn't. Okay. Let me read some of these quick comments since our friends in the chat area don't want to be too bored after that little Scooby Doo rant. Ace says, oh wait, no, Goji Shay says, Ace, if you're watching this in the future, I apologize on behalf of Raph. Oh, is Ace a big fan of Scooby Doo?
Is he?
Okay.
He does that little a plug for his podcast. He does a cryptid podcast, so I guess that would line up.
Oh yeah, that's right. It is a pretty fun listen to. They're trying to get me on board, but it's like they wanted me to do an episode talking about the Yeti monsters from X-Men, and it's like I'm the wrong guy to go for X-Men.
They were inviting me on to talk about Lost Tapes, that wonderful television show that I have a lot of nostalgia for.
Yeah, I would. Oh yeah, that's right. You have seen Lost Tapes, so.
That was another, because I was a scared little wussy of a child. I would watch that and actually be frightened. And now I see episodes and I'm like,
laughing your ass off. Yeah.
Well, not even laughing my ass off. Just like, how is this even entertaining? It's so banal.
Yeah. And so like the first season is so cheaply produced. It's like, they don't even show the monsters. It's like, it's literally the entertainment, the spoof of like scary mystery programming you see in like The Simpsons, where they're shaking bushes and maybe have a guy in a Bigfoot costume come out. John, you're still wearing a watch. Ah, damn it. Yeah. Lost Tapes is like the real world equivalent of that. And I told you the story about my mom and the devil lizard, right?
And that's how she met your father.
Okay, so there's one episode of Lost Tapes called Devil Lizard, which is actually based on the Megalania, which is a real world giant Komodo dragon, even bigger than the Komodo dragons we have today. We're talking, suckers like 3 times longer and taller than a Komodo dragon. They used to exist in Australia. They were a real animal. Well, there's still reports that the Megalania is still alive in the outback, so to speak. So that's sort of an Australian cryptid.
You have the Megalania in the outback, and that's not the movie that Jason Statham is fighting a big monster in?
Well, people like sharks better than a giant Komodo dragon.
Sharks are overplayed.
Yeah. Okay, so anyways, so they did this one episode of Lost Tapes where supposedly this American documentary filmmaker is trying to do his own reality show, similar to like Wild Man or something. Those Discovery shows where a guy goes out in the woods and lives off the land for like a week or two. Mm-hmm. So he goes off into the outback, which is clearly just a bunch of woodland area in Pasadena. And it's late at night, so you don't have to. So it's just him, his camera light, and a bunch of bushes. And apparently he's being stalked by the Megalania, or as they call it, the Devil Lizard, because it's a better name. And it's so ridiculously embarrassing. It's just a guy, like, he gets bitten off camera by the Megalania, and this creature is big enough to eat him in one gulp. So the fact that it bit him to poison him and to watch him, stalk him, it's a little ridiculous. If you can't afford the lizard, don't do it. But yeah, he ends up dying, and he's pulled off camera by the unseen Megalania. And here's the funny thing: that episode aired. I think that episode aired once, like at 3 a.m. And my mom was watching it at 3 a.m. because she's,
Oh my god.
and she had no context of what's going on at all. She didn't know it was a fake series. She didn't know it was. She honestly thought it was real.
I fell into that trap. I think.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I could totally differentiate between reality and bullshit at that age. When it's presented, because there are no frills about it being a staged program that I can recall. I think there's a disclaimer at the end of the episodes or something.
Right.
But no, it was an odd sort of deal, because they even had like quote unquote experts on there and talking heads intercut and little hokey history lessons about each new character they brought on.
If Bigfoot was real, he would so totally murder mobsters.
And DB Cooper.
Yes, indeed. DB Cooper versus the giant sky jellyfish.
Yeah, versus the honky vacation house.
So my mom, so early that morning when I woke up, just to use the restroom, something, she came to me. It's like, Raph, I need to ask you a serious question. Is the Megalania real? And it's like, what? The devil lizard. What? I saw a man get killed by the devil lizard last night on a show called Lost Tapes. And it's like, I started laughing out loud, and I grabbed her and gave her a big hug, and it's like, what? Why are you laughing at a man's death? And it's like, no, mom, it's a monster movie show. It's not real. Oh, thank God.
Your mother's a great audience. When did you have to tell her there was no Santa Claus?
There is a Santa Claus, Brayton. What are you talking about?
Oh, he's just an anti-Semite.
I'm him. Bum, bum, bum. Lost Tapes with Brayton Connor.
Do they ho among us?
It's as you with a flashlight on the roof. It's like, I hear something. Ho, Brayton. Oh my God, we could easily do our own spoof of Lost Tapes.
Yeah, because it was a very, very cheaply made program.
Yeah, it's
all of it found footage, clearly. So, and that's always the cheapest route to go in horror.
It doesn't even have to be a full 20. Well, we could make it a full.
You don't even have to be here. I could film it alone, and you just do voiceover underneath a blanket, like you're on the roof.
Oh yeah, I can get Miguel to reprise his role as Professor Gonzo, going like, "Listen, this Santa Claus guy is a killer. He'll fucking kill you, man."
He ran over a grandmother with a reindeer.
And then so, like, we can cut to like astronaut.
And then cut to like gritty, like gory police crime scene photos. With like the yellow caution tapes.
Oh my God, Brayton, we could do like a fan episode of Lost Tapes about Killer Santa Claus. It's like I'll even dress up as Santa Claus and do like very like brief appearances of me coming at the camera with a flashlight on me.
Yeah,
like,
have someone talk about the odd Nordic like tradition, the sketchy sort of Krampus stuff. Mix that in the stew.
Oh my God, that would be hilarious. Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we don't even have to be in the same room. It'll be so darkly lit and just with the editing.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We don't have to be. We can film. You don't even have to film anything. You can just go ho ho, and I can reuse that like 50 times.
The house was attacked by. No one found any survivors except for the survivors that were eventually found later.
Slow motion black and white footage, close up of me smiling.
Mm-hmm, exactly. This would be one Christmas they never forgot. Virginia.
Ginger
Tapes.
dead.
Now stay tuned for crack addicts and wiener dogs.
Crack addicts and wiener dogs. That's a Limp Bizkit album.
Yeah. Okay, let me read these comments. Our audience is waiting. Okay. Wynn says, wow, it's been a while since I heard the Brayton play the elephant walk. And then Doomzilla has joined us. And then Wynn says, Spyro was a jam. I would recommend the remastered trilogy. Okay. And then Warrior King says, Spyro rules. Played all the original games back in the day. Brave the Reignited trilogy games too. And then Warrior King says, who knew? I knew who Jabberjaw was, Raph. Nuck Nuck. Didn't recall the name of his band, though. Riveting. And then Warrior King goes like, Megalania is coming at you. But yeah, that was, it's funny. There was a brief time.
Joseph Mangalania.
Oh, damn it, Brayton. There was a brief time where I honestly thought they killed real life people. They honestly killed people in real life for like foreign films. Because, it was like a weird time in my life where everyone was telling me, oh yeah, the Japanese don't care about how many people they kill on set. Oh. So it's like, oh my God, you mean the opening of Cyber Ninja, they murdered all those people? But then I realized, I've seen those same stunt actors multiple times. So it's like telling somebody that the henchman and Johnny Sacco and his giant robot are like always constantly being killed in real life. But it's the same guy with the same beatnik haircut who's constantly getting crushed by giant robo in every episode. And he's supposed to be a quote-unquote different character.
Yeah, it really makes you think, don't it?
Yeah. So Megalania. So Santa Claus.
Welcome to Megalania and a Super Cyber Smackdown. It's Enshohma as Face versus Santa Claus. Oh yeah. Just pipe in like, fuck that noise.
What?
Screw the real life Nordic mythology crap. Just present the mythology of the Mexican Santa Claus movie as fact and real belief.
Oh my God, we can get Gabe as astronaut Gabe, and he's like being interviewed, and it's like, I'll tell you, man, when I was traveling in space, I saw him in his crystal palace.
Yeah, Ty didn't have footage of the recently unveiled flying saucer footage and present that as his sleigh.
Exactly. Or it's like these are satellite photographs of his crystal palace somewhere off in Venus.
It's a very easy program to produce. I don't know how they ever canceled it.
It would be, yeah, we just got to do a very simple script, some editing, some like really crappy lighting. It's like I'll have to dress up as Santa Claus, unfortunately.
Some of them were quite effective, though. Like the ones that really stick out of my mind are the Sasquatch one, the Bigfoot one. I think it's kind of a well presented like stalker movie, or one of them anyway. Because I think there were several like Bigfoot episodes, if I recall. I don't, but one of them is like this lady being just like stalked and photographed by a guy who's a poacher, I guess.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he ends up like hung up in his own trap, and they think the Bigfoot did it. Or, I don't think they show the creature at all, one hair in that episode. But
yeah, it's funny. The one episode that stuck out with me, I think the ones where they actually had a monster prop were definitely the better ones, because you could see.
The Jersey Devil one was like they used that in the intro, right? With the
and that
coming through the door.
That is a generally like memorable moment. Not exactly shocking. It's still cheesy, but it's a very memorable moment where you just see these two huge goat legs just come in through the door, like, I'm ready to hurt people.
Tor goes home.
Oh no. But that's right. He was supposed to be a satire, a
centaur, and we know how much you love those.
No, I'm not going to do the bit with you, Brayton. I'm already too weirded out. But no, it's funny. I think the episode of Lost Tapes that really stuck out to me is they did an episode on vampires, and I thought it was going to be like, oh yeah, typical vampires, but they decided to be a little more imaginative. So the vampire was this weird humanoid rat creature that was living in the walls of a newly moved in renovated house. And there's one element about the episode that kind of sucks because it pulls you out of the believability. But for the most part, it's actually a pretty interesting. It would have made like a really good low budget horror movie in its own right, where you discover that there's this truly inhuman vampire who's living inside the walls of the house. And then the makeup effect for the vampire was actually pretty good too. So it's like they didn't go like he was like a mass. What's that terminology? Where you're like thin, but you have like a big weird belly at the same time. Emasculated.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. It's okay. Audience, help us out with our vocabulary.
Emanciated. No,
emaciated. Yes, emaciated. Yeah, it's emaciated, but it's done in like a realistic form that you can believe this to be some kind of like weird giant humanoid rodent creature. And
it's not emancipated because that's like a legal child thing.
Yes. But yeah, it was like very good creature effects on it. There was one element about it that brought me out of the whole thing, because at one point they hire an exterminator to get rid of what they assume is a raccoon living in the basement or living
emaciated.
Emaciated. Okay, emaciated is the word.
No, emaciated.
emaciated.
Eated.
Emaciated. That's our word for the night, folks. Emaciated. Yay! The one part that kind of sucked, though, is they hire an exterminator because they're under the assumption it's just a very large raccoon living in the walls. And of course, he ends up getting killed by the vampire and eaten. And unfortunately, that kind of brings out a lot of... That's, like, before it was kind of believable, like in a chance encounter with a dangerous creature, vampire or otherwise. But when they start dropping bodies on the floor, it's like, okay, there's no way in hell you're going to air this on even a crappy Discovery Channel owned channel like the Animal Planet would show people honestly getting killed live on camera. There'd be like some editing or something. So yeah, it does kind of take you out of the believability. Not to say that it was believable to begin with, but you were kind of buying into it a little bit. But yeah, no, I remember the Bigfoot episode. The Jersey Devil episode was actually pretty good. You know, and the Vampire in the Wall. I think they may have done another episode with vampires, but it was more traditional humanoid vampires. And of course, because the show was so cheap, they had to film it in daylight, so the vampires were attacking in daylight. That doesn't really make sense. Lost tapes.
Should have stayed lost.
Yeah, the series does have like a big fan following, though, so we'll probably find every episode on like archive.org.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're all up there,
Yeah.
I believe.
Oh my god. I wish October was a little longer. There'd be so many live watches we could do.
Well, do you want to hint towards the live watch that we are going to do?
Oh yeah, this coming Sunday for
Not that one, but I mean, yes, obviously this Sunday, we're doing Theater of Blood. Vincent Price.
Join Vincent Price as he hosts his Halloween special on Thanksgiving.
Yes.
With a drugged out Dorothy Gale. Horror.
Yeah, I heard Bill Hader tell the story of he actually went out to a brunch with Vincent Price's daughter. And
please
he was amazed because the whole time that they were there, she was a very sweet lady and, told him a lot about her dad and how much of a sweet guy he was.
Mm-hmm.
But like he was taken by the fact that she didn't really look anything like Vincent Price until she finally got the check and she looked at the check and her eyebrow sort of did the Vincent Price raise thing. And he was like, oh my God, splitting image.
Okay, the real question is, it must have been a terrifying restaurant to eat at if it's that expensive.
Cobwebs and
yeah, because
it's theming.
Yeah, Bill Hader works in Hollywood, so yeah, it's impossible to eat cheap there. So
yeah,
you've
written reviews.
I know. Oh my goodness, there is no friendship between me and Mark. I just hang out with him and his wife to get free food.
Oh my God, you leech.
Oh no, because I'm the leech man. Lost tapes. The leech.
See, that's the thing that always freaked me out was the intro. It was a very well done, like unsettling intro with the music and the images. Because there's like it starts out with like them trying to recreate the Patterson footage in the intro because there's like a Bigfoot creature coming out from like just a pile of rocks.
Yes.
And looking at the camera. And it's an awful costume, but just how it was framed really freaked me out, and the filter they put over it.
Some creatures of legend might be real.
Others are bullshit. You decide.
Are they real? Yeah, there's a lot of things about Lost Tape that's just pure bullshit. So especially when the monsters are no longer based on like real life modern mythology, aka cryptozoology, and they just start making up shit like their alien episode. It's like, oh yeah, it's stuck in a hospital and it's a weird fast-moving insect thing that bursts through stomachs. We've seen that before.
Lost sex tapes. There's a revival idea. You thought the Hulk Hogan one was bad. Oh no. Michael Moore tonight.
No!
100 cryptids you never wanted to see get it on.
What is the Loch Ness Monster doing to the Billy Hayes? Billy Mays. I can't think of anybody who would make love to the Loch Ness
season
Monster.
finale would be Mr. Ed and Mae West.
Mae West versus the Loch Ness Monster in Lesbo Battle War.
We need to pitch this.
Indeed. So, what, lost sex tape or just Mae West making love to a police officer?
We can pitch that right out the window, but anything.
The police officer is frantically trying to get something off its tail.
Frantically trying to get off.
Yes.
Okay, so but no, also on this channel we're doing Rocky Horror later in the month as your big Halloween monster live watch.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll set that up. It's going to be a live watch. I'm debating whether or not we should. I know you really want to do it on just the YouTube alone, but it's like, do you want to do like a co-airing while we also play it on the No, they'll probably be like,
No, that's lame. I want to do it like the old days where we can have pictures and title cards. I don't want it to be our crappy little StreamYard logos on YouTube.
Okay. No. Oh no, I mean like actually also stream it on the Twitch.
No. Don't stream in two places.
Do you want vanilla ice cream, Brayton? No.
I want pumpkin.
All right, but you can't have sprinkles. No. I want the sprinkles.
I am the sprinkles.
Do. Okay, so, and then Goji says, I prefer Monster Quest. And then Warrior King says, no henchmen were harmed in the making of this tokusatsu show, except for Henchman 23, removes hat out of respect. So,
like the only thing that I can really think of, what was the big, like someone mentioned Monster Quest, but years back there was In Search of,
yeah,
with Nimoy. Like shows like that are at least a little more stooped in, if not 100%, certainty, the skepticism and stuff. I like that. You're a big proponent of Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World and Strange Supernatural Powers, all the spin-offs.
Yeah. Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World of Wacky Powers and Magic Monster Men.
Yeah, that old thing.
Hello, I'm talking to you from Fiji. They wanted me to get into a studio like that Leonard Nimoy, but I was like, fuck you, I'm rich, and I'm in Fiji, damn it. Yeah. Now I shall make love to this giant octopus.
I've always liked the shows, too, that don't try to... Because Lost Tapes is entirely staged, but they try to present it as a real thing. Mm-hmm. I like the unbelievable stories... Like that one Elvis special when the big "Is Elvis Alive?" was a big boom back in the 80s.
You showed me footage from that. That's hilarious. It's like,
yeah, Bill Bixby hosted a huge TV special about a bunch of people who claimed they had encounters with Elvis Presley and that they saw someone who looked just like him, and they reenacted the encounters. And they're hilarious because they're staged and filmed a lot like how you would film a Bigfoot reenactment encounter. Mm-hmm. There's one where my favorite one is this woman spots a guy going into a diner and eatery who looks suspiciously like Elvis, and the music is all dramatic and guitar twangy, and she follows him in, and it's just a big fat guy enjoying a meal and eating bananas in the back row. Yeah. But she says, oh no, his bodyguards came at me and they ran around the door and I snapped images of him leaving the restaurant. So damn dramatic.
Yeah, and it's how do we know these were not just like retired Elvis impersonators who became crime lords? I know.
It borders on like abuse on their part.
Yeah. Well,
and you have other stuff like Unsolved Mysteries, which all of that stuff are purported things, but they reenact them, and the reenactments are relatively well directed for what they are.
Yeah,
that they do have.
Hold on, sorry about that. The funny thing was...
That's fine.
Yeah, I grew up in, like, the early 90s when this paranormal stuff wasn't taken 100% seriously, but it was still kind of interesting, like, television fodder, so to speak. But yeah, nowadays it's just gotten so ridiculous, because back then it was kind of magical to think that there might be some, like, weird supernatural stuff in real life. Nowadays it's just very inept and childish and even dangerous, too. Like, I remember the good old days when aliens were just, abducting you for experimentation. And aliens...
The good old days.
Yeah, as opposed to the day where, aliens are secretly every politician I didn't vote for. Hence the reason I got to shoot up the black kid down the street, because he's secret an alien, too. How did you come to that conclusion?
Shooty. That's how...
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, the whole like conspiracy paranormal world isn't
Well,
as
we kind of talked about that a little on one of our movie graveyard shift things when we did the parallax view. Is I enjoy the what if game of some conspiracy theories,
yeah.
but at a very long arm's distance, because you can really get grouped in with those people if you start believing it too much.
Yeah, one of the regrets I had about the parallax view watching is I did go a little too much in a little corporate mind speak.
Because I really enjoy like alternate history. Isn't there like a YouTube thing about alternate history and that?
Oh yeah, with the little Fisher Price cartoon people. I know. What
Yeah,
you're talking about.
I enjoy like I enjoy the game of what if and
Mhm.
when brain and web spinning and brainstorming about what if there's more to what meets the eye, but just in the internet age and in this very divisive political climate, it's not something you want to come out about that. Oh, I enjoy the thought game of conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and it's sad too because like you know that I'm a big fan of giant monsters and stuff.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, so it's like I don't believe in cryptozoology, but it's still very interesting modern day mythology, and some of the ideas are cool enough for inspiration. But it's funny too because I did some fan art based on the Ninjin, which is utter bullshit. Basically, somebody created this in the early 2000s on the Japanese equivalent of 4chan, where basically in the Antarctic there's this race of bizarre giant beluga whale like mermaid aliens, like humanoid beluga whales, the best way I can describe it, that are like 200 feet tall and they're overbreeding, and apparently they're like some weird mutant outcome of protecting whales. So we have to go out there and kill more whales to keep the Ninjin from overpopulating the oceans. And it's obvious it's just nonsense that was made by like a Japanese right-winger inspired by Japanese anime of the day. But the Ninjin have kind of taken on their own little kind of cult following, but from people who believe in them and people who don't believe in them. Even though they're clearly basically the kaiju equivalent of Slender Man. We know when they were created. We know they're fake from the get-go. Some people unfortunately take it too seriously. So when I shared the Ninjin artwork I did and mentioned that I really don't believe in it, and it's obviously one of the most fakey of all the cryptozoology creatures, I had like tons of people on various websites saying like, you don't know that, the Ninjin's real, he's like Santa Claus. So yeah, it is kind of sad that you can't even enjoy this stuff on a fictional basis without somebody getting offended or overworked on it. It's like what is it? I've been very lucky posting a couple episodes of this really obscure 1990s paranormal show called Secrets of the Unknown, also known as Secrets and Mysteries. And some of the comments I get are like from people who are either very cynical about it. It's like, bullshit, that never happened. And other people are like, oh my God, I remember this show airing on Saturday mornings. But then every once in a while you get the crazy person who will leave behind a 2,000 word comment saying it's like
about how he apologized to Scooby Doo and the Mystery Gang.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, it's like nobody knows if poltergeists are real and all that. So it's pretty ridiculous. But I got a couple episodes uploaded on my website, and I'm hoping to get like 5 more uploaded before the end of the month. I just gotta find that DVD, unfortunately. But yeah, the episodes range. There's Hollywood Hauntings, Jack the Ripper, back when weird historical moments could be considered paranormal, Poltergeist, Dreams and Nightmares, Curses, Amelia Earhart, until we realized she poor girl was probably not a very good pilot to begin with.
Because she's a woman.
Yeah. No, I don't. No, there's been woman pilots out there. I just think Amelia Earhart kind of was not a good one. Life After Death. Okay, that's the one of one of the most ridiculous comments on it. Nostradamus and the Titanic. So yeah, and I remember I shared the opening with you to this show, and you were like, "Raph, that's not scary at all." But no, the thing still scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, because it looks like a Peter Gabriel video or something.
Yeah, exactly. Should we, since it's public domain and we won't get any copyright strike, should I just play the opening live and see what people react?
No, because you always worry about YouTube blocking any footage on your thing if you stream it live.
Okay, then we'll hold off on it. But yeah,
You can find it on his channel.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, let me at least share the link for the Amelia Earhart episode so you can all see how wacky the show
We
gets.
can all laugh at the big woman.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. What do you think about the
You
Amelia?
realize how hard it is to fly a plane?
Especially back then, if you're a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's like, oh god, yeah. She probably
You had to pilot it with a gummy bear wrapper and a chicken bone.
indeed, and also to be fair, it was like World War II, so she probably got like the idea that she was captured by Japanese military men is probably a very good theory.
And
So,
you mock her. You mock her.
sorry about that. Yeah, that was a bad joke.
Where's the open apology letter to Amelia
No.
Earhart now? You got to write that.
Amelia Earhart. I'm sorry.
And Patrick.
And Patrick, I'm also sorry too. So yeah, and then when I die, the gates of hell is just Amelia Earhart's like, "You son of a bitch," and just like picks up her plane and throws at me. Ah! And that's how I die a second time.
I like that.
What do you think hell's like, Brayton?
A lot like this stream.
Hey, it's not that bad.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. You want to have a discussion of theology right now?
No, let's not do it.
Okay, I was gonna
Yeah.
say, yeah, I don't concern myself with these matters. I
Okay.
kind of focus on the here and now.
All right, but I do have ideas for other subjects if you want, unless you have something you want to bring up.
I'm an open, fling it at the wall and see what sticks.
Just like Scooby Doo poo.
I've got all the time in the world.
Scooby poo behind the bush.
Taking a poo. Did we mention poo poo? 12-year-old did write this. What? See, internet, would you be happier with that?
Oh
than
no.
than Velma?
Okay. So, let me take a little breather here. We've been going at 90 minutes. Okay. So you've done this thing every month, every Halloween, I should say, or every month of October, where you try to watch a new horror movie, either a new one or revisit one every day.
Yeah, I mostly revisit because the other months of the year is when I try to watch the new stuff, but I kind of save Halloween for mostly revisiting, because I don't watch a lot of spooky movies just because I don't like being spooked.
Mhm.
So I kind of reserve the time of year to revisit stuff. But no, I do find new diamonds in the rough when I can.
Okay. Yeah, because you've been sharing some of these ideas on your Facebook page, and some of these movies I've actually seen.
Okay. And your voice goes with it. Well, yeah, I did a similar thing.
Scooby Doo. I'm reverting to a child.
Most of the stuff I've been doing this a lot on Instagram this past year,
Mhm.
where I try to post a little stupid thing, stupid movie scene or whatever that I like on there like twice a week. But for the holidays specifically, like for Pride Month last year on my Instagram, I have clips from 30 different Pride movies and recommendations on there. So I'm doing a similar thing for Halloween, but also posting about it on Facebook. And yes, I've watched 13 movies so far this month. So I have quite a few to go. But do you want to talk about some of these?
Yeah, some of these. Well, first off, hold on. Let me take a little breather here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, take a breather. I'll climb off for a minute, baby. Let me eat my Scooby snacks and my spinach.
Yeah, no, that Scooby thing has sucked a lot of the life force out of me. Okay, man, give me a chance.
Yeah. Fittingly,
Yes.
sucking life force, ghosts is.
Oh, have you seen Life Force?
I have not seen Life Force.
Okay.
Wait a minute, maybe I have. Who is that? That's not a Cronenberg movie, is it?
No, that's a Tobe Hooper movie about a naked space vampire girl who sucks souls left and right.
I have not seen it.
Okay,
I have lived it.
Yeah. It's a weird one. It's like 50%, trash, 50%, brilliant, because it's sort of like Tobe Hooper's slightly more riskier take on like Hammer films, science fiction, apocalypse films, like the Quatermass trilogy. And it's fairly good in its own right, but at the same time, it's like niche 80s horror. You either dig it or you're gonna be like, too many naked people in it. And yeah, there is a lot of nudity, so that'll be a very hard episode of the Movie Graveyard Shift to do. So We
You're
might
gonna have to put your little pop-up balloons everywhere.
Yeah. Indeed, or the really annoying Mystery Science Theater flying robots or whatever gag they got going on.
Yeah. Distracting flying Tom servos coming in.
Oh yeah, or the riff tracks. Was it Gorilla with balloons or something like that? So.
Oh yeah. That was funny because that was nonsensical.
I wonder how much money they had to pay for that very simple, happy-looking CGI animal. But yeah, let me take a breather here. I'll get my brain together.
Scared yet?
Spooky. Okay, here's a question for you. You can answer while I breathe and drink water. Have you seen any of the...
What, do you need like a power down every 90 minutes?
Yeah, a little bit, man. Come on.
Oh boy, okay.
It's been a long day. On the Friday the 13th. It'd be funny if I
So you had a long day. You were butchered by Jason. Your head rolled off, and you're in a water basin. I don't know what rhymes with Jason.
Yeah, that's okay. So you came close enough, though. Have you ever seen any of the Friday the 13th movies? And if so,
Oh yeah, I feel like I've complained about those, and if I hate those movies, they're just. We complained about on our last zombie film commentary, the Train to Busan on Raph's Twitch stream for the present moment. I think it's still there.
Yes.
We complained about how horror films specifically, have dived in their goal, just as from a creative standpoint, since those films and since that big slasher boom, which I think one of the worst things to ever happen to cinema, because I appreciate horror movies. I may not, it's not my favorite genre. I don't indulge a lot of my time in them, but I appreciate the hell out of a really well constructed scary movie. And I think when the whole the oeuvre of what was coming out in the 80s was boiled down to just teenagers being killed and audiences going there not necessarily to be scared, but just to see the creative bloodshed and clap when people get killed, rather than be invested in characters and actually scared along with them in whatever predicament they happen to find themselves in.
Interesting stories too. You can still have it's interesting you're talking about Friday the 13th, because I just remembered a movie I really want to share, but go on.
Because those movies aren't even they're not concerned with scaring you. They're hardly horror films. They're just like weird, the people who watch like people being beheaded and live leak shit. It's like that for the 80s, just people wanting to see, I don't find the joy in seeing people being butchered mercilessly that I don't, can't get emotionally invested in.
Yeah, I find it's funny, like somebody who says like a normal person who isn't a horror fan will often recommend like the goriest horror movies just for shock value. It's like, I think that's why Eli Roth has a career, even though that Eli Roth has done one or two good movies, but yeah, the majority of his films are enjoyed by like, dude, you gotta see this movie, a guy's penis gets cut off and they kill an Asian
and I think
girl.
that paints a bad face on horror fans, that they're associated immediately with, oh, you just like, seeing people getting their limbs severed. When no, people like creative, fantastical, stories about the supernatural.
And it's like, what is it? There's some Italian horror movies out there that are just really gory and nasty, but there's ones that are really gory and nasty, but they're done so well in the visual and dreamlike execution that you just have to help. Like I've not seen Suspiria.
Suspiria, and I will eat my words. And you want to call me a hypocrite, fine, because I do enjoy a lot of the giallo movies. And I guess predating Jason and stuff, you have things like the Black Gloved Killer in films like Blood and Black Lace, the Mario Bava stuff.
Yes.
But there's that difference between things being executed, pun intended, very well, and things just being cheap and boiled down to their absolute necessity, or not a necessity, just the bare minimum of quality.
Yeah.
Where it's a similar sort of thing that we talked about with the zombie formula. Any situation, any premise can be done well if just executed on all the right fronts. With Friday the 13th, all the filmmaking craft sort of goes out the window. And yes, applause to Tom Savini and his special effects crew, because a lot of that stuff is very innovative and cool. But where does the story go? It's just a spotlight for splatter. and not much else.
Yeah, it's like horror for horror dummies, so to speak. Yeah, I think people really just watch it for the kills, and they don't really get much rewatch value out of the movies. Like I've seen a couple of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I'm not a big fan, although I am tempted to revisit New Nightmare. I remember having very positive feelings towards that one when I saw it a long time ago. But those movies, at
least Freddy's a character, and at least there's interesting directorial decisions.
And they do try to be very creative. Sometimes it works beautifully. Sometimes it's like, really, video game? Come on, Freddy, you can do better than that. Yeah, he's playing Spyro. This is the movie for the next 80 minutes. I'm just playing Spyro. You got screwed, fuckers.
But and at least you have that performance. You have a performance too. You have something. You know, you go to see those not only for the creative kills. I'm sure there are people who do watch those films for that. But you also have a very entrancing performance by Robert Englund each and every time.
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of similar to how I will be the first to admit that a lot of the Hammer Dracula films are very formulaic, and there's a definite decrease in quality. Though I do love Dracula.
Discotheque Theater, 1980.
I was gonna. Okay, well you beat me to it. I was gonna say I have a very big soft spot for Dracula 1972 AD, but
Really?
I love that film,
dude. You're the only I've never seen it, but you're the only person I've ever who's given that movie any good graces.
I'm a freaky snowflake, but I do. But anyway, you're making me. I'm already mumbling enough. Okay,
Sorry.
So I was gonna say the thing about those films are they get very stale and formulaic and just gory for gore's sake by the end of it. But you have Christopher Lee and you have his entrancing performance. A similar thing with Freddy Krueger. You can always depend on Robert Englund to at least do something interesting on his camera. Where with Jason, he's just a gore machine. Like, I appreciate the stuntmen who have played him, and I'm sure that's a lot of work. And Kane Hodder went through a lot, falling downstairs and being set on fire. But there's no emotional foundation there. And for filmmaking to really connect with me, there has to be something. I like cool explodey shit now and then. But if that's all there is, what's worth, watching it for more than 15 minutes or watching the best of compilations on YouTube, best of Jason kills.
Yeah.
And that's all you need.
Yeah. Not only that, but it's like another thing I've noticed about the Jason films, what people have mentioned. And again, I've never really seen any of them. It's funny. First off, they have the two things that you should never do with a horror movie that I know I don't want to call horror fans, because I've met horror fans at Monsterpalooza and similar conventions, and they're generally decent people. But yeah, they don't mind simple kills. They're not really hard to please, but they do appreciate a good movie that gets made. Unfortunately, Friday the 13th, again, getting back to like some of the films of Eli Roth, I think those are movies that appeal to mainstream audiences who just really wanted, the shock value of it. The scream and the gore, so to speak, which is
and horror. A lot of horror films are just, I know it's always been like this, but especially now, it's just an excuse for cheap date night. So where people who don't really care what they're seeing, spooky movie, let my girlfriend be scared and let me pull the guy thing of putting my arm around her and making sure things are okay. That sort of power date move.
Yeah, so now these days they do that in any movie. I remember infamously I went to Batman v Superman, and it was like all the teenagers were either making out or looking at their phones while Batman was murdering people.
I have a funny story about that. I'll tell you after the stream, but because it involves me. But anyway, I don't want to say there's something that I won't disclose in my red robes.
Keep away,
secret squirrel. But no, I was gonna say I don't want to come off as saying that's only a new thing, because back in the 50s, Roger Corman drive-in movies, those were a big excuse to just make out in the car with your girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah, and that's not even counting the movies that were trying to rip off Roger Corman, which are even worse. So
yeah, when you got to rip off Roger Corman,
what's wrong, man?
Yeah. And that's not even fair, because I would like to rip off Roger Corman at least in his practicality and efficiency methods.
Yes,
because that man can get a movie in on time, under budget, and have it look like a movie. But Anyhow,
Yeah.
yeah, Jason sucks.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like there's some elements about Jason I do like. It's cool that he's a true reverend. He's not a zombie. He's not a ghost. He is a corpse possessed by an evil spirit. That's what a reverend is. But at the same time, yeah, and unfortunately, the character is so brutal and nasty. It's hard to have any real sympathy for him. And it also doesn't help that a lot of the Friday the 13th movies fail from the things that, you know, real audience members and film critics despise, myself included. First off, all the characters are incredibly unlikable. Yeah, it's easier to kill them, but at the same time, it's like you waste time hanging around these pretty unscrupulous people. And secondly, like there's really like no effort really put into the majority of these films. Granted, I know for the fact that a lot of these Friday the 13th movies, they do have kind of sad stories behind the scenes where the filmmakers really want to do something more ambitious with each and every one of them, but were always kind of cut at the knees, pun intended, before they could do it. Like infamously, Jason X, aka Jason's in Space, they were going to go with a completely weird one-off direction with that one, where it was basically going to be a monster-filled adventure in space movie that just happens to have Jason Voorhees as one of the villains, sort of like House of Dracula, but if it was a planet of monsters and villains. Unfortunately, they had to scale that back immensely, and it was just literally just Jason on a spaceship.
Jason versus RoboChick with machine gun.
Yeah, exactly. And weirdly enough, I think some of the ideas would end up being reused poorly in Leprechaun in Space, which itself was inspired by. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I'll say, because we're kind of cribbing Red Letter Media's recent video, I'll just say that you know, as like a tentpole thing, like the Halloween movies are a disastrous franchise in their own right.
Oh, okay.
But I've always maintained that the worst Halloween movie is infinitely better than the best Friday the 13th film, at least because you have baggage of something interesting. Like Michael Myers, whatever you know, viewpoint you want to take on him, if he's just, because similarly, you know, the original concept being just an unmotivated killing machine, you know, before John Carpenter shot out the thing about them being siblings in the second film, you know, that gives him an interesting mystique. There's a character there, and he's surrounded by actors who are likable in their own right, and characters who are fleshed out. Loomis is great, and is great in all the movies, you know, with his ramping up of insanity.
Get back to talking about Friday the 13th, you little bitch. Okay, Dr. Loomis. Okay, no, keep going.
Hey, Lonnie. What is he doing? He's just diddling around. And I like that. I love that movie too, because I rewatch that every year, obviously. You know, it's a tradition for a lot of people, I imagine. And it's like such a stark contrast from Friday the 13th, because, and I mean it in a good way, it's a very meandering movie. Like it's you follow characters around walking down the sidewalk, and it's just a day in the life for 70% of that thing until night falls. And I really appreciate just the slowness and the measured patience that John Carpenter had, as opposed to Friday the 13th, which really, in a lot of cases, takes that, you know, the wrong lesson of wanting to cash in on something that was popular and just recreate the kills. You know,
and I'll be reading some of the comments right now, because we do have a lot of fans of Friday the 13th, and I am honestly calm down. I am interested to see what they like about it, but I do know that often people like the one Friday the 13th movie that people actually praise for trying to be something cool and unique. I think it may have been the third or fourth one. I thought it was
the fifth one that like film snobs like, because it's not Jason, right? It's a guy, it's an imposter trying to take on them.
No, I think people hate that one because that's when the series really started getting really nasty with its human characters. But there's one where
whatever.
Jason comes back from the dead with lightning strikes, and that whole movie was an honest attempt to try to mix the 1980s slasher with some of the classic Universal monster stuff. And that's usually the one that gets picked out. But unfortunately, these films are so similar to one another that I can't really pick them out. So
yeah. Lord knows there aren't other things you enjoy where monsters movies are very similar to each other.
Lay off me, man. At least there's variety with Godzilla's opponent.
Oh, you know the one where Godzilla fought them off.
And then there was the one where he fought them off.
Yeah.
And the one where he fought
the dragon, remember that?
Yeah,
with the three heads?
No, there's the one where he fights the dragon without time travel, and the one where he fights the dragon with time travel.
And then there's the one where he fights the dragon with no, there wasn't any time travel in King of the Monsters. Where were there?
Yeah, you're right.
They had flying like battleships and like spacecraft machines then, but they didn't. One? But they didn't do the weird dimension travel until the next movie. Okay, yeah, those movies blur together for me. Anyhow,
yeah. Megalon's coming back, don't you know?
Have you seen the Megalon? You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. So that's what she said.
Yeah, Seatopia this.
Yes.
I've seen Topia.
Yes. No, they are doing a new CGI short with Megalon coming back for November 3rd.
So. Oh, who cares? I know they're doing a Toho's doing another one of its 4K restorations for Megalon, and I'm about them making these movies look better.
Mm-hmm.
I could give two fucks about another CGI animated thing, because that was, people were like saying, "Woo, isn't this cool and creative?" about the Gigan thing last year. Like, but compared to the suit thing, where we haven't seen this, no offense to the guy who did the CGI animation, because I'm sure it was very well done, but I mean, you can see a bunch of fan animation stuff on YouTube for free. Like, what is new and cool about that?
Yeah, well, granted, thankfully the Gigan short film didn't end with King Kong being shot in the head and poo being thrown at him. Fan animation break.
Scooby Dooby Doo, Kongy Poo.
Take that, Kong. All right, now let me honestly read what the comments have to say. Warrior King says, raises hands. I like Dracula 1972 AD 2, Brayton.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great movie. It's very enjoyable.
Yeah, okay, we'll have to talk about that movie in a little bit, but Goji says, I like Friday the 13th movies when I was a kid, but don't really care much for them anyways. And Doomsdale says, I still enjoy the Friday the 13th films regardless. And Warrior King says, but I also like Friday the 13th series too, so I guess I'm the odd man out. Then Goji Shay says, hold on. Oh yeah, Goji Shay says, although saying that I love Evil Dead to death, but that's kind of a different movie. Warrior King says, I enjoy the wide variety of horror movies, from black and white era films like the Universal Monsters, the classic Vincent Price flicks, to Hammer horrors and 80s slashers. And Goji Shay has a question for us. He asks, what do you guys think of Halloween 3 Season of the Witch? Has either of you seen it? We'll get to that in a moment. And actually, yeah, let me follow this up. Warrior King then says, Season of the Witch is a solid flick that didn't get the appreciation it deserves back in the day. And
there you go.
Yeah, I do think Halloween the series would have been better in the long run had they gone with that route. And then says the horror anthology route, as Carpenter insisted. But yeah, it's and Doomsdale says Halloween 3 is a total missed opportunity to make an anthology series, but alas, people want Michael Myers, so they got him way too many times. Yeah, that is. We've talked about Halloween 3 in the past, and to be honest, it's I've only seen 2 of the Halloween movies, and Halloween 3 is one of them. But yeah, it is sad. Do you think we would have been in a better world where they went with an anthology route?
I don't know. I mean, who knows? I like the anthology horror films, so I mean, because I know that's been touted that was John Carpenter's thing. Has he talked about that falling through? Because I've never heard him talk about the
yeah, no, it's been mentioned in multiple interviews with and without John Carpenter that the original plan was, because after Halloween 2, which is the other Halloween movie I've seen, that's right, I've never seen the original Halloween.
What the fuck?
Brayton, I've only seen 4 movies in my entire life.
Yeah, but why is it always the worst? Of, like, you said you've seen Exorcist. You saw we're going to do the Exorcist 1 and 3 on the movie Graveyard Shift. But you mentioned to me that came from you mentioning that you've only seen Exorcist 2. You've only seen Halloween 2.
You see, Brayton, I have a curse where I can only see the second movie of every franchise.
The curse of Michael Myers.
Yes, the curse of Scooby Doo 2.
Oh.
Yeah, cut to a guy wearing a black t-shirt that says sequelitis, and he's like going down the hallway in the scary Michael Myers way.
That's how you say tutu in French, is doo-doo.
Yeah, hey. Isn't it more like tute or tutu? I don't know. Yes, Goji Shay, seriously, Raph. Okay, so yeah, I've seen Season of the Witch. Okay, so the thing was that John Carpenter and many of the other filmmakers were kind of ham-shooed into doing that's not even a real word. were
Hamstrung.
hamstrung into doing Halloween 2 because of the producers. And they really kind of did it reluctantly. It's one of the reasons why the movie ends with Loomis and Michael Myers exploding in the hospital. Literally, not figuratively. Actually, they do kind of like try to kill one another, so I guess it does work either way. But yeah, there was a firebomb that took both characters out. But yeah, that movie was, even though that movie is considered one of the better Halloween movies, it still was an unneeded sequel according to everybody. So the idea was that if they were going to be forced to do a third movie, of whom John Carpenter was sort of an executive producer, the idea was that they were going to do it as an anthology series, sort of. Like each Halloween would be a different Halloween movie, a different horror movie dealing with something Halloween related or Halloween-ish. But they would all take place on Halloween. Hence the reason they decided to go with a kind of, again, getting back to Dr. Quatermass, a Dr. Quatermass-inspired science fiction thriller about witches in modern day. Hence, the warlock trying to kill multiple children with the magic masks. Unfortunately, Halloween 3 did not do well with both audiences. Audiences were very disappointed because there was no Michael Myers in it, and it underperformed. And it didn't help that critics, who despite constantly berating slasher movies around the same time, were constantly confused and added to the fervor about where's our Michael Myers? Where's our Michael Myers? So plans to do an anthology horror movie every year fell through, and they just brought back Michael Myers, like I think maybe a couple years later after the fact. And of course, Halloween 4 to Halloween 6 did relatively well financially, even knowing that story-wise it kind of pooped to bed, and of course Donald Pleasance died after number 6, so any plans to bring him back were basically gutted, and that's when we got, so I'm just going to stop there, or else I'm going to go into the whole history of Halloween. I've not seen the movies, but I've seen plenty of documentaries.
Oh yeah, but you've seen plenty of video essays and
extras
Lindsay
and
Ellis
commentary.
videos, and but no, I
You're wrong, not Lindsay Ellis, Matt Draper.
Okay then.
He's a different
I
sexy
apologize.
movie reviewer.
Are we going to talk about some of these movies that I've watched recently that I have a recent recollection of?
Yes, we will. But no, here's the thing. I know exactly the first one I want to ask you about. But
Oh, but I was going to say though, really quick though, on that you were asking me about would it have been a better idea? I don't know if it would have or not, because like the only thing we really have to compare it to like nowadays for, within that horror realm is something like Cloverfield, which is sort of a similar thing that has a similar title, but virtually absolutely zero connection to the previous in the installment. And I know that's only a trilogy, but
yeah. It was almost going to be 4 movies. The movie Overlord about, evil German experiments in bringing back the dead. That was
we dodged a cannonball there.
Yeah,
but
that's actually a pretty good movie. I saw that with my brother Gabe several times. But no, that was almost going to be in the Cloverfield universe. And it was going to be explained that the weird black liquid under the castle was like kaiju blood being used to bring people back to life.
Okay. Well, you see, for me viewing that as a franchise, I just get irritated and say, what's the point when they're so different from each other? I wonder if if Halloween went that route, if they would have a similar reputation or not. I mean, who's to know?
Good point. Especially
why not just call it something else? Because John Carpenter, the majority of his films are in that horror, spooky season type of realm anyway, and feel like they would fit. Like even if they're not, like a Big Trouble in Little China feels like it could easily fit in your Halloween movie slot. So I don't know, like if it would just be kind of redundant to just name a bunch of movies Halloween when he's just enjoys that working in that field to begin with.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, it's like
if you just called, like if he had the script for like They Live and called that Halloween, 8 or whatever, why do that?
Or weirdly enough, The Fog would count as a Halloween sequel if you think about it. So
absolutely.
But yeah, okay, so I'm just going to read these comments. You're going to love this, Brayton. It's like Goji Chase that goes like, seriously, Raph? To my revelation, I've never seen the original Halloween. And then Warrior King goes, the first 3 films were the best. Part 4 is a guilty pleasure since it has Donald Pleasance in it. And part 6 is ... Wait, what? You've never seen Halloween before? Damn it, Raph.
Well, I'm curious about that because I've because you're a horror. I know you're not a typically, stringent horror guy, but you like the spooky movies and the monster realms. How have you avoided it? Because the same thing about Psycho is everybody has seen it at least on TV once in their life.
Yeah, I think
it's so much replay.
Yeah, I think it's just availability, not being able to see the uncut version of it, especially in this day and age where it's hard to get movies like that easily. on television. And to be fair, I think it was a weird copyright issue where Halloween 3 and 2 were on TNT all the time. But the original Halloween was not. Forgive me, I drank some sparkling water, so I've got a little bit of the burpee burps.
I drank some blood, so I got a little bit of the HIV.
Brayton, no!
I'm the last vampire on Earth.
Holy shit, Brayton, come on. Brayton's coming in hot tonight,
because I knew you were going to do that, I prepped myself for the darkest joke possible.
God damn. Do you want to say something about the current war situation?
Oh, you want me to talk about Palestine?
No, don't, please.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, but yeah, no, it is a movie I do honestly want to sit down and watch. Unfortunately, yeah, it's like I don't own it. None of my brothers own it. I could probably rent it from the library if I wanted to, but for the most part, yeah, I just never had the opportunity to really see it. Although I just found out I still have Shudder. I reactivated my account with it.
You might want to get that checked out.
No.
Shudder, not Shingles. Okay.
Yes, Shudder, the horror movie channel which Joe Bob Briggs now calls home. So yeah, it might actually be revisiting.
Yeah, well, you don't even see that on like Monster Vision or something.
No.
Raph, that is like one of the most aired films.
Yeah, no. Weirdly enough, it was never on Monster Vision. So it's like
I don't know.
Yeah.
You are a liar. I cannot believe that they didn't at least show that once on TNT.
Yeah, and if they did, it would probably have been edited enough where I could have handled most of the horror in it. So.
Well, there's not a lot of gruesome material in there.
Yeah, no,
and even if it was edited, I don't think you'd miss much.
Yeah, no. I'll try to check out Halloween before the end of the month, and I'll get back to you on it. But before we move on, though, there is one.
Do you want to do Halloween as a movie graveyard shift thing?
No. The 4 movies you picked for this month, the 5 movies you picked for this month are perfect, and plus I'm going to be seeing Exorcist 1 and 3. Okay. So I think, do they have giant
No.
Locust.
That would be the second one with James Earl Jones and his Mothra cosplay.
Coming to the camera and screaming like a lion. I actually enjoyed Exorcist 2. I'm interested to do that.
You're high.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Who was in who's the famous actor guy who's in Exorcist 2? Not James Mason.
God, I know who you're talking about.
What's his face is in Exorcist 2?
Not Richard Hurt.
Richard Burton.
Richard Burton, yeah. He's in that one. It's so weird when he fights Martians halfway through.
What the fuck? And then Elizabeth Taylor comes in, the grandest Martian of all.
Who was that alien that you just killed? Who went, ooh, la? I don't know, Martha.
Now, ooh, ah, la.
I don't know. just briefly cut to the poor young couple just there watching.
Oh, can we leave?
Okay, so Brayton, I've not seen this movie, but I'm honestly interested to hear your opinions of Frankenstein 1972. Why do you like it?
Dracula 1972.
What did I say?
You said Frankenstein.
Damn it. That's Frankenstein 1970. Okay. Dracula.
Oh, I haven't seen that, but I hear that's
awful.
Dog balls. Yeah.
Yeah. We can't afford a monster, so here's a giant toilet paper man.
I'm hungry.
I can't see crap, boys. That's okay, son. So why do you like Frankenstein damn it.
I like Dracula in 1972 AD.
Yes,
like
why do you like The Mummy 2043? Damn it.
Oh.
Why do you like The Creature from Black Lagoon 1882? Damn it.
Oh, bugger. No, I like I just like it
Quasimodo 2000. No, seriously, why do you like Dracula in 1972?
I don't know, I'm personally drawn to it, I think because it has just that I kind of have an affection for like 70s Brit pop funk era stuff, movies. Like the hippie movement of the UK intrigues me a hell of a lot more than the hippie movement of the United States. I like this is British invasion British invasion, era.
Right.
And them interacting within the streets of modern London, I find very interesting. They did a similar thing though in like the Satanic Rites of Dracula is a contemporary film, and that's atrocious. Because that's a lot more of a Satanic Panic strict movie. and a not well done one. But similarly, though, that has an amazing soundtrack, which is one of the absolute key things of Dracula 1972 AD. That's a long title, Jesus. But yeah, you would love it just like to listen to the music score of that movie. It doesn't. The thing I will say is the really intense moments, like the beginning that opens with a great Peter Cushing versus Dracula set piece where they're actually competing in hand-to-hand combat. It kind of doesn't juxtapose really well with that stuff, but like with the funky nightclub scenes, it's the best. And the initial title drop.
No, I'm interested to see it now. So
yeah,
maybe it's
and I think you and I have talked a little bit about Hammer before too, but the Dracula films as they progress are a lot weaker than the Frankenstein series over there. But Dracula, played by Christopher Lee, and Peter Cushing are always on. There's the one film Brides of Dracula, which has another guy as the Count, and that's not nearly as it's really when you see that you really start to realize that the main draw of the series is Christopher Lee.
Okay. And it's funny too, because that's the one Miguel was constantly recommending to me. He says that's his all-time favorite Hammer movie.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's different strokes.
So we got to get you and Miguel in a cage match and have you fight like Jason versus Freddy.
Okay. Oh, I'll make that one conceit to the audience. Freddy versus Jason. No, Freddy versus Jason is my favorite Jason movie, just because it makes no pretensions about being anything that isn't, MTV
Silly.
Girls Gone Wild brain matter. But
Don't
anyway,
you mean brain splatter?
Bum.
Where's the comic relief machine? We got to get that back.
But I'm a big Hammer guy though in general. Like obviously I love the Universal monster lineup most, but it's pretty damn neck and neck. A lot with the earlier films, like Terrence Fisher, I think, was the absolute king of the Hammer horror cycle. He directed the Horror of Dracula, first Dracula film, the first Frankenstein movie. I believe he directed The Mummy, their version of The Mummy, the first one.
Yes.
And The Devil Rides Out, which is very good.
Oh yeah, I love The Devil Rides Out is a great movie.
Written by Richard Matheson. And what amuses me most about that movie is just how Christopher Lee starts off so hot, punching people, and he's on top of everything in that movie. That's kind of his big Sherlock Holmes type of role, to where it's an investigative film, and he's always smarter than everybody else in the room.
Oh yeah, Christopher Lee had a big hand in making that movie, because that was as much his baby as it was everyone else's. And I think that's like what is it? Somebody says that if you really want to get a taste of what Gandalf would have been like if Christopher Lee had played him, watch him in The Devil Rides Out. So, because I hate to say it, Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee, they were both massive nerds. So they read almost every movie read every book that got adapted into a movie.
Yeah, when they were taking breaks on the set, they would be doing Looney Tunes impressions to amuse each other. They were basically us, but sophisticated.
Okay, I've never heard of that before, because I know Christopher Lee was always reading a science fiction fantasy book, and then Peter Cushing was really into like models, so much so that he probably would be really big into D&D if he was younger.
Yeah, there are clips online of them chatting it up, and I think Lee was the subject for This Is Your Life over in the UK or something, and they were talking about how they would do Tweety birds on the set of Dracula Prince of Darkness or whatever, and that just amused me. But no, Dracula AD 1972, or scratch that, reverse it. I just really enjoy, because it has that funk Brit pop backdrop to everything, and really reinvigorates, what was a line of quite a few stale, costume dramas prior to that. Because I think if I get my chronological self right, Cushing had taken a break between those films. So 1972 AD, I always get that backwards, was like his first time back in the clutches of Dracula. And it's great. I mean, they have such an amazing on-screen chemistry.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Horror Express, where they actually do have a lot of screen time together?
Those were one of my early Zombo's House of Horror movie watches, was the Horror Express. And Telly Savalas is in that too.
There's one good Russian.
Yeah.
Behold my Russian accent, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's actually a really effective, moody film. Was that a Hammer film?
No, it was
Okay, I didn't think it was, but it feels like the
Yeah.
closest America or whoever produced it got to
and,
recreating
yeah,
it.
and it does have that wonderful bit of like one thing I love about old British cinema, especially horror and fantasy. Sometimes they'll mix like classic gothic with like more new age science fiction stuff. So the idea that the monster is actually an alien intelligence just possessing people, I thought was like a really cool twist.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, I was just interested because I know that movie has gotten like a really good digital restoration in the last couple of years, and it looks better than it's ever been. I'm guessing when you saw in Zombo, it was so dark you only saw like red eyes, and then like
Oh, that helped though. That was like an atmosphere. But yeah, the frozen Neanderthal man or whatever, space ape, whatever the fuck he is. Yeah, a great design and great because you know he's sort of lurking around corners and you don't see a lot of him, so you don't see him in all of his cheap glory. But from what I remember, it was quite effective, and the glowing eye obviously helped a lot with that.
Yes. Yeah, and it's Horror Express is interesting. So, but we'll get off on Horror Express. Let me read these comments because I know
We'll get off the Horror Express.
Yes.
What's his face? Robert Zemeckis' most successful. You know what? Double feature: Polar Express and Horror Express.
I like it. That's 100% weird right there for Christmas.
There you go.
You got your
Yeah,
Halloween
because Horror
one?
Express it takes place in the snow.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, that, ladies and gentlemen, Brayton has picked a 100% Weird Night for either November or early December.
Yay.
Awesome. So, which one are we going to start with first, though?
I think Polar Express is longer, so that might determine.
Okay. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to read these quick comments. I'm going to go to the first movie you've been watching, one of the movies you've been watching that I do have some thoughts to share with you.
Okay.
Okay, so what the hell? Doomzilla says, "What the hell? You've never seen the original Halloween?" And then Warrior King says, "Tears Raph's nerd car. How many times do I need to take this away from you, man? How many?" And then Goji Shea says, "Trick or Treat from 2007, I think, was a good anthology Halloween movie." And
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it is very good.
That's one of those like if you want to pop in a movie that works only at Halloween, and I mean that in a good way. That is like the quintessential Halloween movie.
Yeah, and probably one of the last great horror anthology films we've had in a while too. So yeah. So with that says though, I have no malice and I have utter respect if the filmmakers never want to make a sequel, considering how rabid the fans have been.
And that was directed by Michael Dougherty, right? The director of
yeah.
King of the Monsters. What happened? And he did Krampus too. So
I still need to see Krampus. Hey, Christmas is coming up.
He got a real good foothold on how to direct holiday horror.
Yeah, I hope whatever movie he's doing next is going to be good. So,
I'm just happy for Gareth.
Yeah. Oh, what? You've seen The Creator?
I haven't seen it, but he seems happy and satisfied that he's getting. This is his most well-regarded piece after the whole Disney disaster, I guess, or whatever sent him into a funk.
Yeah, but no, let's get off the terrifying subject of Disney and talk about something more wholesome. So, Halloween. Save.
Have we been doing that?
Yeah. No, we have been doing that. It was a terrible joke, Brayton. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going through the comments to see if there's anything. Oh no! Then they're talking to amongst each other about what figures they have and don't have. So.
So business as usual in the Enshohma world.
Yeah, guys, I've been doing my best to be on top of it. So
next toy.
Yeah, it's so sad. Like I know we got 19 people watching right now, and you're more than welcome, newbies, to come. If you've never been in the chat, by all means, ask a random question about horror movies with us or something.
Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the chat.
Yeah. So Warrior King says, "Raph, we may need to make you watch the original Halloween for one of these streams. That being said, watching any of the Hammer films with you would be cool too, but you still need to see Halloween. Don't worry, I'll try.
Yeah, why don't you do a solo live watch of Halloween like one of your reactor friends? Just do that live on your channel.
We'll see what happens. So
have a Enshohma extravaganza.
Yeah. Then Goji says, "Was Curse of the Werewolf the only werewolf movie Hammer ever did?" For the most part, yeah, that was the only true werewolf movie they ever did. So,
and not a great one, I have to say.
Yeah. It's like there's really, other than Oliver Reed, it's like, and stupid Raph reasons. There's really nothing get into that movie. So you know what
I know,
I'm talking about.
I know what those reasons are. No, I've always like if they were ever to do a monster mash or a monster fight type of movie, I've always wanted to see just to, because I think I've talked about him before on the show on one of our past Halloween things. But there's a Spanish actor named Paul Naschy who was kind of the Christopher Lee or the Karloff of Spain and Mexico, or Spain in particular, I think.
Yeah, his movies are interesting because they're a mix between the nastier Italian stuff that was coming down the pipeline, but still was in that kind of gothic oeuvre.
Yeah, they feel very in the Hammer wheelhouse, just with a much lower budget and another language, obviously. But his werewolf, I have a very strong fondness for and nostalgia for, because I saw a lot of those crappy exports, like Fury of the Wolfman or the Werewolf versus the Vampire type movies. And what was it? Yeah, not that one. Fury of the Wolfman, I think, is the one where he fights vampire women. But anyway, and Experiment in Terror, which was kind of an Italian version of like a House of Dracula type of movie, where they did get a Frankenstein monster, a mummy, and a vampire in that one. And Michael Rennie is in there too, curiously enough. But anyway, I just want to make a plug for him too, because those movies are interesting, and his version of the werewolf goes through a lot of shit. And from what I understand, it's the same character. It's basically his version of the Lawrence Talbot character fighting Yetis. Yeah.
Okay.
He fights a Yeti in one.
Okay. From what I understand, though, the Yeti only shows up like in the last.
It's a very unimpressive Yeti.
Yeah. So yeah, if you can't do a versus movie, don't pull us by the balls, damn it.
Yeah, and the makeup is really interesting too, because his werewolf definitely evolved in quality over the years too. Because it started out looking like a big fuzzy Ewok teddy bear, but it's when he got more into his run, it was a pretty effective, scary fuzzy guy makeup. And I wouldn't be opposed to seeing that werewolf pitted against the crazed Christopher Lee Dracula. I think that would be a guess.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Oh yeah. Now at first I thought you were gonna like pair up Oliver Reed's werewolf against Christopher Lee's.
No,
but
no.
yeah,
I don't like that. I don't even like that werewolf design.
Yeah,
because he looks more just like a big gray monkey. I don't care for it.
It's an interesting design, though. If a hominid was to mutate into a wolf, it would look something like that, in my opinion. And it is.
But I think like the too much of his own face is exposed too. Don't you think? Like they just put like a fake nose on him and a bunch of sideburns.
How do we know it's just Oliver Reed without the movie makeup?
That's fair, and it's also unfair of me because I do really like the Werewolf of London makeup, where it's basically the same sort of thing. It's just a widow's peak and sideburns on the guy.
Yeah. No, the Werewolf of London is a great underrated werewolf movie. I think it may be arguably even better than the original Wolfman. So, but
yeah, it's a little prototypey, but I will confess too, I thought that the guy playing the evil Asian man in that movie was an Asian man for the longest time.
He did a good job. So.
It's weird when that actually is pulled off well.
Yeah, well, first off, he plays as an actual character. You even start to like the guy until you realize, oh no, he's a mad scientist and he's only hanging out with our friends to get the secret of the werewolf.
Flower.
Yes, yeah, but no, they do generally. No.
Or it's a plant, right? Yeah, it's a plant that has a thing in it where if it's injected, it'll supposedly cure your werewolfism. Yeah, because he's a werewolf, and he's the one who bites the guy.
What's your opinion of werewolves in general before we move on?
They're scary.
Okay. Yeah,
they have nards.
Yeah, no, we can talk about werewolves later this month if I start bringing in other guests or something. But okay, I'm going to read these quick comments. Raph, we already read that. Warriorkin says, I love the part where Dracula recognizes Van Helsing's descendants.
Oh my god, yes. The final thing where he his descent, because Peter Cushing, obviously, Van Helsing doesn't get frozen in ice or anything. It's his great descendant. And and their final showdown when Dracula recognizes his face. He never forgets the face. And it's just like the blood red eyes that they would have in Christopher Lee a lot of the time. It's fucking amazing. And then the disco music kicks in as he's chasing him. It's the best.
Yeah, no, Warrior King says, yeah, it's like, yeah, he recognizes Van Helsing's descendant and gets this look of sadistic glee on his face as he realizes his old enemy's descendant has seemingly fallen into his clutches.
Yeah, they would do a good job of like doing pissed off Dracula too, because a lot of the time Christopher Lee would just be, the stoic sort of aristocratic version of that character. But when they would like tuss his hair up and give him the contacts and the fangs, oh, spooky stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm looking. We're for the Graveyard movie. Damn it, the movie Graveyard Shift. We're gonna end the month with Horror Dracula, the very first of the Christopher Lee Dracula movies.
Yep.
So, and I'm not going to say anything else because Warrior King's last comment is, "You haven't watched Krampus?" Puts Raph's nerd card in protective custody. You're watching Krampus this December, Raph, if you ever want your nerd card back. Hey, I'm too busy watching Gamera the Brave and Megamind.
Okay. I guess we can pitch two at some point. Raph and I recorded privately Raph Enshohma's top 10 films of all time.
Oh yeah,
so that'll be a 40-minute video coming soon.
Yes. So yeah, no, I look forward to whatever you do with that because you'll make me sound more coherent than I cried when Wally.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so one of the movies. So I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 movies. But there's 4 movies here. 3 movies at least. I do want to kind of pick brains with you. Okay. So the ones I listed, these are movies that I've also seen. So I'll get the obvious ones out of the way. Train to Busan, because we talked a lot about that on the last movie Graveyard Shift, and I have saved the chattered sections.
By far my favorite zombie film, and
Yes.
I think undebatably, it belongs in the conversation of top 5 for anybody in terms of just one creativity in in the writing, but also having the stock characters stuck in a location and fending off zombies, but having each of those characters be individual and rooting for them and rooting against others.
Yeah, no, top 5 zombie movies for me, not in any particular order, but like Night of the Living Dead, but unfortunately I'm only including that as a grandpa clause. Dawn of the Dead.
Tonight on Lost Tapes. It's want to know why he's a pissed off Santa Claus? Because he's a grandpa clause, boomer clause.
Yeah, you damn kids always wanting your Nintendos.
Get off my pole.
Right. Hey.
Not you, honey.
First the jellyfish girl, now this. Brayton, what's with all the pedo jokes? God, I miss Andres. Andres was good at the pedo jokes.
but jokes are the best jokes.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Day of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, Train to Busan, Shaun of the Dead, and what was the other one?
Fido, you like?
Yeah, there was another zombie movie. Damn it, I forgot about it. Not Fido. I like Fido, but it's not top 5. Yeah, we'll put in Day in the Dead for now. So. Okay. So, or Return of the Living Dead. Like as mean-spirited as that movie is, it's a good mean-spirited movie. So,
I've never seen and I'm going to see at some point this month. I Walked with a Zombie, which is a very early another Jacques Tourneur movie. He directed Cat People. And that's one of the early before it was Raising the Dead, it was voodoo spell type of thing.
Yeah. So Death Becomes Her. Does that even count as a zombie movie, or is it more of an Immortals Gone Crazy movie?
Immortals Gone Wild.
Yes. Hey, there you go. Okay, so yeah, no, we saw Train to Busan. We'll share our thoughts are definitely in the live watch, and of course I'll be uploading the chatter bits, although unlisted, so to speak. But
chitter chatter.
Yeah, but no, I really did enjoy that movie very much so, and right now it might be the best zombie movie. Not particularly my favorite, but definitely the best one I've seen in a long time. We've talked about Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and that's a movie I'd rather rewatch and revisit before we go into it. But these other movies, though, Little Shop of Horrors.
Yes.
We've opened the doors to Brayton's theater, kid.
I love and I think we've talked about all these at one point, but just to flesh it out a little more, Little Shop of Horrors is for me what I wish Rocky Horror was for me. It's because I love the music in Rocky Horror, and I really appreciate the stage show's place in history, and I would have loved more than anything to see the original version with the cast performed live. I just don't think it translates to film well. I think it's an example of wading through, boring direction just for them to start another musical number. It's one of those type of musicals for me, where the film isn't just handled like directorially, it's not handled very well. Frank Oz, on the other hand, really goes balls to the wall with Little Shop of Horrors. And it's everything. Like the songs are phenomenal. The choreography is great. I love the characters. Rick Moranis is a gem. And Audrey is still, in my opinion, the greatest puppet ever, like in terms of just functionality.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Frank Oz, so that makes sense. He really goes, if he's going to direct a movie with a puppet, it's going to be a pretty impressive puppet.
Frank Oz, he's one of the great unsung fantasy filmmakers of the 80s. Like, it's a shame his films are usually looked down upon because they didn't do well at the box office, or they're kind of weirdly niche compared to other films. Yeah. But everything he's done has been extremely good. And of course, he's done a lot of stuff behind the scenes for other fantasy films that have come out wonderful. Little Shop of Horror, interestingly enough, that's a movie I grew up with. It's one that used to air all the time on HBO. And my dad used to work at Nissan when we were growing up, so we could afford premium cable, and a lot of our movies were from HBO. We never went to the rental place. We just waited for them to come on HBO. And Dad was so sweet, too, because he would record the movies on super long play, which I know a lot of people complain that's the worst quality, but you could fit 3 movies on there. And he was always so good about like keeping all the sci-fi movies together there on one tape and all the comedy movies on one tape. And he even had a color system that I've kind of adopted with my own collection these days.
A color? Oh, like color coding?
Yes. Like purple movies were before.
I thought he went in like Luigi Cozzi and colored the films. That was his colors.
Dad,
he drew on our television with crayons.
Oh no, it's a good effect.
Don't you think?
Yes, I love movies. Yay! You want me to make an alien ripoff? Screw that! I'm making a ripoff of James Bond with a Cyclops aliens. Okay, I'll give you some stomach busting. So, no, it's funny too because all the sci-fi and fantasy movies were purple. All comedies were
why not red?
Blue. There were no reds, but cartoons were orange. Dinosaur documentaries and dinosaur films were green.
No.
Yeah, so no, it was really cute what he did. But yeah, me and my brother Miguel, we used to watch Little Shop of Horror on the same VHS tape with Beetlejuice, and a third movie. I think it may have been Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Oh boy, that's a triple feature.
Yes, but we used to watch it all the time. And Little Shop of Horrors is really a magical film, and definitely a case where the remake outshines the original. Like, no offense to the original is very funny and very subversive. Although ultimately that movie's kind of downplayed a bit because you have to realize Bucket of Blood is the superior movie that was being filmed at the same time. Yeah.
1,000,000%.
I'm glad you ended up liking Bucket of Blood. Usually people don't.
No, I don't. Yeah. Now I don't recall. Does Dick Miller is the lead in the original Little Shop of Horrors, right?
No.
No.
Dick Miller is just a random customer who comes in and eats flowers and acts very nonchalant to all the wackiness.
Oh, okay. Because I think I would like it more. Because I don't know. It just seems like a role suited to his sort of personality that he has in Bucket of Blood. That's strange.
Yeah. No. Weirdly enough, I think he was too busy being the lead in Bucket of Blood. So
to do double duty.
Yes. But they were filming both movies at the same time.
That makes sense. That would be awkward.
Yeah, but no. Because Little Shop of Horrors is such a weird concept that could only be created in like the 50s and 60s when you're trying to think highball, like just what kind of weird idea can we do to separate from the rest of the pack. And I do love the idea. While the remake kind of goes for the more simpler event that, she's a big mean mother from outer space, I do appreciate that the first film is basically he just created this weird plant through regular breeding processes by mixing different plants and ends up accidentally creating a wacky cartoon talking plant. But with that said, I do need to ask
with that said, I want a crossover between Little Shop of Horrors and Shop Around the Corner.
Nice.
Wouldn't that be wonderful if the cigar box talked?
Yeah. Pour candy at me.
Smoke me. But
Mr. I'm gonna finish this monster myself, and Mr. Moonichek enters the body like Gamera and starts beating up like a little plants left and right. The wizard is in your bastard ass.
Okay, so I get in trouble for my poll joke, but you can clearly say the wizard is in your bastard ass, and that's fine.
No, he's whatever.
Whatever. Anyway,
Whatever
Little
the-
Shop of Horrors is also is an ingenious comment or a concept too. That I'm talking about the musical, and something that I think should be applied a lot more. And to my knowledge, has only been done a couple times with things like Reefer Madness. Remake these things and make them irreverent comedy musicals because it's their respect. Because Little Shop of Horrors isn't making fun of the first movie at all, or isn't doing a send up of it in like a disrespectful way at all. It feels like its very own beast, but also a throwback to a unabashedly cornballier time of science fiction that I really appreciate. And I would love to see that applied to so many more movies of that era. I'd love to see like a sweeping version of Robot Monster with West Side Story ballads like that the monkey is singing.
Actually, Robot Monster would be like a really good rock opera about this robot who's conflicted to follow his orders, even though he, and also the human family who knows that the only way to survive is probably help him out, but at the same time, he's still helped genocide mankind. So you
cut to Paul Williams locking Roman in a keyboard studio.
Yeah, but no, that I think you could make like a really good rock opera about the tragedy of the Roman and the humans he befriends, even though he's ultimately destined to kill them, unfortunately.
Sure, and I've seen like fan films of like stop motion versions of like the Roman's homeworld and stuff. Do a big musical number there.
Yeah, from the lone animator, he does really good stuff. So, although to be honest,
but do that to a lot of them. Like do that for Brain from Planet Arrows. Just go through. I mean, who has Corman's Shout Factory? Right? They have his.
Yeah, they practically own a lot. I don't know if Corman owns Shout Factory, considering how Shout Factory works.
That's very true. But I'm just saying, go through and fucking, honor his legacy by remaking all of these or do like just do music videos. I would be satisfied with that, for God's sake.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
And I understand I have a bias because I'm a musical junkie, but also the fact that they got Levi Stubbs from the Four Tops, because I'm a big Motown fan, especially, to do Audrey. And he gives a fantastic vocal performance. His songs are amazing, each of them. It's great.
I was just thinking, I'm sorry about that, Brayton. I was thinking about the Roman musical, and I just thought of a brilliant twist in the third act. I won't reveal it because it's so good we might actually do it. But no, it's okay. So first off, I've always had the idea of like making good remakes or interesting spins on otherwise terrible movies. I'm not joking, ladies and gentlemen. I think I could make a really good semi-comical remake of Santa Claus Conquers the Martians.
On Lost Tapes.
Yes, on Lost Tapes. Yes, I'm here too, Chief. Droppo, no.
You cut to like Droppo's little legs dangling down a ladder.
and it's like you going with a shotgun and like shoot up the chimney. Take that, Droppo.
Yeah. It's like me shaking the camera. I turn out the window. It's the robot. Cut to commercial.
Oh, that's right. Torg's in it. So Torg. But and also
make a musical of Santa Claus Conquers the Martians and cast Kevin Murphy as Santa Claus. It sells itself.
Hey, god damn it, we got to get on top of. We got to write a script for a Santa Claus Conquers the Martians remake, and Kevin Murphy would be a perfect Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah.
And make it just like a stoner, not a stoner necessarily, but like a sort of like a burnout, happy-go-lucky Tommy Chung type of Santa Claus, always smoking his pipe. And that would give a reason why he doesn't react to the Martians all that much.
We gotta spitball, like even just as like a live stream or a podcast, just dedicated to how we would do a Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. But
and it's a public domain movie. We could do it theoretically without much legal loopholes having to be jumped through.
Maybe, and at the very least as a comic book, maybe, but or a paper puppet movie.
Now we've trashed that idea.
Oh no, I'm just gonna make Lady Momar even sexier than she already is. But okay,
I'm just gonna draw Lady Momar and stare at the picture.
She is definitely the MILF of Mars. Mother, I'd like to befriend.
There's nobody in that movie I find attractive. Like even Kimar, the head Martian. The green makes it not work for me.
Yeah, he does come off greasy, even though he is like the most dashing character, regardless if you find him handsome or not.
But you can see the paint like melting because of the sweat. That's what.
Yeah. So okay, so with that said, how the hell you're a theater kid because you're Brayton.
Yeah, I'm Brayton the fruit fly.
Yes. Oh. You're more fruity than a fruit bat in the middle of a farmer's market, Brayton.
That's me.
Yeah. So get to you like in your adult you in a Batman costume, like give me your bananas.
So I'm a theater kid. I enjoy the theater. I enjoy live performance and the act thereof.
Yeah. So so what was the origins behind Little Shop of Horrors, the musical? How did they take that random B movie out of everything and turned it into the stage musical hit that would become?
I mean, you're asking someone who would love to know. I don't know a lot of the behind the scenes nature of the movie. I just think it's a glorious concept, and Frank Oz as a director is hideously underrated. Like if he had done all those, like if he had made that a career track for himself, I think he would have been like one of the great directors of irreverent comedy. I'm sort of upset that he didn't do more musical stuff, because he did direct Muppets Take Manhattan. Is that the one he was behind?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
It had a big falling out or something.
Yeah. Did he really have a falling out with Jim Henson?
Or I don't think he had a falling out with Jim Henson, but there was like some drama that interfered with his directorial thing. Like he was doing too much or something.
I think he wanted everyone to die at the end of Muppets Take Manhattan.
He wanted Kermit to become a giant space alien and trudge through the city with Fozzie Bear and break out of the poster at the end of the film, breaking the fourth wall.
I don't get to play the villain.
You know, it's kind of similar to that with how Audrey ends the movie with like ripping through the screen. It's kind of similar to the Muppet Show sort of thing.
Oh yeah,
you know, with Kermit in the letters. You know.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to.
Anyway,
yeah, what movies? Oh, there he goes. Filmmaking credits. Yeah, I keep seeing him as a performer.
Oh yeah, well he's directed a ton of great movies. I love What About Bob? I like Bowfinger. Right?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great Muppet Caper, The Dark Crystal, although he co-directed with Jim Henson. Muppets Take Manhattan. Yeah. Little Shop of Horrors, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Ooh, very.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that with Steve Martin and Michael Caine.
Yeah. Indian in the Cupboard. I don't remember that one. So
I know the book. I did not know it was a movie.
Yeah. So, oh my God. Yeah. Muppet Treasure Island. Bowfinger. Yeah, I remember seeing Bowfinger. That was pretty decent. It's other ones though. He hasn't. Yeah. I haven't seen the other ones, unfortunately.
But yeah, I don't know a single thing, admittedly, about said production of the movie or necessarily the translation to the stage. But I would absolutely be all over that. Like finding, I know I have it on DVD. I can't believe I haven't watched any of the special features if there are any. But like if someone's done one of those in-depth like adaptation videos on YouTube, like video essays or something, I would absolutely eat that up. Because yeah, I love the movie.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I grew up with the movie. Now here's the interesting question about it. I grew up with the version that had the happy ending. And I know a lot of people make a big deal about, we were robbed of the original ending. And to be honest, I think it worked out for the better. Because thankfully we live out, not saying that the happy ending is the preferred version, because I'll get to your opinion on that soon. But I love the fact that it's one of the few movies where the regular ending and the alternative ending are both equally well known. They're both more or less loved, even knowing that people are now coming around liking the more grim ending. And it is a spectacular showstopper, but I'll get into that later. But yeah, no, I think it was a good thing that I was introduced to the happy ending version of the movie, because that made me love the movie a lot more. So when I grew older and wiser, I could appreciate the unmade ending, the one that's now been fully restored and is as readily available onto the DVD release as the original ending. It's not a case where you have to buy the director's cut completely separate from the regular release cut. And
I think that's the key to it. It's very much a Blade Runner situation where, at least all versions are available and you can choose on your own. Because I was exposed to the, what was readily available, the happier ending that was, I think, wasn't a studio mandate, which, it kind of stinks like that in retrospect. But no, just because I like the darker ending with the rampaging Audreys. Yeah, like you're saying, they're both readily available in restored versions. They don't look, the giant monster sequence doesn't look like crap anymore. And it really is a case where all, deleted endings should be available like that.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. And I have heard the arguments on why both the happy ending kind of has its merits. Because with a stage musical, you can kind of get away with a tragic ending. It's a little expected. I know some people have gone out of their way to say, that's because it's a stage play, so you can kind of accept the deaths and not feel too bad about it. But with a movie, especially one as well made as the Little Shop of Horror one was, you get way more engrossed into the fantasy world that it builds and way more engrossed with the characters, especially since that, unlike, say, maybe the original film where Audrey the First wasn't really much of a character and Seymour was a creep. And
that has a dark ending, but in a lot of Roger Corman movies in that period have, movie endings where the monster wins at the end. Famously, the Creature from the Haunted Sea.
Which is pretty ridiculous. Although, to be fair, there were a couple survivors, so everyone's been misquoting that movie. Like 2 people run away, we never see them again.
Yeah, they escape to the beach or whatever.
But no, because Seymour and Audrey in the movie version, they're so sympathetic and likable that even with their flaws and, crimes, so to speak, we really don't want to see anything horrible happen to them. So you end up falling in love with these 2 people, and then they both sadly get killed by what is arguably one of the greatest monster villains in all of fiction. Because there's a lot I want to say about Audrey too. So yeah, that is a little scary. So I think as a kid, if the original darker ending had remained, I wouldn't have fallen in love and enjoyed rewatching the movie as much as I did. So when I did get older, more mature, and more accepting of possible sad endings, it's like, oh great, I get the choice of both endings, and I love them both equally well for very different, very good reasons. It's a situation where it's not like most people who they only like the ending they're first exposed to, I think, or the ending they remembered last. The situation with Clue. When you think about in context with the movie Clue, every one of those endings is completely equal in the sense that they're all right and they're all
and I would argue that having them all tacked on together weakens the experience.
That's what I'm getting at, because
the joke runs out of steam.
Yes, the joke runs out of steam, but more to the point, people forget about the first 2 endings and they always accept the last one. And it also doesn't help that caption joke doesn't really help matters either. This is how it really happened. Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm really happy that the movie exists and that both endings are equally valid and equally there. But with that said, though, yeah, had I seen the original ending where everyone dies at the end and Audrey 2 basically takes over the world like a boss bitch. I don't
laughing all the way.
Yeah, I don't think I would have ended up growing up with the movie with the same positive feelings, because it's weird. Like, Time Bandits is a great movie, and I have watched that one a lot as a kid. I still revisit every once in a while. But that's a movie where even as a kid, with its weirdly dark ending, like in retrospect, it's a hilarious way to end your children's movie. But back then, it always kind of confused me and left a weird taste in my mouth. So, of course, now that I'm older, I can see the joke that his parents weren't really good for him to begin with. But yeah, he's basically left orphan. And if you go with the theory that Brazil is the unofficial sequel to Time Bandits, yeah.
And that doesn't have a dark ending at all.
Yeah, that kid grows up to become, oh my God. Damn it, what's the name of the lead actor in Brazil?
Oh, I don't remember the actor's name, but that guy, yeah.
Yeah. Damn it. Not Jon Stewart.
Jonathan Pryce.
Pryce. Yeah, Jonathan Pryce. Yeah, he grows up to be the character in Jonathan Pryce, and then he meets a horrific end at the end of Brazil. So he ends up becoming the head of the official head of the town in Baron Munchausen, where he's completely lost and become full villain. So it's a pretty dark trilogy if you think about it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, no. With that said, yeah, the weird ending to Time Bandits left a bad taste in my mouth, and it didn't. And as such, the movie Time Bandits didn't endear itself to me as much as Little Shop of Horror would. There's also the fact that Little Shop of Horror came like in 1986, a time when Hollywood was more transitionally damn it, hamburger
transgender magical frog.
Yes, wipe. Transitioning to movies that were a little more lighter in their subject matter, so you couldn't really get away with movies that ended on a dark note. And that's not just the 80s either. Like, had Little Shop of Horror come out maybe like 2 years earlier, do you think they would have gone away with the darker ending?
I don't know. It still feels a little too cool, and I mean it's in a good way, too cool for the film school of I think still someone would have barked about it. I think maybe they could have fought that more and fought to get it pushed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. So, well, here's the thing, though. It's like, here's something I've discussed with my brother Miguel. Do you think, like, considering all the money they wasted on, like, what is arguably one of the most spectacular giant monster rampages in cinema history, and it was very expensive. I think most of the budget of the movie went to that
Yeah.
sequence. Do you think?
Well, yeah, it's as great as any other giant monster thing you've ever seen.
Yeah,
Still, it holds up beautifully. Like the model work is fantastic,
Yeah.
and when like you see it crawling up the building, and the compositing is seamless.
Oh yeah, definitely. The model buildings are amazing. The puppetry is great. But do you think they should have reincorporated that whole sequence as some sort of like what if dream sequence, or like, you know, redone like the musical number, like Audrey and Seymour? It's like, could you imagine what would happen if we let him win and then we just got like.
I guess that maybe would have been a solution if I don't. That could have been a fight worth having. I think just because they spent all the money.
Yeah, and post-credit sequences weren't made back then either, so it would have like confused the hell out of audiences as well. So
because that's what I think about when I don't really care about seeing the Lost Spider Pit sequence. That is what really jogs in my brain or sticks in my craw is like how bad Willis O'Brien feels about. Oh, okay, so there's like a month of carpet tunnel of me animating this stupid spider crab. Thank you for throwing that out and burning the footage.
And you know what's even funnier? Like, I think King Kong's okay without the Lost.
No, I think it would weaken it.
Yeah, and plus we kind of saw how it kind of stops the show dead in its track when it was reincorporated in Peter Jackson's film. To be fair, though, I think Peter Jackson went overboard by adding too many bugs.
I think Peter Jackson went overboard in many places. Are we going to talk about the next movie I watched?
He never went overboard because we were always on that goddamn boat.
We're always on board.
Okay, there's the rim shot.
Rimshot machine.
Yeah. No, it hasn't exploded yet. We're still not there. We got 3 more rim shots to go. No, we'll talk about the King Kong thing another time, but...
No, I don't want to talk about King Kong. I want to talk about these other movies. We've only touched on Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, no. We'll get off of the Little Shop of Horrors in a little bit.
It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Shit, damn it. Okay. Damn it. Fuck, crap, damn. Bitty bitty bop. Libbity dibbity. Nibbity hobo. Hoppa hoppa hillbo.
Nibble the hobo?
Yeah. The hobo was overaged, Brayton. Okay. But yeah, no, it's a nearly perfect movie too. So, do you think it like captures everything? Like, and Audrey too. Let's just talk about Audrey too. She's such a great movie villain, not just in concept. Because if you think about it, Audrey 2 is generally terrifying. It's like, yeah, there's scarier movie monsters out there, like the Xenomorph from the Alien movies, but she's intelligent. She reproduces just by eating people, grows bigger by eating people. And as we saw in that apocalyptic ending, she does end up destroying the world and winning, with or without that question mark she bashes through. But yeah, it's like, and you're right, the puppetry is great. It's not just a mix of just really good puppetry too. They did a lot of camera tricks and speeding up the film to get it just right. And it's so sad that we'll never see like a great monster puppet effect like that ever again.
No, it's still like because I just watched it yesterday. It's absolutely like astonishingly how good it looks. Like it's so smooth. Like it looks completely animated. And I don't mean that in CGI can look often fake. I just mean it's like there are no hitches like in the animatronic, or in the puppetry. It's a fully fleshed out, believable being. The little Audrey tendrils, those look like puppets, but they're supposed to be cute and funny, and that's fine. But the head is how much lip action they get out of that thing. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And also, like I mentioned earlier, Levi Stubbs,
Yes.
Motown singer extraordinaire, my favorite Motown band, the Four Tops, does the voice, and he gives a very effective acting performance as this lovably evil creature.
Yeah, no, he like it's not, Audrey 2 is not the devil, but holy crap, Levi Stubbs makes it almost like,
yeah, boy.
Yeah, the Mephisto pack personified with the way that plant is able to manipulate everybody. So yeah, and it's such a wonderfully evil character. It's definitely like the top 10 kaiju villains in all history.
Yeah.
So yeah, but no,
there are. I wonder if because Biollante was before Little Shop of Horrors, right?
No, Little Shop of Horrors 86.
Little Shop of Horrors was 86. Biollante was 89.
89, yes,
87?
89.
89.
Yeah. So no, and two great plant monsters. To be honest,
know.
Biollante and Audrey 2 are the only good plant monsters in history.
That's true, but the reason I brought it up is I wonder if inspiration was took from that because it was so recent and a hit.
I would not at all say no to them because I know the Heisei movies are very infamous for like stealing from popular Hollywood movies. So if Biollante is aping Audrey 2, it's like close runner up. Good job.
Yeah.
Toho. So, okay, so we'll get off the.
And that just goes back again. Godzilla musicals. We need more. Yeah, could you imagine how much better that movie? And I know Biollante is loved by everybody, and it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But if Biollante sang like Levi Stubbs,
well, here's the thing.
Well, no shit, Gojira.
Do you want to return to like the old days of the 50s and 60s where we're watching a high concept monster fantasy movie and then a musical number just shows up halfway?
Raph, I spent like 40 minutes bitching about the orangutan man from the center of the planet or whatever. If they sang, that would be going the full Monty, and I would absolutely accept that 1000%.
Yeah, okay, if they sang, but also if there was a sequence where halfway our heroes, we got to figure out how King Kong and Godzilla are going to work together. But first, let's go.
If we could only join them together.
Okay, I like that idea, but I meant like, but first, let's go to this bar. Nights.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing, and I enjoy those a lot. But I think it would be better if you incorporated the choreography and dance sequence within the story. That's even better.
Okay. All right. So you also saw going off from one kind of overlooked giant monster gem, although it's still a good movie regardless of the giant monster elements. The Mist from 2007. Yeah. What do you think of that movie?
I think that's probably top 5 Stephen King Well, I don't know. For all the awful Stephen King adaptations that have been made, because he's written so much, the ones that are good are really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like Misery is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yes.
The Shawshank Redemption, there's not much more needs to be said about that.
Christine, I love Christine.
Christine, Stand By Me. Oh God, what else?
The Shining, regardless.
The Shining, obviously. Yeah. So cinema has been kind to Stephen King, a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
But The Mist is like really effective in that it's a huge showcase for just character actors, because aside from Thomas Jane, and obviously now Toby Jones is, he pops up in more thing, but he's, thought of kindly as a character actor. It's a showcase for all these great character actors. Like it's just them, and you're connecting to them, and it really, because I think they're the best type of actors out there to embody, a performance wholly and not be and not just skate on their star power. Like, no offense to people like, Ryan Gosling or Dwayne The Rock Johnson. A lot of the times it's just them being them, or even like Robert De Niro, who's a fantastic actor, but he's at this stage sort of being like, oh, he just does the Robert De Niro thing every time.
Yeah, get Robert. We need somebody to play an old guy. Get Robert De Niro.
Get Robert De Niro to come sit down and mumble. That'll be good.
You want me to play Santa Claus in a movie? What?
Ho, ho, ho. What the fuck?
I'm going to get you. Ooh, I'm scary.
But no, I just love The Mist so much because it is that. The one kind of beef that I do have it is I think it shows its hand a little early, because you see the tentacle grab the kid like, I don't know, 15 minutes into the movie, and and I understand that things escalate so much from then that okay, maybe it's a good idea, but I think maybe it would have been a little better to hold back on that, just a little bit. Or on that scene, because then everybody starts sort of turning against each other. I think if they had left it a little more ambiguous than showing these crazy leech tentacles pop in, and the CGI is not that great, so that kind of sucks the mood out of the room a little bit.
Could you imagine if they done the tentacle as a physical prop, but they still use CGI to get some of the nastier elements into it? It would have been a great combination.
And they do have, once it's severed, they have the little tentacle thing flop around before it dissolves or whatever. So they do have there is an element of practicality. But no, as the movie goes on though, that bothers me less and less, because the host, that monster, CGI has advanced since then,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks how it looks,
Yeah.
for being a South Asian movie in 2006.
And also
CGI is what it was.
the monster in its own right is actually a decent character. Like, you get an idea that he just wants to chill in his little underground cabin. He's just, he's going to have guests for dinner.
Yeah, so that only bothers me a tad, and because the threat is so brilliantly established and directed, and again, key of all scary movies for me is caring about all of these characters, or at least having an opinion on one, because Mrs. McCready, the fire and brimstone cult leader who she becomes by the end of things, the performance is absolutely magnificent. And the having that sort of stock horror characters held up in one location and the dynamics that ensue, I don't think it's done any better than it is in that movie. It's been done, as well as that film, but like that's a really recent example of that being extraordinary and a showcase just for character actors.
Yeah, the actress who plays Mrs. Carmody, the religious
Carmody,
woman,
that's it. Yeah.
Marcia Gay Harden, that's her name.
Well,
yeah. No, she's very good in the role, but unfortunately, that whole element is probably my least favorite thing out of the whole movie. Because The Mist is obviously it was directly inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, because as we know, Stephen King is Stephen King is a big Lovecraft fan, and even though in his attempts to try to do Lovecraftian fiction kind of falls flat on his face, seriously, a giant clown spider that once battled a god turtle, but now it's stuck eating kids. What the fuck, dude?
Cocaine, 2 syllables.
Oh yeah, cocaine. Okay, cocaine is a hell of a Lovecraftian drug. There's been a lot of attempts to try to do Lovecraft, and Stephen King has pretty much done a lot of Lovecraftian monsters in his works, but they rarely work. In fact, many of them just feels like Stephen King, little kid's first Lovecraft story is a lot of Stephen King's ideas. So, no, it's a giant bear with a satellite in its head, and it works for an evil king in a dark tower. Yay! I'm a genius.
Raph Jack Hodgson again.
No, Jack Hodgson is Stephen King. What's all this meteor shit, huh? I'm gonna scare you scary, Brayton. Yeah. You like trucks? Well, not after I'm done with you.
Anyway.
Yeah, so, yeah, but the thing about Lovecraftian fiction that I've always appreciated is just how monstrously hopeless the universe is, and not in a nihilistic sense, but in a sense that, regardless of our merits as a human, we're overwhelmed by, bizarre cosmic forces that even the monsters who are part of the cosmic forces are sometimes victim to. So the fact that in a Lovecraft story, the hero will fight against an evil cult, but ultimately they're all victims to horrible monsters, and even the monsters have to answer to something even worse than them. Unfortunately, The Mist, and this is something that I think kind of, on one hand, the narrative about man being the real monster is pretty scary in its own right, but it also gets kind of annoying and even unimaginative. And it is kind of sad that a lot of people have kind of misinterpreted The Mist as being kind of a pro-religious movie, because Mrs. Carmody is right about all her gloom and doom predictions, and in the end, all the characters she say will die do end up getting killed off by the monsters in one way or another, or by David. But we'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, but she has my favorite death of a villain though.
Yeah, well, how doesn't she just end up easily?
Toby Jones shoots her at the end because it finally boils to a point after Sam Witwer, the Star Wars actor guy, gets stabbed because he was one of the military people who were in on the project of opening another dimension and all that heebie-jeebie ghost and ghoulies stuff. The store, the town turn on him inside the store, and he gets stabbed and sacrificed.
To the giant unseen enemy crab.
Yeah, and so Thomas Jane and everybody, all the good characters, the sane characters left. The old woman and the guy who ran in the first place, and the lady there and his son decide to leave. Mrs. Carmody gets the whole store to basically turn on them, and they're trying to sacrifice the kid. We want the boy. And Toby Jones, once it finally, elevates and escalates, he ends up shooting her. And he keeps apologizing to Thomas Jane. He says, "I shot her, didn't I? Thank you. I wouldn't have to do it if she didn't force me to. That's why I said thank you. Because you're fully on their side. Because she's just such an irritating bitch.
Yeah. Now, Toby Jones' character, he doesn't make it when they try to pass the parking lot to a car. Doesn't he get eaten by one of the monsters?
Yeah, he gets eaten by one of the monsters as soon as they get to the car.
Yeah, but no, that's the one thing that kind of irks me, because I think the movie would have been slightly like, yeah, granted, she gets a great death, and Toby Jones is the rare good guy in one of his rare good guy roles, definitely worth it. But I think it would have been more fitting and perhaps more true to the Lovecraftian terror that, yeah, the monsters actually take out a couple of the religious faithful instead of just targeting the more innocent or likable characters.
Well, that would have been satisfying. I don't really have a huge issue with the feeling like she was right or anything, and I definitely don't have a bad taste in my mouth with the ending. I think it's beautiful, unfair karma.
Yeah.
Or not even karma, just unfair,
bad
shit.
luck.
Bad luck. That's what I meant. Yeah. Cosmic coincidence.
Yeah.
But
Lovecraftian luck.
The thing that really bothers me about it, or like not even in a good way, it's just like the thing that makes me sad about it is the kids wasn't asleep when his dad did what he did, because the last thing he sees is his dad cocking the gun, and I'm like, oh, that's a sad touch. But no, I find the Mist very like effective just as a big chamber piece.
Yeah.
And the social commentary I don't find standard or dumb. I think it's done very well, and the dialogue is very sharp.
Yeah, I know.
And everybody has their own point of view, and they change.
But it kind of rubs me a little bit in the wrong way, because it's sort of a precursor of what we'll get in like the modern Twilight Zone, where these moral lessons about trying to fight against horrible, immoral things are kind of undermined or ruined, because the story has to end on sort of a shock ending where the villain more or less wins, just because of the horror cliche. It's like, what is it? The new Twilight Zone had this story where it was almost working about a woman trying to avoid her son's death by escaping a racist police officer. But the way the story plays out, if you're somebody who's Blue Lives Matter, fuck everybody but me mentality, you don't see that story as a cautionary tale. You see that story as like, hey, the police officer won at the end. Hooray for my side. And I do feel The Mist, unfortunately, suffers a little bit from that, because there's so many video essays where it's like, Mrs. Cormody was right, and she and her group survived at the end. Especially when you consider what happens at the end. That, oh yeah, this interdimensional invasion of monsters was just a little oopsie. That just, you just had to tuck her inside for a little while. Although it's still pretty harrowing in its own horrible right. But that's just... Well,
I don't, yeah, that's fair. I just don't agree necessarily. I don't think it's a thing that can be put on the movie necessarily, just as being annoyed with other people's interpretations of it. And I think that if there are things that bother me about the movie, it's just the feeling that a few things were truncated to fit a film format. And I understand that, obviously. Like, there's the guy, I don't remember what his job is, if he's just like a local mechanic or something, but he's on their side at the beginning until they have to venture to the pharmacy, where he sees like the military guy and the spiders burst out of him and all that. And he immediately snaps and has a character change and is suddenly on Mrs. Carmody's side when he gets back. I think that was rushed. There are a few awkward times where it fades to black and then like fades to the next scene that are like, why are we doing this? Just cut.
Yeah, there are little faux pas like that. And it's a sad thing too, because the mechanic character is played by William Sadler. And you know who William Sadler is?
Who's that? Refresh my memory.
He was the Grim Reaper in the Bill and Ted movies.
Oh my God! Well, that's why I didn't recognize.
Yeah, he wasn't doing a musical number. He wasn't dressed.
His complexion cleared up.
Yeah, indeed. So, but yeah, and William Sadler, of course, was one of the more likable prisoners in the Shawshank Redemption. Who has that great.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember that. Well, that makes sense. I will say that I think Frank Darabont, and I like him as a personality, and he's very interesting. I think he's a much better writer than he is director. Because there are like with they're just kind of stock like shaky cam shots and stuff in The Mist that bother me.
Ironically, though, I think I was about to say, just a quick aside, I think The Mist is one of the last decent monster movies from mainstream Hollywood before we got into like whatever the hell's going on with the Monsterverse, or worse, like, oh, we can't show the monster, like Super 8 or Godzilla 2004. So yeah, because you do, even though when the monsters are all obscure in the mist, you still get a really good idea what they're like, even the ones where you only see the shape.
And the kaiju size one at the end is displayed with a very benevolent majesty.
Yes, like you get the
As it's
feeling.
just making its way through town.
Yeah, that's another thing about I think the mist works really well. It's like, yeah, they feature the horror of these creatures, but there still is that kind of majesty and awe to them. It's like when you see the weird giant bugs on the window, it's both creepy but also interesting at the same time.
Yeah, and the people like are inside are transfixed by it. They're like tapping the glass and saying, "Ooh."
Yeah, and sadly, a lot of American monster movies don't give you time to appreciate the weird creatures, and the ones that do are usually the movies that get overlooked. But with that said, though, I think a lot of people, is it just me, or a lot of people seem to hate the movie just because of how bad luck mean the ending is?
Yeah, I would say that's a big mar on a lot of people's, and I've been guilty of that too, because absolutely a horrible conclusion can tarnish goodwill in a film, that all the goodwill it's built up. Like I don't need to complain about 10 Cloverfield Lane again, but well, because I've done it enough. Yes. But yeah, I don't know. It's a very unfair, within the story. You feel bad for the guy, and God, if I was in that situation. But it doesn't feel. I'm trying to find another way to say that it doesn't feel unearned. It feels right for the movie. Like it's never bothered me to where I was, fist thumping mad or anything at the film because it decided on that way to conclude itself. And I'll admit too, I haven't read the original novella, so I don't know how close it stays to that.
Yeah, I don't know anything of the original novella, and I know that there was a TV series of The Mist that lasted 2 seasons and no one saw it. And it's like,
yeah, I haven't seen that either.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like you don't need. It's like I bet the series is like them taking like 4 episodes just to walk from one side of the grocery store to the other side.
Yeah, that feels a little overkill. Like I mentioned, some parts feeling truncated, but I didn't. It's fine.
Stretching it out, yeah. So it's funny too because
stretching things out is often worse than cutting things down.
Yeah, no, I'll. That's why I think movies are still a superior format, because there's so many television shows today that just stretch out a simple concept you could easily do in just 2 episodes. But they do it for budgetary reasons, or at least if you are going to stretch out the narrative, at least give us something interesting to watch in the meantime.
Yeah, and Frank Darabont obviously is a master adapter, because with he stretches out things in the Shawshank Redemption, not stretches them out, fleshes them out.
Yeah.
So he obviously knows how to, and I understand that his first film project was a short film based on another Stephen King short movie called The Woman in the Room, I think.
Oh, that's so weird. I'm looking at the title right now. So
yeah, So they have a very good relationship. Oh, and I forgot The Green Mile. Obviously, that was another example of a Stephen King adaptation that was done very well, and Frank Darabont directed.
Yeah, I can't believe he directed and produced The Majestic, but didn't write it. That probably explains why that movie is so optimistic. But I've never seen it, so there's some terrible stuff.
Yeah, the Majestic's actually, if you can get past it, it really feels like if Frank Capra directed a Twilight Zone episode. It's not awful. Okay. It's just people's mileage may vary on earnesty sometimes. Or earnestness with it's shucks go lucky.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So, and also Frank Darabont was also the main writer of the 1988 Blob remake, which is, imagine The Mist, but he's having fun with it. Because
he also did or what got the ball rolling and then was eventually dropped, the unmade Indiana Jones City of the Gods script, which eventually became Crystal Skull.
Yeah, so from what I understand, like everyone loved the script, but like George Lucas and everyone else thought it was too dark.
I want a prairie dog. I want a bunch of prairie dogs and monkeys. That's what he said. That's George Lucas. That's how he sounds.
Yeah. So I'm almost interested to see the original script and to see if the criticisms against from the producers towards Frank Darabont was true or not.
It's all, it's very freely available online. I'd like to do an audio play of it at some point or something, because everybody but me hates the new Indiana Jones movie, so I guess that would be
sorry, Brayton. So
Sorry, Brayton, your opinions are wrong.
Yeah. So, by the way, tell us more. I don't know. We trust you for Dracula of 1972.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's not that bad. Get off your high horse.
Yes. So Doomzilla says Carrie, Shining, Misery, The Mist, Stand By Me are classics.
Oh, yeah. Carrie, too, I love.
Yeah, and Warrior King says Night of the Comet. Yeah, Night of the Comet does kind of count as a zombie movie, but it's more of a post-apocalyptic adventure. It's not a bad movie in its own right. But then Warrior King makes the joke, the obvious joke, Gamera is the friend of all children. It makes perfect sense that he'd be the sworn enemy of child-eating spider clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but no, seriously, I think cocaine should just be the answer for.
Oh no, that's funny because I think Red Letter Media is the one who said that it was co-written by Cocaine, but Stephen King would kind of jump from novel to novel while also jumping from substance to substance because he was hooked on cocaine writings. He was obviously a very deep alcoholic writing The Shining. I don't remember what he was on writing Cujo, but that was something else too.
What was okay? So is he drug free now? Because some of
he's an old man. Of course he's drug free.
Okay, because some of it, like the Dark Tower. What's going on there, man? Was that weed?
But I think the Shining was like the thing he ascribes to helping him kick the alcohol was writing it, but because that's all about that's what the book's about basically.
Okay,
so.
Okay, but
anyway.
The Mist. Yeah, I would say it's the last great monster movie in Hollywood history because after that, everything else is either a superhero movie with a monster in it.
I really liked that movie that came out a few years ago. There was an unsuccessful sequel to. Oh God, what was it? It was The Quiet Something, where it's sort of The Quiet Place. Yeah, where it's the family. They have to be absolutely stone dead quiet, otherwise the monsters will get him. I find elements of that very thrilling.
Yeah, but no, yeah, as far as like a big Hollywood monster movie that's really well done and doesn't skip out on the human drama with the monsters, as well as, like you said, a lot of really good character actors throughout the film.
Yeah,
The Mist,
because everybody except Thomas Jane, and Thomas Jane, he was the Punisher, but he wasn't A-list Tom Cruise sexy boy.
Don't speak ill of him or he'll come after us, Brayton. We killed his movie career.
I know, and I find Thomas Jane to be a very sexy boy, but I'm just saying that he, it's a different. These are actors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
These are people who are really apply to their craft, and it's just great to see them interact with each other.
So,
and even the kid's great.
Yeah,
and I've never seen him before in anything.
Yeah, indeed. So. Yeah, the saddest irony. Yeah, it's like that ending. I just gotta mention the one scene where that one woman and her kids who went into the fog and they're totally okay. What's their adventure?
Yeah. Won't anybody see a woman home? I hope y'all burn in hell. Yeah. I wonder how she got home.
Yeah. Oh, she probably.
And we never see what happens to his neighbor and the gaggle of people that he brings along with him.
Yeah. Ironically, I think maybe she befriended the giant monster and it gave her a ride. The really big one. Hop on my toe, lady friend and children.
Makes sense.
Yes. So, and he married her after that. No, I'm joking. So
that you crossed it.
Yes. Okay. Well, you crossed it several times. Rim shot?
Sure, I'll take one.
There you go. He timed it perfectly too. No, not another rim shot. Oh, you got an extra one. How many rim shots are in this single minute and 16 seconds? Okay, so from one small town under siege by a bizarre mist from another world to another small town under siege from a mist in another world, The Fog, 1980, from Embassy Pictures, directed by our patron saint from a couple of years ago.
Halloween 4, if it was an anthology film, as we mentioned earlier too.
Yeah, no, now thinking about it, The Mist, like in a hypothetical Halloween anthology world, The Fog would be a good fourth entry into the film. Although it was like made way earlier before Halloween 3 came along, because I think Halloween 3 was like 83 or something. But
I don't know.
So The Fog, that's another movie I used to watch all the time on TNT's Monster Vision because it used to be a standard.
Worth mentioning too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Halloween 3 also isn't directed by John Carpenter. That was Nick Castle who directed Halloween 3, right?
Yes, you're right. One of the guys who worked on the original Halloween.
He was Michael Myers in the original Halloween. He's the Shape, and he also directed The Last Starfighter, which I enjoy a great deal.
Oh yeah, The Last Starfighter is a lot of fun. That's a very sincere hokey movie, like hokey but sincere. So
Good hokum.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, the Fog.
Okay, so The Fog is a movie I remember I watched maybe once or twice, but that was like back when I was a young teenager, and that was like 88 years ago at least. No, that was like what, 240
98 years ago.
98 years ago. Okay.
2 millennia.
Yeah, we'll just be generous and say 2 millennia. But yeah, no. So it's a movie where there's a lot of images that stuck in my head, especially with the beautifully filmed fog and the idea that these are ghosts, but they are physically monstrous.
And how old Brookie stole your treasure.
Yes. But with that says though, you just recently saw it, so I'm more interested.
I didn't just recently saw it. I've seen it many times.
So so it is a recurring favorite of yours.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. But I like I like the birds / like if you did a triple feature, you could do the birds, Jaws, and the Fog, because they're basically the same movie. It's all like this like, you know, quiet Biddy having town under siege by a supernatural force. And surprisingly enough, I like the Hitchcock film the least out of the three of those. But no, I just like that formula. Again, crowded with actors I really like. Jamie Lee Curtis, I think, is a lot better in The Fog than she is in Halloween.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And obviously, you know, a couple of years of age goes a long way. But and I like Jamie Lee Curtis. She's one of my favorite actresses. She's lovely. But no, I just like the mood that it creates. And yeah, so many arresting visuals. The end sequence with all of the, you know, the pirates coming out of the mist, out of the fog with the glowing red eyes. That's another thing, you know, that and Horror Express. It's kind of the easy, cheap way to show supernatural evil. Just put some red eyeballs in that fucker.
Yeah, but it's also so beautifully filmed too that even though that these monsters are just silhouettes, it's still really effective. And it's like, it doesn't feel like you've been cheapened out, because I do remember there's that great sequence where you do briefly put a light on them and they're just covered in worms and wackiness.
Yeah, maggots and cobwebs.
But here's the funny thing. I have to unfortunately correct us, because this is a mistake I've done too, Brayton, so don't feel bad about it. I, for the longest time, thought they were like pirate ghosts too, but they were actually just leprous mariners who got betrayed by the town, and all their gold and wealth that they were going to start their own little colony got taken away from them.
Pirates! Why do you think they had so many peg legs? Leopards go hand in hand. All lepers are pirates.
Okay, Brayton, first.
Okay, well, you know, I'll take it back. Okay, all lepers are not pirates, but all pirates are lepers.
It also doesn't help when they kill caribou and take them up into trees. There we go. Rimshot was a little late there.
I was gonna make a Ben-Hur reference, but maybe that's a little too highbrow.
Okay. Yeah, but no, so technically the ghosts were victims screwed over by the past. But with that said, how do you feel about the old ghost narrative that the ghosts take their vengeance out on otherwise unrelated descendants? Does that seem a little unfair, or that it makes sense because the ghosts got no one else to go to?
It makes sense because ghosts have no rules, and you can do whatever the fuck you want with a ghost, because they're the most untangible thing. You know, the ghosts don't have to have a motive that makes sense. They can have any motive that you want. And I don't know, maybe it's like a next of kin type of deal.
Yeah. And also, well, the way I see it, that is a problem with ghosts. Like, as interesting and as cool as ghosts can be, especially in a cinematic visual sense, because of all the monsters in fiction, ghosts really lend themselves to just beautiful visual imagery, for better or ill.
They're ethereal, you know. Yes. And you can accomplish them relatively cheaply.
Yeah, but you can even go all out imaginative with them. It's like suddenly a room comes back to life, and you got like in The Shining, when he meets the ghosts, you see like the decayed, horrible versions of them, but you also see them in their prime when they invite Jack to the party. Or
when I say that they can be done cheaply, you know, The Haunting is one of my favorite horror movies, and you don't see shit in that movie. It's all just atmosphere and the oldest tricks in the books of knockings at doors and stuff and things flying over or open.
Yeah, but no, visually ghosts definitely are like some of the most interesting fictional monsters out there, in my opinion. motive wise and rule wise, though, that's when we get into like, ugh, yeah.
And they just have a stink on me too, because the whole, like, they're the only monster that a large majority of people believe in, and that's just too much real life,
Baggage,
religious pseudo belief.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like, what is it? I remember there used to be like a paranormal talk show on ABC or NBC in like the afternoons. And it was always so weird whenever they talked about aliens or Bigfoot or even B.D. Cooper, the audience was like, yeah, whatever. But the minute ghosts or angels, it's like, ooh, tell us more.
Because it's that hopeful Bible BS of you're seeing your loved ones again. And I understand, people are very emotionally exploited by that. And there are still shows with mediums that, I'll talk to your loved ones for you or whatever. And it's such an easy, it's just an easy thing to make money at in real life, and it makes me feel gross. So that's why I kind of steer away from ghost movies.
Yeah, that's how I kind of felt with the religious misinterpretations of The Mist. Just because of the villains kind of get away with it in the end, kind of, not completely.
That's how I felt about Casper the Friendly Ghost too, the first movie.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's not any rules with ghosts, and because they're so ethereal and so magical, like it's almost like how you can get annoyed with a narrative where wizards are the main characters. They can do almost any shit, and it just gets a little boring and annoying after a while. But
I just hate the trio of ghosts. Why do ghosts burp? Why does that big fat one burping all the time?
Yeah, why are they invincible until they meet a vacuum, and then the vacuum is no longer a weakness, but it's a weakness later on? It makes no sense.
Kabosh is cool. He's green and is voiced by Darth Vader.
Damn right. Yeah, Kabosh is awesome. His CGI sucks though.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and then the best ghost ever, the one who gave Dan Aykroyd a what.
Oh, I do believe in crystal skulls. I do.
You okay in there? Get out, man. I'm busy.
Bustin' makes me feel good.
I'm kind of glad they got that joke out of there, because it's like, there's some dark implications. What happened to that poor ghost girl after the deed was done? It's like, time to trap you.
Yeah.
In the trap hole.
Ghost traps on the dresser, honey. Chocolates.
Hole buster. They just
There's something strange lurking in your bed.
Yeah. So are you gonna like bust the ghost, or are you just gonna let this hooker ghost remain? I'll be back next week. Come on, man.
Dan Aykroyd reaches completion. He slimed me.
Yeah, I think Dr. Detroit ruined a lot of his creative decisions.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, okay, so the one thing, though, I've always found interesting about ghosts, and it ties into the fog, so we're turning around to that conversation. Goji Shay says it's getting too late for me. I gotta go to bed. Check out the rest of your stream tomorrow. Great hang out with you guys all the while. Yes, indeed.
Thanks, Raph.
Yeah. What? No, it's okay. We're almost
We're
done.
spending 20 minutes on each of these.
Yeah.
I've got 13 movies. Have you only seen 4 of them or something?
No, just the ones that I can share opinions with. But no, the thing I find most interesting about ghosts, and the one that's always been like the most consistent through line with almost all of them in fiction, is that they are echoes of an unjust past, and the creatures themselves they work less on intelligence than just pure emotion. Whereas one can make the argument a zombie is pure instinct, because it's just a body eating flesh for the sake of, predatorial eating. A ghost does its actions based on the wrongs it probably faced in the past, and because it is an individual who has died under traumatic circumstances, the emotion is all they got. The emotion is what's literally keeping them bounded to this world. So, of course, in that sense, you can kind of buy something like The Grudge, where the ghosts are so filled with traumatic rage to the horrific murders they face that they more or less doom the world with their weird little curse, even though it's completely unfair and unintelligent. But that's what we're dealing with, like crazy spirits that have long since lost their bodies, so to speak. So with that says, I think The Fog is one of the better examples of it, with these vengeful ghosts going around and having their revenge against a town that's prospered in their absence. But at the same time, do you think it's kind of cheapened when at the end they do give the ghosts what they want, and then you still have that one shock scare where the otherwise nice father, Patrick Malone, played by Hal Holbrook, and ends up just getting randomly killed because I guess the 80s needed one last little twist ending?
I think it's done so cool, I don't care.
Yeah, okay, it is okay. With that,
Yeah,
said-
you know, my agreement or disagreement with a creative choice can easily be overcome with how it's pulled off. I will admit that.
yeah,
And
it is. It
no,
is a cool
I
final
think
kill.
I think it's a scare that works.
Yeah, and to be fair though, maybe the ghosts are like, Father, you're joining us, buddy, but we gotta free you from that body, Swappy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could see it on the on whatever. So, but no, but no, that was the movie is famous because John Carpenter has mentioned many times in development that was sort of his take on the classic ghost stories, but he adds it with a little bit of extra edge, and of course, being a Lovecraft fan, he throws in a little bit of Lovecraft with these ghosts coming from the sea and almost like the normal world giving way to an otherworldly invasion when the fog ever shows up. But at the same time, it is very reminiscent of another author, William Hope Hodgson, who was sort of like Lovecraft, but more obsessed with the ocean, and one who had a much more romantic sense. Like, all his stories were very Lovecraftian, but they always end on a romantic note, both in ways...
And then there was also that other author, Billy Jack Hodgson, who wrote absolute tripe.
Okay, so the cult sacrificed a pizza to a giant clam that was secretly in love with the buxom barmaid. The end.
Pay me $500. Printer's word houses.
What? I get paid by the word. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Give me money.
Just pulls out a dictionary and copies and pastes.
Oh my god! It's like
It doesn't have to make sense. It's avant-garde.
Yeah, I know writers who hide behind subtext, and they're all cowards. But anyways, yeah, William Hope Hodgson, of course, is famous for writing a lot of he's the man who's responsible for A Voice in the Night, which of course would end up becoming the basis for Matango. So, and the original story was about a couple that was lost on this island with these weird fungoid creatures, and it ends on a somewhat bittersweet note. But yeah, it's like, it does feel a little bit like John Carpenter doing his take on a William Hope Hodgson story, and that's something I've always really enjoyed about The Fog, at least when I watched it as a teenager, not as a little kid. But yeah, what do you think when you view it as like John Carpenter's classic ghost story, especially since it opens with that really cool sequence with just the old man telling the campfire story?
Then, you little fuckers, let me tell you this story.
Yeah,
how was that for a scare?
Yeah, and we never see that character again throughout the whole movie, right? He just shows up in the opening, and as far as we know,
he's the writer.
Yeah, the whole.
I'm the author of this picture.
What do you think of that, kid? I get
Stick that in your juice box and drink it.
Yeah. Night Train to John Carpenter. But yeah, what do you think about it being like a 1980s horror movie equivalent to the classic ghost stories of old?
Oh yeah, like I can totally feel where people think it's hokey or something, but no, I think I kind of, you know, and I bitched about ghosts a lot. Another one of my favorite horror movies is Poltergeist. So again, I'm a hypocritical hippopotamus all night long.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I like that, and especially around the Halloween season. Like, that's a movie I love, The Fog, but I really only watch it around Halloween when I really want something to you know, because again, I'm not as big into the holiday as I was when I was a kid. Not every day of October is spooky time for Brayton Connor. But I like watching. I can
only wear the Dracula costume once a month, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. It's got to get washed sometime.
Yes.
But no, I like things that create that atmosphere, and the Fog is overflowing with atmosphere, and that goes a long way for me around this time of year.
Indeed. So, and the movie is currently available to free to view on Pluto. So if you've never seen The Fog, like I've never seen
The Fog.
Yes, See the Fog.
I've seen Fog. It gets very foggy here.
My parent, when we babysit Michael, we usually go to the beach, and it's like mom's seen The Fog plenty of times, and he says, "Raph, the fog gets so bad down in Hermosa Beach, it's literally like that John Carpenter movie. I just open the door and it just pours in, and me and Michael have to fend off a ghost pirate."
I hate when that happens.
Indeed. That would be a
Stop coming for my booty.
Right, that would be
There's plenty to go around.
Arr, we want your booty. You're talking about this treasure, right?
You've been nowhere where no man has not been before.
Mr. Fibbley, I demand booty. Coming,
So
Captain.
that's why they call you Long John Silver. I see.
Oh, he was a little too close to that kid.
Aye, Jim Hawkins, my boy. You're not gonna ruin that for me. That was my favorite story as a little boy.
Yeah, no. Long John Silver is a very cool guy, all things considering, both in the original book and in many of the film versions. So
He's one of the first literary like well, I
anti-heroes.
shouldn't say that. Yeah, so I was gonna say, shades of gray character.
Yeah. So, and it's funny too because they did go out of their way to try and make him as loathsome as possible. Yet ultimately, in futuristic retrospect, it's kind of retroactively worked against it, and we just think he's now cooler. And so much so that he's.
And I love Robert Newton, who plays him in the Disney movie.
Oh yeah,
his performance, and he invented that pirate talk.
Indeed.
So it's great.
Yes,
Yeah, when you think of yarn yo fiddly, that's he basically did that. What's his face did for Klingon when creating that.
Hey, yeah. So, and not only that, but Disney has two great Long John Silvers. There's the original from the live action versions, which even as a kid, when I found those movies boring, I was always amazed by his performance. And of course, you got the cyborg cowman from the animated Treasure Planet. So
that too.
Yes. Okay, so we'll get off the fog, but now that I know it's freely available on Pluto TV, I'm actually think I might cozy up and watch the movie later tonight if gets not too late.
It's cozy horror too.
Yes,
I would say that that goes a long way for me too. I like movies that give me the warm and fuzzies, and this is like chills and fuzzies, but a similar sort of deal.
Indeed. So okay, let's see how long we've been going.
Too long, please. Can we speed run through these?
Okay. Hibbity, whatever happened to Baby Jane? Go.
Whatever happened to Baby Jane? We did this on the movie Graveyard Shift last year. It is one of my favorite horror movies. It's the perfect mix of Sunset Boulevard meets Psycho. The two great powerhouse performances, obviously from Bette Davis and Joan Crawford. Way too much has been made about that behind the scenes, when in reality, there was that starlet cattiness, I guess, but a lot of quotes have been invented, and they would even when press would come by the sets, they would even, I guess they kind of were in on the joke, because they would sort of play up their animosity when talking to reporters. But really, they didn't dislike each other, and I think the cattiness and the pettiness sort of overshadows the movie's legacy.
Yeah,
and it's a very effective, sad, cautionary tale of what child fame can do to mentally unhinged people.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about, I did see the movie beforehand. I rented the VHS from the library in my later teens when I was a really big lover of renting movies from the library. And that was those sort of before streaming and cable, when cable was starting to die down as far as movie variety went, and streaming was, not even a thing. My go-to was the library rentals on DVD and VHS. And it's funny because the first time I saw Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, the impression was oh yeah, that was a camp horror classic. William Castle couldn't do no wrong. But then revisiting the movie with you for the movie Graveyard Shift, yeah, once you're out of that initial just cheeky shockness of the whole situation, and you start to dig deeper and see the movie for what it is, yeah, it's I think it does a better job at showing the dark side of Hollywood than a lot of other contemporary movies, including arguably the much superior and much more well-beloved and better Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
Because, the movie, for those of you who don't know, Whatever Happened Baby Jane is basically about these two sisters in their older age. One used to be a little starlet on the vaudeville scene.
Yeah, she was your honey boo-boo of the 1940s.
And the other one was just a more concerned sister that people who ended up becoming a more serious and beloved actress. But eventually, things just went horribly well. Not to go into too much detail about it, it's a very good modern 1960s American Gothic movie. Because there really are no supernatural elements. There is, skullduggery, murder, and psychopaths, but it's nowhere near as extreme as, say, Spider Baby, or a lot of the Texas Chainsaw.
Or many of the because we talked about too how it spanned and positive things, because it's great that older actresses were able to find work, but it spun off the whole exploitation kick, which some of those are very good. I do enjoy Hush Hush Sweet Charlotte, which is the sister film of Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, and I really like Straight Jacket, which is a William Castle film, and I think maybe his I like House on Haunted Hill better, but I think Straight Jacket is maybe his most well-directed movie.
That's true. Yeah.
But the thing they could get, obviously they lean far more into B movie camp and over the top, shtick as the slasher film type of kick of its day. But no, I think the movie is very sad film and very powerful. And also a great performance by Victor Buono, who doesn't get enough credit for that movie too. He's hilarious.
Yeah, Victor Buono is awesome. We gotta
he's very funny as like playing this sort of faux sort of as a qualified assistant for that's what the job offer is. And then when he realizes, like, because he's drunk and he comes in and he's making an ass of himself, but when he realizes how Blanche has how Blanche is tied up like at the top of the stairs, like just stone cold sober, and he runs to the authorities.
Yeah, exactly. So he ends up no, he doesn't save the day. He's too late. He's too drunk. He's too Victor Bruno.
Yes. And he rolls down the street hollering for help.
And then he gets hit by a brick in the head and he becomes an Egyptian king.
That's how I remember it.
The bat boobs will get what's coming to them, says I, the son of Dubla Zublanza. Oh my God, was Dirty McCruption unintentionally inspired by Victor Bruno? Okay,
so whatever happened to Baby Jane, got that one.
Okay, so I only have 2 more movies because I decided to skip Invasion of the Body Snatchers because that's something that could be a podcast in its own right, talking about both the original movie and the 78 remake.
Yeah.
But yeah, these last 2 movies, one is more all my thoughts on it, and I think we'll close the night on it. Yeah, what?
So one, you're cribbing my movie list and just talking about it yourself while I sit here.
Yeah, no, I only picked a handful of movies that I know we both share and have thoughts on. I decided to skip Invasion of the Body Snatchers because that can be a whole another discussion.
Well, what are you skipping that you haven't seen? And I'll talk very briefly on them and why you should watch it. Seconds, yes. So I've mentioned before that I wasn't a Rock Hudson fan. And I'm not to say that I hate everything he's in, because I love Pillow Talk. It's very sweet and he does fine. And because I have respect
for Pillow Talk. He's definitely rock and he's very hard in it.
Huh?
I take back the rim shot I just did. I'm sorry. No. Okay, I'm getting tired. My abilities to make terrible jokes and puns are not going. Keep going.
Okay. No, but Rock Hudson is a fine actor in things, and he's in a movie called All That Heaven Allows and several Douglas Sirk films that are very well regarded. He's a fine actor. But this is the one that really sold me on him, and it's funny for me to see him in this because he was well known as being in more lighter, what's a way to say it? Like romance novels that your mom would read, like those in movie form, like
my mom
harmless
never
sort
read
of
romance novels.
Okay, I'm just trying to build like a foundation of saying he was in lighter, non-harmful type of material, stuff that you could bring the family to and old ladies could swoon at Rock Hudson about. So seeing him in this very experimental sort of French New Wavy type of movie about, old millionaires wanting to get, because the premise of the movie.
No,
he's an old rich guy who wants to be young again, and so he gets an operation where he has a new face and a new body and this pillar of youth, and he goes crazy, and because I'm a young boy again, and it feels again like a Twilight Zone episode.
Okay, so there is science fiction elements in it, sort of.
It's a science fiction movie. Yeah, he gets an operation for a new body, a transplant, a whole face thing, and then he basically becomes a screw up and goes back in and wants to change his identity a second time. And that doesn't go as well and it really delves deep into heavy themes of like sort of existential horror of, having your mind trapped in bodies and dying over and over again, basically. And it's wonderful and really sold me on his performance as an actor. Murray Hamilton, the mayor from Jaws, is in that clip that I posted on YouTube, and he does a great supporting performance.
Right.
But no, and seeing it and watching it again, this is a sort of a pull. I think if they made it in the 50s, if they made a Batman film in the 50s, he would have been a great Batman. He would have been a great Bruce Wayne because he has the build. I think he has the acting chops now, reevaluating him. He has the look, the chin.
Yeah. Yes. I was about to say the chin. Yeah. Because I'm looking at the little footage, mute, of course. There's no way I can play it without everyone overhearing it.
Yeah, you can just look up pictures of Rock Hudson. He fits the bill that way too. But also, this movie, he spends a segment of the film with his face wrapped in bandages, and I'm like, oh my god, Hush, right there, perfect.
Indeed.
The Batman villain,
Okay.
Anyway,
so yeah, the other movie that we're going to skimp through because I've never seen it is the 1931 version of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, because I've seen, as what you would say, the inferior Spencer Tracy
Tracy version,
yeah.
And that was the Spencer Tracy version was directed by Victor Fleming too, who's a great classic director. He directed Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. But no, I like how also equally kind of experimental that version of the film is too. It's very short. There's a ton of like first person POV shots, which is weird seeing that in such an early movie, because it's not just like, a still shot of someone's point of view. It's you're seeing through their eyes, like walking around the room. You're like following Dr. Jekyll through his house and as he drinks the formula and all of that. And it's a very concise telling of that story. And I think the best one by quite a long shot. I like how, everybody online has talked about how effective the makeup is or the techniques to achieve the transformation. And that's only been done a couple times in older movies, because I've seen like there's a clip of a film with a witch in it that where the lady transforms very equally to that. But it's cool too seeing that how he's basically, the makeup effect is a walking, talking monkey man, in that movie. He's like half chimpanzee and like a primitive, what are they called? Cro-Magnons? Is that right?
Yeah. I think Neanderthal.
Neanderthal. Yeah. He has that look to him. Yeah, and it gets progressively more like disturbing throughout the movie too. Like, by the end, there's nothing left of humanity there. He's just when he's cornered, he literally becomes an angry chimpanzee man.
Yeah. No. With that said, though, in the original book, he took the formula, and it's kind of left ambiguous whether it actually does change him or not. Although when it does change him, he just becomes a more evil, younger teenage version of himself.
Yeah.
Something I know is rarely touched upon in other versions of the Dr. Jekyll story. Do you feel it gets a little cheapened when he just turns into a full-on ape monster? You think because
it becomes far more of like a stock monster movie type of thing, but like it and maybe that popularized just doing that when it comes to that story. But like there was a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde movie in the 1920s with John Barrymore that was the same type of thing. It was a big. I think it's just more visual that way. Basically, that's why they do it.
Yeah, and like you said, I've seen clips of him just going all out crazy at the end, and it is one of the most effective full-blown monster Mr. Hydes out there.
Yeah, because the ending is not him like on a vicious terror or anything. It's him scared and trying to fight back all these policemen, and he climbs the walls and stuff. It's very effective, and there's no like barely any musical score throughout the thing, so it has that kind of 1931 Dracula feel also from the same year where it's just atmospheric as hell.
Yes. Okay, so this is a movie I've been really wanting to see for a long time, and it's still available for free on YouTube, and this may be another one I may cozy up and watch this month. But Death Trap from 1982.
Yeah, Death Trap, which isn't like a by-the-book horror movie, but it takes place in an old cabin out in the countryside and just gives me those feels. Basically, just a straight up adaptation of a really popular play written by Ira Levin, who wrote Boys from Brazil and Rosemary's Baby. It's about a author or a stage play, what are they called? Playwright? Yeah, playwright.
Yeah.
Who sort of delved into Agatha Christie territory with what he would write for the stage. And it's just been flop after flop for this guy. And so his scheme is to invite over a promising guy who's like a big fanboy of him because he's read his script, and he confesses to his wife, "Oh, this is better than anything I've ever written. If I could just kill him and take the script and claim it as my own." Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that old chestnut that we creatives do all the time. It's one of the reasons nobody at the comic shop wants to hang out with me, and vice versa.
How often do you spend at that That's another discussion. You're always at that damn comic book shop, right?
I know. It's the only place I can murder people. Nobody will miss them. And vice versa.
Anywho, he invites Christopher Reeve, Superman. So it's Alfred and Superman, over to his cabin, and plans fall into place to do that. But the buck doesn't stop there, because things are revealed. Secrets are revealed that maybe all isn't as the eye would perceive it, and It's a movie, really, the least you know about it, the better, because there's a big twist that if you know nothing about, it's like, oh my God. But, and that comes like halfway through the movie, so it's not like a big ending twist. But
Yeah. Now, is that a movie I can watch on my own, or do you really want to save that for the movie Graveyard Shift?
oh, geez, I'd really like to say that for the movie Graveyard Shift after Halloween, I think.
Then
And also,
I'll hold off on it then.
yeah, worth mentioning too, directed by Sidney Lumet, who also had great knack for adapting plays. He also did 12 Angry Men beautifully.
Oh yeah, I love that movie. That's believe it or not, I actually seen that movie at least 5 times. So.
Yeah, I would say Death Trap is just one of those things where, like, when you talk about underrated movies, it needs to be seen by more people. I think it's that it's deserving of that.
Okay, now the next movie, Aging Miss Blue Gets Attacked by All My Cats. What's that about?
That's Let the Right One In. That is a Nordic movie.
Yeah, it's like usually you pick like really good clips, but it's like what?
I know. I did that because and I don't want to undersell it and make that look like a comedy or anything. It's a wonderful like coming of, and I'm going to sell it poorly, but it's a coming of age like vampire movie. It's God, I wouldn't put it anywhere in the same universe as Twilight, but it's like one of the best love stories ever in film within the confines of a horror movie. Anyway, that clip is one of my favorite things ever because I think of you every time I think of that movie, Beak with All of Your Cats. And when I asked you, like, do you think you could take on all of your cats if they converged you, like all on you all at once? This is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, of my 6 cats, I think I can take 2 of them out, but then the other 4 would definitely take me down.
If I give you the context of that, it's going to seem a lot less funnier. So I'll just say enjoy the clip. Enjoy it out of context.
Yeah, because it's like I thought this was a good vampire movie. You sure this isn't the American remake?
Oh no, it's beautiful, and like I said, it's less funny knowing why this is happening.
Yes, but no, it's funny because it's interesting you should say that because some people say it's like, oh, it's a brutal vampire movie, but then most people who have actually seen it are like, oh no, it's just a lovely little story about these 2 souls coming together. One of them happens to be a vampire. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. And we should say too, I don't think we said the name. The movie is Let the Right One In. I would recommend that.
Yes. Let the Right One In. Yeah. From 2008. Now, what's your quick opinions on the remake?
I've not seen the remake.
Okay.
I don't have any intention to because I don't hear good things. It's kind of like there's a remake of the movie. It's The Vanishing. That was remade with Jeff Bridges. That's about a guy whose wife is kidnapped, and then the kidnapper comes to meet him years later, and they try to make a deal where I'll take you to her.
Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. The one Kill Bill ripped off.
Yeah, and horror movies and just foreign movies as of late have not had a good track record with being remade, so I think I'll pass.
Yeah, thankfully we're at a point where people can just enjoy the original version. Train to Busan, thankfully, was in that transitional point. Hey, I said it right. Between foreign films being appreciated for what they were and foreign films that were, regardless if they were good or not, were constantly being remade by Hollywood because, heaven forbid, the audience reads subtitles. So,
don't you mean transitional?
Hey, oh wait, hold on. Hey. Go ahead. Oh no more. I don't think we'll get to the explosion at the end. Well,
I just got to the explosion right now, didn't you?
Hey, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. So, what's any of them I missed? Okay, we've talked about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. But like I said, I think that would be a better podcast in its own right, especially if we can get Patrick on board and talk about Invasion of the Body Snatchers in general. So yeah. Have you seen House of Wax?
I love House of Wax. Well, I like a lot of House of Wax.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I like a lot of wax in my ears.
Yes. I knew you were going to get to that joke if I didn't. Okay. I am talking about
I will say that you're talking about the original House of Wax with Vincent Price.
No, the one with Vincent Price from 1953, because don't forget there's...
there's the one before that. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, okay. You're not talking about the other remake is what I was saying.
There's at least 3 House of Wax movies out there, not counting the unofficial ripoffs with... Oh god, that one actor who played Space Santa in Space Mutiny, and he's usually sitting down in most of his
Cameron
movies.
Mitchell.
Cameron Mitchell, yeah, because he did an unofficial ripoff of House of Wax in the 60s. that people
Worth mentioning too, Cameron. I brought up earlier the Blood and Black Lace, which is the original Black Love Killer movie. Cameron Mitchell is the killer in that movie. Spoiler alert, and he gives a great performance.
Yes.
But anyway, the original House of Wax, or the not original House of Wax, is what you're talking about with the 3D, the worst 3D sequence ever. Of just boing, boing, boing.
You there, gentlemen, with the popcorn. How about I give you a little bit of a balls in your face?
That is inexcusable. But no, the thing I was saying is I like Vincent Price's segments in that movie. The actress, and I find the goodies in the movie horribly dull. I have to admit, like that. But I find the tragic sort of, the burned artist. I find all of that very intriguing. It's kind of like, to compare it, it's kind of like I enjoy the Abominable Dr. Phibes as a whole. And it follows a similar sort of tragic sort of creepo scarred guy who wants vengeance. No, I think the good outweighs the bad for me. I do enjoy it.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It's like I love the movie. I have the original WB DVD release from in the cardboard shell. And it's free on YouTube currently. So if you're listening to this, poor viewer who's been suffering this long, it's currently free to watch on YouTube, and I do highly recommend it. But here's the thing: seeing it with fresh eyes after so long, now that I'm older, wiser, and slightly more cynical. Yeah, you're right. Like, the heroes are kind of bland and weirdly unlikable. They almost it almost gets into like unlikable propaganda territory. It's like, oh, this lady's just stupid. She doesn't know what she's thinking. It's just, she has the vapors.
Yeah,
and it also
and it feels very unsatisfying when she proves and I hate that too, when the trope in horror stuff where the person who was made an idiot out and a fool out of proves that they're right, and that the other people never acknowledge it. I always hate when it's just swept under the rug like that and say, I was never wrong.
Yeah, and
because I hate people like that in real life.
Yes, and it's funny too, because she's been through a lot of trauma. She was right about the horrible crimes that were being committed in the House of Wax, and at the end it's like, whatever, woman, here's a gold star, get out of my face, I love you, kissy. And but what's funny
anyway though, oh, go ahead.
No, go on. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna jump to another thing, but no, House of Wax is great. I was gonna say, if anything, everybody always throws applause at the opening sequence, and I would say that's incredibly done, where they literally set the entire set on fire, and I don't know how no one died. Because it's open flame everywhere. Yeah, and you can't do there is one spot in that little battle that they have where the other dude, his partner, punches Vincent Price, and he's supposed to fall under the banister and onto the ground, but he kind of fumbles it to where he punches him once, and then the guy turns back and just pushes him through. And you could tell they couldn't do a second take because they're lighting things on fire left and right. Just do it. Got it. It's good.
Yeah, to be fair though, the fire distracts from the bloopers.
yeah. That's the only thing you want to notice when you see it several times. But
yeah, and it's so sad too, because it is one of those old, it's similar to The Raven, where you kind of have more sympathy for Boris Karloff's fucked up butler character than you do for the actual human heroes. And then it's like, but no, it's funny because Vincent Price is definitely the most, not only the most charismatic, but the most interesting character in the whole movie, and very sympathetic. So much so that rewatching it, I have to wonder, when he went mad, was that just brain damage from the fire? Or do you think it's like the old cliche? It's like, oh, he had a bad day, so he went all Joker on the city.
He loved his life dolls so much, Raph, that it just snapped him. Yeah. And also kind of cool, one of the first performances from Charles Bronson as his mute guy.
Yes, as a character way less scarier than his Death Wish characters.
Yeah. I do want to say too, an example of a
rim shot machine failing, 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 rim shot machine failing.
You were my Marie Antoinette.
my bosom's melting before you.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so where were we before the rimshot machine finally exploded?
I was gonna say I love the movie, but a better example I think of a spooky House of Wax type of movie with a guy obsessed with mannequins and figurines is the Twilight Zone episode with Martin Balsam, where he plays a guy obsessed with wax dolls, only of killers, famous killers, and you can kind of see the twist coming, but it's one of the great and an absolute Halloween essential for Twilight Zone. We might do that for TV Twitch night when we bring that back.
And if we don't, I definitely do want to bring back TV Twitch night in November, because I not only love your Twilight Zone idea, and I would like to do this month, but I know exactly what my pick is going to be right after for November, but I'm going to keep it a surprise. So
Poobahs?
Huh?
Poobahs?
No, not Poobahs.
That show with the little egg people?
No, not Poobahs. Why would what of all the is that a British children's show? It sounds like a British children's show.
They're like fluffy egg Teletubbies from space. Yeah.
No, no, Brayton, no.
Okay, all right.
So, but yeah, no. With that says, House of Wax. Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, it's also a little sexist too, because it is sad because the two female leads, Phyllis Kirk as Sue Allen, aka Marie Antoinette, and Carol Ann Jones as Kathy Gray. Like, I know they're both very charismatic actresses. They're both very likable characters. You almost kind of wish the movie was about them being lovers investigating the House of Wax.
Of course.
Yes. No. Yeah. Don't worry. I mean lesbians in a good way.
No. I mean in a good way too. I whenever there's a dull romance, I immediately go to, well, if it was a same-sex romance between this character and that character,
because
they have better chemistry.
Yes, Sue and Kathy.
That's what we talked about the final wars thing of like Ozaki or whatever, and the other mutant have way better sexual chemistry than he and the chick.
Yeah, scientist model lady, unfortunately. So.
Yeah.
Because now think about that, would be an interesting remake, although at the same time there's like House of Wax, like this version is a remake of Mystery of the House of Wax, which I barely remember other than that weird two-tone Technicolor where everything is pinkish green. And then of course there's the Paris Hilton horror movie version that seems to completely miss the point other than the title.
House of Botox.
Yes. There's Paris Hilton on her Botox cycle coming after me.
I'm so upset by what you just said.
Oh no. Sorry about it.
I'm gonna stick my little toy poodle on you.
This is very easy to hold. I'm not being attacked. Who's a little good kid? Who's a little good? It's biting my finger now. Who's a good little boy? The Rob Paulson joke. You don't know that. Yeah, but no, Sue and Kathy definitely had better chemistry, and it's almost kind of sad we don't see more of them, or the story could be rewritten. But isn't there not counting the Cameron Mitchell ripoff, isn't there a fourth House of Wax?
Oh hell, I don't know. I just know that it's become a trope ever since then. There are, if not, there's a ton of wax museum spooky movies anyway.
Like going back to Scooby Doo, there's been several episodes where they end up in a wax museum and the monsters come to life. Yeah. It's like,
and that's how Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein sort of starts. Is they take the monsters to a wax museum of monsters, and then they come to life, and then Bud is convinced he's seeing stuff.
But yeah, no, House of Wax is a very fun movie. But yeah, rewatching now with older eyes, it's like the 1950s stick outs like a Thor thumb. Because especially with again the boring male heroes. Well, Vincent Price and the two female leads are definitely way more interesting and endearing characters is what I meant to say. So, and oh god, with that said though, the sequence with the carnival barker, that's bad enough. But what do you think of the overly extended
and then the payoff to that scene of the fainting woman or whatever?
Yeah. You know she hit her nose on the way down on the cement. Oh no!
Why don't we get 3D of that, like her coming towards us, coming towards the camera?
And then and just a giant paper mache head of that lady just comes through the screen,
bursts. Yeah.
I'm William Castle, and I spent 2 days working on that giant mache face. You'll be scared.
Won't you?
Yeah.
Please.
Please see this movie. Rosemary Baby was supposed to be my hoopla, but nobody went to go see it because. Have
you ever seen the old Saturday Night Live skit where it's Adam Sandler and Chris Farley? He's like a little boy, like coming door to door helping you with chores, and he's like, "Please let me stay in your home rent free. please. And then you have Chris Farley, for the love of God, let the boy sleep in your bed.
I remember, yeah.
William Castle needs that for his little promos that he does.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
For the love of God, please be scared.
Okay,
Do you know how hard this man works?
Okay, who's in the Will Chris Farley role? Is it what's her face?
Oh no, he would be use time travel and have it be John Goodman, since he kind of played him in the matinee. Just have an angry John Goodman yelling at you.
Let him in your movie. He's a good man.
Come on, puppets, let him hang from the ceiling, huh?
Okay, so I have one more movie I want to talk about, but that's all me, and I think we're pretty much done here, so we can skip it for later. But with that said, though, yeah, no, getting back, one last thing I want to mention about House of Wax, as embarrassing as because the ball to the camera sequence is probably the most famous scene out of the whole movie. That, and of course, the famous reveal of our lead villain's true face.
Yeah, that's done well.
Yeah, but as bad as the balls are, I think the can
sequence. Someone differ.
Oh, I just turned off the rim shot machine. So damn.
That's fine. We don't. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the sequence, and this is a sequence that's so bad and unmemorable, despite the titillation, that even I in Enshohma forgot about it. But the extensive can sequence with the legs. Now that I think is slightly more embarrassing than the balls, because at least the balls has kind of a cheeky sense of self humor to it.
Okay, fine, I'll buy that, but I think that at least the can thing, the 3D, like it's motivated action, and sure it's obtrusive and everything, but there's no reason for that guy to be out there with fucking there's why are you here? What, and why is this going on so long? It's like 5 minutes.
Okay, you brought back the argument around
because he starts doing tricks and he brings out more paddles. It's oh boy.
We could redub that sequence where like Vincent Price is like, oh yes, this Barker here. It's a poor attempt to play off the 3D effects, but we're forced with it, so we'll get rid of him eventually.
New idea, laser pointers.
What would have been a better climax to House of Wax? If instead of the police coming in rescuing not Kathy's the wonderful bimbo, rescuing Sue before she gets covered in wax, it's the carnival Barker. It's like, fire me, huh? And it's a battle between this deformed man and this crazy carny with his balls. And like Vincent Price is doing like kung fu moves, jumping over the balls in slow motion, but it's like really bad special effects from the 50s.
Yeah, that'd be so much better.
Yes. Brayton, I wish you and the others lived nearby so we could just do stupid shit on video. Oh, God. Oh, okay. So with that said, Jugless Juggler, hey everybody, I came in late, didn't I? Well, late to me anyways. Dude, we're about to close up shop. Oh my goodness.
Talk about Scooby Doo again for 40 minutes.
No, I'm not going to talk about Scooby Doo again. Yeah, we talked about a bunch of horror movies, and there's a very painful sequence where I apologize and explain the Scooby Doo sequence, which gets worse when I explain Die Ranger's Gorma Tribe. But
here, I'll go through a few of these very quickly. Other movies that I've seen that I've watched this month that you know what I mean. I've seen Magic again, which is one of my favorite spooky movies. One of Anthony Hopkins' first horror films that I can recall. And he gives a tour de force performance. Is a very meek character. It's a far cry from Hannibal Lecter. It's kind of that the wimpish Norman Bates, like creepy sympathy kind of card you feel for the guy, because he's sort of framed as your antagonist. You spend the entire movie with him. And he makes questionable decision after questionable decision. And as the bodies start to stack up, the movie kind of ends on an ambiguous note where, it's another one of those evil dummy movies, which are very roundly crap. It's kind of like you have three categories of crap. There are so many horrible shark movies, which are all terrible, all Bigfoot movies terrible, and all live dummy movies terrible. It's like those are the three horses of the film apocalypse.
Yeah.
But no, it's actually really done well and outshines its material, and I think a lot of that is due to the writing of William Goldman, who is one of the famous authors of the 20th century and a great screenplay writer. And it's kind of him writing, it's kind of like if you had Mark Twain writing like I don't know, science fiction about invaders from the Mars, or maybe that's a bad example, but it's like him writing below his belts but doing a really effective job at it. You know what I mean? Um, and to be fair too, he also adapted the screenplay, or he wrote the screenplay of Misery, and so he knows his way around horror. But it's good. And Burgess Meredith, what more do you want?
Yes.
And
No,
bald Burgess Meredith, by the way, too. He had to get his hair insured after he shaved it.
Okay, so yeah, No Magic is another one I do want to see. So, but
And by that I mean too, when I say his hair insured, after he shaved his head, he had a clause where if it didn't grow back, the studio would pay him money. That's what I mean by that.
oh yeah, yeah. At that point, he was probably aging a point where he didn't think his hair could come back quickly.
Yeah, and it's famous because for Bridge over the River Kwai, Alec Guinness shaved his head for that, and it didn't grow back. So that was like the first thing people started putting that on their contract for those roles. Little trivia.
Indeed. So yeah, with that says, we might do another. I know I'm going to do some more live streams towards the end of the month. I'm going to try bringing some friends. You solely said no to the idea of watching all the Power Ranger Halloween specials.
No, not. I didn't think I said that. I think I said hell no. But also worth mentioning. Can we talk briefly about The Fly before we end?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and talk about The Fly.
Have you seen The Fly?
Okay, I've seen the first. I've seen 3 of the 5 Fly movies. I think we're good because he's
oh my god, why?
White guy. Okay, I've seen the original Fly. I've seen the Jeff Goldblum Fly, and I barely remember the Fly 2, the Spawning or whatever it's called.
Oh, okay. Because I've also seen 3 Fly movies, but I saw the sequel with Vincent Price to the original Fly that's in black and white. Was it Return of the Fly?
Yeah,
that's it.
What is
the simple title?
Does he become the Fly, or they just got him back, and it's somebody else who becomes the
No,
Fly?
it's another thing where the sun becomes the Fly. It's that old horror trope, but it's standard stock sci-fi fare. But
he's pretty fly for the sun guy.
Yeah. It's one of those examples where, because I have iffy feelings on the Invasion of the Body Snatchers remake, but I absolutely love both Flies. And I'm not a bug guy or a body horror guy by any stretch of the imagination. But oddly enough, compared to a lot of Cronenberg stuff, The Fly is pretty tame. And that's saying something.
It's
because
also,
the end of that movie is like, oh, God.
Yeah. Also, it's weirdly heartfelt, too, because there's like a lot of... You're dealing with this body horror, but again, it's one of those situations where you care so much about the various characters that it's almost a very heart-tugging tragedy, I think is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, on top of the pile, The Dead Zone, which is also a Cronenberg movie and also a Stephen King adaptation, is fantastic. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Both of them, too. So...
But Jeff Goldblum's performance as the Fly is absolutely heartbreaking. And people think of him like now as just, he's kind of quirky and he's comedy Jeff Goldblum guy and just go there and go a lot. But he's a wonderful dramatic actor and gives a great performance, and how his body contorts as he's becoming more, down with the sickness. You know what I mean? He's a phenomenal physical actor. And Gina Davis playing opposite him is that's very tragic and heartbreaking. And the ending, how it all comes to that tragic conclusion and just ends, no happy epilogue or whatever, until the sequel, or what I haven't seen the Spawning or whatever.
Yeah, but, I've seen the sequel, and it's also one of those horror movies that kind of shits on the goodwill of the other movie by having. Do you want me to spoil it? Since I doubt it's a movie you're going to be seeing anytime soon.
I don't care.
Okay, yeah, Gina Davis's character dies kind of off camera. Like, they obviously got a different actress, but she dies during childbirth. And it's not as insane as the giant grub coming out of her. It's just regular childbirth. But yeah, it was an excuse to get her out of the movie and not having to pay her or anything. And the son is basically kept at a corporate laboratory where they're making sure they can try to recreate the experiments, but also make sure if there's no long-term effects. And of course, like when the kid hits puberty, not only like he's both a super genius because I guess flies have better insectoid super minds than normal humans or something. But yeah, eventually he mutates into a full-blown fly monster, one more terrifying looking. It looks like a monster out of a Kamen Rider movie. It's like it's that elaborate.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, yeah. It's like one of the scary Kamen Rider monsters too. But yeah, it's there. It's a sequel that was unneeded, but I know it has its fans, and it people generally like it for how nasty and far more monster movie it is.
And worth mentioning too, the score for the Cronenberg Fly was done by Howard Shore, and it's incredible. It's very heavy and it feels, classic, drama B movie at times, but it's very swelling and tragic in its own right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, but the original Fly 2 shouldn't be underestimated because that's more, weirdly enough, it's not as good as the Jeff Goldblum movie, but as its own little kind of science fiction drama, it's very touching in its own right. And again, that's the thing about the Fly that a lot of people tend to forget. It is ultimately a body horror tragedy because Jeff Goldblum definitely does a better job with it. But also, I love the idea that you have this poor guy with this rather well done giant fly mask, better than the other black and white sequels.
Do you feel that movie suffers too? Because I really enjoyed that film, and I think that's a great performance of him being locked in there, and he spends most of the movie with a bag on his head. But do you think that suffers from perception too of seeing just the clip of like her pulling and seeing the fly head? People think that the movie's about a guy who's a fly killing people or something, and think it's just your generic monster movie.
Because that is the most memorable sequence in the whole movie, and it is one of the best jump scares in 50s cinema because that it's right up there with the reveal of the Phantom of the Opera from Lon Chaney, and especially when it's like suddenly cuts back to his point of view, which I hate to say it's an urban myth that insects see in kaleidoscope. See, insects are so small they can't afford to have regular eyes, so they have basically reverse TV eyes. Each little eye is a pixel helping to create a bigger picture. So insects actually have very good human-like vision. Maybe a little bit fisheye lens, but it's not like, we see a billion versions of the same people again. So
boo.
If it was true, insects
There's
would be
that ghost again.
Yeah, the Tourette's ghost. So Jugless Juggler, that's our new character, the Tourette's ghost. So,
yep.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, but no, the first movie is very good. And yeah, it's funny because I went into the original Fly thinking that it was going to be about this guy slowly going mad and going around killing people. But yeah, no, he's pretty much just stuck in that lab trying to keep his sanity. And the person who's wearing the Fly costume is doing a generally good job, even though he's like you said, he basically has a bag over his head. So,
yeah, but you can tell by his body language he's just defeated at a certain point, and his shoulders are slumped, and he's writing on the chalkboard. It's sad to watch him sort of degrade, and it's all done very simply through just his body language.
Yeah, and he's played, I believe, both the human version and definitely the human version and the Fly itself is played by David Hedison, who is probably better known as the co-commander in Voyage of the Bottom of the Sea. So, aka the guy who's constantly being possessed by aliens every week. My goodness. I've seen almost every episode of Voyage at the bottom of the sea. That's one of the reasons I don't watch movies. I'm too busy watching Irwin Allen's sea voyage adventures.
Oh, you bastard.
It makes so much sense now.
No, yeah.
Oh, Michael,
so that's
Michael Myers on the Sea View. That would have been a great episode. So Captain, there's this crazy
they've never done any of them on a boat, have they?
No.
I guess Jason was on a boat briefly, and Jason takes Manhattan, but he doesn't really kill anybody on the boat. They haven't done like a cruise ship.
Yeah, the majority of the movie, and when they finally get to Manhattan, it's like he's there for like 10 minutes and that's it.
Yeah.
So lame.
Boo! But lame. I want to see him stab naked girls. But no, but that's pretty much all the horror movies I've watched thus far. I also watched Soylent Green, which is kind of horror adjacent. But anyway, have you seen anything we're talking, or are you going to do another stream later in the month, another night owl?
I'm going to do another stream later in the month, but I'm debating whether or not it should just be us gathering our usual gaggle of friends and then we just go over basic Hollywood.
Because that's what we did last year, right? Or we did that with the last
two of them. We did one with us and then one for a bunch of other guests. But it's like Mark, and then I don't know if I want to do that separately from the Power Ranger Halloween special one, which I think would still be funny to have you around, just your reaction to everything.
Fuck that. Well, I was just gonna ask, do you have are there any things? Is there anything you watched this month that you want to briefly talk about before we go away?
There is, but you're gonna hate me for it.
I hate you for enough reasons already.
Oh, okay. No, so my brother Miguel, he's been desperately trying to get me to see Blackbeard's Ghost, a Disney movie from the late '60s. And it's like he says that movie would be very much up my alley. Okay, hold on. Let me gotta breathe my brain.
Gotta breathe your brain.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I had the page open and I was going to talk about it, but then I stopped because I wanted to end this podcast. But yeah, no, I haven't really been watching much movies because there's been more important things going on over at the house. And I still got a bunch of projects I need to get done before the month is over. So, like I said, I think I'm really just going to sit down and watch the Halloween, and that's pretty much it. Okay, hold on. Because if I'm going to talk about this movie, I want some reference. So I got to open the Wikipedia page again. And if I go into another 40-minute rant, it's your fault. Okay, so Blackbeard's Ghost is basically a fantasy comedy from 1968. Pretty late for Disney before they kind of... and I think it's kind of one of the last hurrahs they had as far as their 60s golden era of live-action animated movies go. And basically the story is that Dean Jones plays a track and field coach who's come to a small seaside town to basically, damn it, Brayton. He's come to be the new coach on a small seaside town, and there he comes across basically a bunch of descendants, old ladies, old biddies, who are the descendants of Blackbeard crew, who say that's this kind of haunting the ship / inn that they kind of keep. One that's like in a lot of 60s comedy, the mob wants for nefarious reasons and don't mind kicking out these poor old ladies. So Dean Jones' character accidentally awakens the ghost of Blackbeard's pirate, played by the one and only Peter Ustinov, in what is arguably one of his best roles, because he brings a lot of like it's one of the few characters in Disney fiction where it is unambiguously said that he was a mass murdering son of a gun. But at the same time, he is portrayed enough like kind of a lovable rogue, I think is the best way to describe it, especially since Peter Ustinov's performance as Blackbeard really pulls a lot of weight. And I'm not just saying that because Peter Ustinov is a large, hefty fellow. That was me slapping my own belly, okay? So don't read into that, Brayton. But it's funny.
Stop it! It's unsettling.
Okay.
So you're slapping both cheeks.
Yeah, but no, through a series of circumstance, Dean Jones's character and Peter Ustinov's Blackbeard's Ghost join forces to not only to help the track and field team, but to also save the town from the local mafia, and also save the descendants of Blackbeard's crews from being kicked out unfairly from their house. So it's one of those old like we've seen that kind of story done before in movies like The Absent-Minded Professor, and it does go over a lot. Like Herbie, I think, kind of covers the same ground. But this movie does it really well in its own right, and the interaction and chemistry between Dean Jones and Peter Ustinov as this unlikely duo, the straight-laced, clean-cut, kind of nerdy coach. And basically the lovable rogue of a pirate. It's definitely is the strength of the movie. But Miguel brought up a good point, and something I didn't realize until I saw the movie with my own eyes. It's like a good 1960s live-action Scooby Doo, except with the supernatural elements are real, and there's no talking dog. So, which is weird because for a Disney movie from the late 60s, early 70s, you think there'd be at least one animal sidekick in it, like a ghost parrot or some bullshit like that. And of course, there's some really good special effects sequences. Granted, some of the matte paintings are pretty obvious, but there's there's a sequence where Blackbeard's ghost basically takes out gets into an invisible bar fight with a bunch of mafia heavyweights, and it's actually a pretty thrilling sequence just watching this little set get destroyed with all little invisible man gags and all this. But yeah, it's a surprisingly good movie, and I would actually recommend it. It's I think it's an undersung Disney Halloween movie that needs to be seen, even though technically the movie doesn't take place in Halloween. And one of my favorite gags in the whole movie, and I don't want to spoil it, but I also don't think you're going to be seeing it anytime soon, Brayton, is...
I like hearing about it.
Yes. Okay, so during the big game, when various track and field teams are competing and Dean Jones' local team is just sucking, Blackbeard's ghost decides to kind of help in his own way. This ties into getting money to help pay for the mortgage of the old biddies who need help. But Dean Jones being such...
Old biddy mortgage.
Yes. Dean Jones being such a straight-laced character really gets pissed off at Blackbeard kind of doing Invisible Man. Actually, the movie, not only does the movie feel very much like a live-action Scooby Doo episode done on a relatively decent production values, regardless of what the budget may have been, but it feels like a good throwback to the Invisible Man movies, particularly the more comical bits, like, say, the Invisible Woman having her petty revenge against her former employers, or Vincent Price as the slightly more heroic lead character in The Invisible Man Returns. So yeah, the movie very much feels very much in that regard, even knowing that the conceit is that Dean Jones can definitely see Blackbeard's ghost, but no one else can. But yeah, one of my favorite sequences, and the one that kind of solidifies their unlikely friendship, is that during the track and field thing, like, Dean Jones gets really pissed off at Blackbeard's ghost and tells him to knock it off, don't cheat anymore, get out of here. And then, of course, the team starts sucking again towards the end of the big game. And it's really good acting from Dean Jones and Peter Ustinov. Like, Dean Jones goes like, it's like, oh, don't look at me like that, because Blackbeard's ghost is just sitting there.
Raph,
yes?
How does it feel to be Peter Ustinov's spitting fucking image in this movie? I'm looking at screenshot after screenshot. Each facial expression is getting progressively more Dirty McCruption here.
I could pull off Peter Ustinov's Blackbeard's ghost.
Oh my god, it's uncanny.
We have to watch the movie now.
Oh,
I hate this. Yeah, Brayton. It's like Dean Jones is basically playing a straight you.
Yeah.
And I'm playing a fruity me.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, it's a great sequence because just really good comedy acting between the two of them. Because Dean Jones...
I sent you something on Facebook you can share on the video while you're talking if you like, but this is the image in question.
Okay. Yeah, hold on.
Put a little pimp hat on him. It's shocking.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can't share that right now because I'm too tired to be doing the switchies between the OBSs. But yeah, that's me, all right.
That's you. There he is.
Yeah, but no, it's like my favorite scene in the whole movie. Like, okay, the team is failing. Dean Jones is like, he sees Blackbeard's ghost just sitting in the corner eating a hot dog and drinking a Coke, because apparently Disney ghosts can do that. And give him that kind of, look of like, see, boyo, I told you you'd be losing without my help. And Dean Jones like, don't give me that look. I'm not going to let you cheat. Oh, God, we're screwing up. Okay, get in here and help out. And I'm not going to, like, it plays a lot better when you see it. But it's a surprisingly good fantasy comedy from Disney towards the end of their heyday. And yeah, I would actually recommend it. I doubt we're going to do it as an episode of the movie Graveyard Shift, but it would be a great episode of 100% Weird, even if we just stick to one movie. So yeah, Blackbeard's Ghost. I highly recommend it if you have Disney Plus. Hopefully it's still on there. They didn't cancel in the last few days. Go see another version of me. Save the day with spooky ghost Invisible Manny powers.
See another one if one wasn't enough.
Yeah, so
it's trouble. Make it double.
Mm-hmm. And Shazam, Shazanne Pochette is in it. She's charming as
Suzanne Plachette.
Yeah. She's very charming as the romantic lead. Elsa Lancaster is the leader of the old biddies. She's always a treat to see. Oh God, and what's his face? Oh yeah, Joby Baker, who plays the lead mafia member. He's so slimy and charming at the same time. And Richard Deacon plays like the principal of the school. And of course he's doing his usual Richard Deacon, Rob, I don't know what the hell's going on. But he has like one of the funniest lines in the whole movie. I'm not going to spoil it whatsoever. But yeah, surprisingly good movie, really well done. I was shockingly amazed how much I enjoyed it and how much I would recommend it. So, Blackbeard's Ghost
Well,
from
damned.
yes, from 1968. That's my Halloween recommendation for the month. So,
Yeah.
okay, Brayton. So I'm gonna go over. Oh, Cody Batch, guys, you come in. From now on, maybe I should just do a late night stream where you guys just come in. Let me read these final comments since you guys have been so good to us. Okay, Doomzilla says, "Take care, Shay," and Doomzilla, thank you for joining us, even though it's a little later. Jugless Juggler says, "Must have been a fun discussion." Yeah, you can revisit it, Jugless Juggler, but yeah, I forget you and Cody Batch are a little further away than usual. So you don't have the same hours as we do. We're in America or something.
Oh my god! That may be the funniest thing you've said next to. That may be the funniest thing you've said next to. Have you ever met an elephant? Is we may be in America or something.
It's a lot funnier in retrospect.
Yeah, it was hilarious to me in spect. It was. Yeah, we're America or something. Have you heard, there's that rap song by Childish Gambino, "This is America." I want you to do a remake of that called "This is America" or something.
This is America, I guess.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Are we in America? I don't know.
Are we in America? I don't know.
Oh, that was funny, Raf.
Yeah. Okay. I'm surprised what makes you laugh and what doesn't make you laugh. So you're the guy.
Oh, come on, that was hilarious.
Cody Batch replies.
Yeah,
"What?"
we have different time. We have different time zones. We're in America or something. Like you weren't sure. Am I on Earth?
Yeah,
Who knows?
Cody Batch has a great reply. He goes like, "What's in America?" Okay.
What's a Gamera?
Yeah, so Jugless Juggler says, if those are the 4 horsemen of the film apocalypse, then what's the 4th one? Yeah, because you said Bigfoot movies, zombie film. What were the 3 horsemen of the film apocalypse? Breathe, Raph. Are you still there?
Yeah, killer dummy movies, Bigfoot movies, and shark movies.
Yes, yeah, those are pretty much terrible ones. What would be the 4th one? Underwhelming zombie movies or... Oh, evil rich people forcing people in bad games movies. I think that might be the 4th one.
Yeah.
Or
no. 4th one is evil little kid movies.
Yes.
That's easy.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, so there you go. Evil dummy movies, evil Sasquatch movies, evil little kid movies, evil... What was the 4th one? Brayton?
What? What?
Little kids, evil dummies, Sasquatches, and what was the 4th one?
Oh, sharks.
Sharks. Okay, yeah. We're both tired. We're gonna call it a night soon. And then Cody Batch says, "Never knew about the insect eyes. How dare television lie to me again?" And then Raph playing the tummy drum just like me. "Let's meet up and start a tummy drum band. We'll call ourselves the Tummies." The Tum Tums. The Tum Drums. Ooh, that's a good one. The Tum Drums. "Ladies and gentlemen, on our show, 2 really big gentlemen for our really big show, the Tum Drums." I'm not going to do it, Brayton. Don't worry. I'm not going to.
Dun.
Yeah. Okay. That's terrible. Sounds like a fun flick worth watching to me. Blackbeard's Ghost is officially on a must list of stuff to gots to watch. Oh, thank you, Cody Batch. Yeah. Just go into it as like you're going with semi-low expectations because it's still a Disney comedy from the 60s, but it's actually a lot of fun and the 2 leads are really good together. So you know what you got to do now, guys? You need to do a modern remake of Blackbeard's Ghost with you 2 knuckleheads in the leads.
Hey, here's a better idea and less racially offensive. Let's do a modern-day remake of Blackula with us in the lead.
Brayton, you know how much I love Blackula. I'm going to have to say yes.
Possibly.
Possibly no. Yes. Okay.
No, okay, we can finally do Blackula versus Blackenstein. You be Blackenstein, I'll be Blackula.
Let's stop. So we really need to get a brother on this show.
I'm Jive.
Yeah. Hey. You're as black as Jack Black is. Okay, but no, major apologies to everybody for those horrible jokes we just did. But no, also major apologies to everybody who knows we don't mean ill. We're pretty decent people, I think.
Major apologies to everybody for the last 4 hours of content.
Yes. So, all right. And then Juggler says, now I gotta add Blackbeard's Ghost to my list of things to watch because the streams I find myself along with are the Greasy Strangler. Okay. Have you seen the Greasy Strangler? Yes or no?
Who, me?
Yes.
Fuck no!
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. Okay, we're gonna call it quits, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna go and randomly play some song. So
you don't want to play your stunning performance that you should play every year?
Really?
Come on, once a year. It's like Christmas.
Oh my god. Look, let me find the live action puppet version of it then.
No, Raph, because we were all shitting on that because it sucked. Just play the music over the outro little card that I sent you.
Okay, hold on. I was gonna play. Oh god, what is it? Baby Frankenstein, that famous.
Oh, I'm gonna put a Baby Frankenstein. You shit heel.
I love babies. Oh my goodness. But no.
I wear dead baby costumes. Sure.
Indeed. So yeah, we're walking the dark woods in the early morning. We're gonna call it a day. But yeah, Brayton, thank you for joining me. I hope this was a somewhat okay discussion. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen,
this was quite fun. I look forward to this, and we really went the distance. And there's a big leg going on right now. So in conclusion, I'll just say, Happy Halloween until we meet again later this month, closer to Halloween.
Yes, indeed. So, and this Sunday, we're going to be doing a live watch of Theater of Blood with Vincent Price on my Twitch channel. Let me share in the chat so you guys can get the link for later. If not, just look in the description when this is all downloaded. But hold on. Yes, my Twitch channel is Enshohma Lives. Yeah, and this coming Sunday night, we're going to do a live watch of Theater of Blood, which is often considered one of Vincent Price's greatest movies. One that I have not seen other than distant childhood memories from Grandpa's monster movies on TBS one early Saturday morning at my grandma's house. But yeah, we're going to end the night with the infamous song, the one that everyone claims they hate but always asks me to play for some insane reason. Anything Can Happen on Halloween by Kilo Khan from the 1998 record We Regret Nothing. So guys, thank you for joining me, and to everyone else who'll be watching this later on or revisiting it, we hope it was a fun stream. I'll try to do timestamps later, and we will definitely be doing more stuff towards the end of the month, but I definitely need some rest right now. I can't think. The brain has left me like the brain from Planet Eros. All right, everyone. Take care. Talk to you later.
I wouldn't change. I wouldn't change places with anyone tonight. We'll carve pumpkin faces and watch the witches flight. Every human heart will shudder. Every soul will shake a fear. Tonight, the creepiest. Tonight, the scariest. Tonight, the most wonderful time. Anything happen on Halloween, your dog could turn into a cat. There may be a toad in your bass guitar. Your sister could turn into a Batman. Christmas time brings the snow. Summertime brings the sun. But on Halloween, your blood begins to run. Something spooky going on down there. Anything can happen on Halloween. It's better than a video nasty. Gremlin's going to mess every cassette from London to Idaho. April 1st can be fun. New Year's Eve is a ball. But on Halloween, flesh begins to crawl. Oh, I'm losing control. Anything can happen on Halloween. Your toenails grow long, your hair turns green. Your teacher could become a sardine. Your dentist could turn into a queen. Has anybody seen my tambourine? I may start playing Begin the Queen. The craziest noise you've ever seen. This hairy, scary, creepy, crawling.
Sorry about that. Doing a little bit of burps. So.
Ah.